The Black Death, also known as the bubonic plague, it was one of the most devastating pandemics in human history, peaking in Europe between 1347 and 1351. It's believed to have originated in Asia, traveling along the Silk Road, and finally reaching Europe via the fleas living on the backs of rats that so frequently traveled on merchant ships. The plague mercilessly swept through towns and cities, decimating populations and causing widespread panic and chaos. Estimates suggest the Black Death killed perhaps between 30 and 60% of Europe's total population, leaving a drastically different world in its wake. Hello and welcome to the channel. Well, if you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, you must know what you're in for. As always, if you'd want to support the channel, link to the Patreon is in the description if you like what I do. Otherwise, let us continue on to 10,000 subscribers. Help me out with that with a like and subscribe. Well, with all of that out of the way, let's get on to the real unpleasantries. I'm sure you already know from the introduction perhaps what you're in for. We're going to go on a little bit of a deep dive into the origins of the Black Death, or the bubonic plague, or the Black Plague, or whatever you wish to refer to it as. And then we're going to talk extensively about the consequences. What kind of world was left behind after so much suffering? In fact, it's the world that we live in now. So, I suppose we better understand it. First we begin. The term, the Black Death, was not initially used to specifically refer to the 1347 plague in any European language, although it had been used previously to describe fatal diseases. This term, Black Death, started to be associated with this plague in English only in the 1750s. It first appeared to translate the Danish term Den sort død, the Black Death. This label was popularized by Swedish and Danish chroniclers in the 15th and into the early 16th centuries, and was later translated into other languages, including Icelandic and German. Of course, French you'll often see in the artworks Le Mort Noir. Well, before this, many European languages had named the illness with phrases derived from Latin, such as Magna Mortalitas, meaning the Great Death, Magna meaning great, and Mortalitas, well, you know. Now, this phrase, Black Death, as a description of death being black, actually has some rather ancient roots. For example, Homer even used it in the Odyssey, the very early work from ancient Greece, to describe the monstrous Scylla, whose mouths were full of black death, as the text reads. Seneca the Younger may have been the very first to use Black Death, or in Latin mors atra, to describe an epidemic, emphasizing the severe and grim nature of the disease rather than its color. In the 12th or 13th centuries, French physician Gilles de Corbel used atra mors to refer to pestilential fever in his writings on disease symptoms. Now, the term mors negra, the Black Death, was used by Simon de Covino, a Belgian astronomer, in his 1350 poem On the Judgment of the Sun at a Feast of Saturn. He attributed the plague to an astronomical conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. though his usage does not definitively link to the 1347 plague, and seems to more connotate the deadly outcome of the disease. Now, in the writings from 1893, one historian, Cardinal Francis Aidan Gasquet, suggested the pandemic was a type of the common Eastern or bubonic plague. Later, in 1908, Gasquet referenced that the term atra mors for the 14th century epidemic first appeared in 1361 in a Danish history book by J.I. Pontanus, which he noted, and I quote, "Commonly and from its effects, they called it the Black Death." So how did all this come about? How did it happen that Europe was riddled with this horrible illness? Well, we'll try to trace it back to Genoa. Plague was reportedly first introduced to Europe through the Genoese traders from their port city of Cathar in Crimea in 1347. During a prolonged siege of the city between 1345 and 46 by the Mongol Golden Horde led by Ani Beg, whose troops were suffering from the disease, they decided to engage in some early chemical warfare. They had the fine idea to hurl the infected corpses via catapults over the walls into the city of Cathar, attempting to infect the inhabitants. Well, that's one theory, and that did happen, of course. But it's also probable that infected rats crossed the siege lines, contributing to the spread of the epidemic among the residents. Either way, as the plague began to take hold, the Genoese traders fled across the Black Sea to the large city of Constantinople, marking the arrival of the disease in Europe in the summer of 1347. The plague's impact in Constantinople was devastating, claiming the life of the 13-year-old son of the Byzantine Emperor John VI Cantacosenos, who chronicled the disease, drawing parallels to Thucydides' account of the earlier plague of Athens during the 5th century BC. He noted the disease's transmission via ships among maritime cities. Another contemporary, Nicephorus Gregoras, wrote to Demetrius Gidones, describing the escalating death toll and the complete futility of medicine. This, of course, ensued panic among the populace. Well, the initial outbreak in Constantinople lasted about a year, with the plague recurring several times until the year 1400. Of course, each year everybody had to simply wait for that dreaded plague season, and most years it came in varying intensities. The disease had reached Sicily in the October of 1347 aboard 12 Genoese galleys, spreading rapidly across the island. These galleys then proceeded to Genoa and Venice by January 1348, but it was an outbreak in Pisa just a few weeks later that served as the gateway for the plague into northern Italy. By the end of January, one of the galleys expelled from Italy brought the plague to Marseille. From Italy, the plague began to spread across Europe, reaching France, Spain, Portugal, and finally England by June 1348, subsequently spreading through Germany, Scotland, and Scandinavia from 1348 to 1350. It entered Norway in 1349 with a ship that landed at Askøy, spreading further to Bjørgvin, modern-day Bergen, and finally reaching northwestern Russia by 1351. Regions with less established trade networks, such as most of the Basque County, isolated parts of Belgium and the Netherlands, and secluded alpine villages, did experience the plague, yes, but to quite a lesser extent. Epidemiologists suggest that periods of unfavorable weather could have decimated plague-infected rodent populations, pushing their fleas to seek other hosts, which of course led to outbreaks. These outbreaks often peaked during the hot summers of the Mediterranean and the cool autumn months of the southern Baltic regions. Additionally, prevailing malnutrition weakened immune responses, significantly contributing to the vast decline in the European population during this period. Oh, and we have a passage from a contemporary source, by the way, Geoffrey the Baker, in his work Chronicon Angliae, who wrote about the plague thusly. The 7th year after it began, it came to England, and first began in the towns and ports, joining on the sea coast, in Dorsetshire, where, as in other counties, it made the country quite void of inhabitants, so that there were almost none left alive. But at length it came to Gloucester, yea, even to Oxford and to London, and finally it spread all over England, and so wasted the people that scarce the 10th person of any sort was left alive. So you can see from that, not a good situation, Well, by autumn of 1347, the plague had reached Alexandria in Egypt, and that was a huge city, having been transmitted by sea from Constantinople via a merchant ship that was carrying slaves. This marked the beginning of the pandemic's spread through Middle East and North Africa, regions that would see significant depopulation and lasting changes in their economic and social structures. By the late summer of 1348, the plague had reached Cairo, the capital of the Mamluk Sultanate, and also a major cultural hub of the Islamic world. Cairo was the largest city in the Mediterranean basin at the time, and the outbreak, of course, had devastating effects, with more than a third of its 600,000 inhabitants dying. Of course, this was indiscriminate. Those numbers included women and children, everybody. Nobody was safe. The child sultan, however, and Nasir Hassan, did manage to flee the city. Despite Cairo's advanced medical facilities, at least for the time, including the medieval hospital of the Calawun complex, the Nile River was practically choked with corpses. The historian Al-Makrizi noted the plague's dramatic impact on Cairo, with an increase in demand for grave diggers and those to perform funeral rites. He reported that the plague recurred in Cairo more than 50 times over the subsequent 150 years. In 1347, the plague spread eastward and reached Gaza, modern-day Palestine, by April, Damascus, modern-day Syria, by July, and Aleppo, also in Syria, by October. Throughout that year, it affected several cities across what is now Lebanon, Syria, Israel, and Palestine, including Ascalon, Acre, Jerusalem, Sidon, and Homs. By 1348 to 1349, the disease had reached Antioch, leading to significant population flight northward, with most fleeing residents dying on the journey. Within 2 years, the plague had permeated the entire Islamic world, from Arabia to North Africa, and anybody who fled, who managed to not die on the journey, simply brought plague with them. Simultaneously, the pandemic spread westward from Alexandria along the African coast. By April of 1348, Tunis, modern-day Tunisia, was infected by a ship from Sicily. At the time, Tunis was under siege by a Moroccan army, which, after dispersing in 1348, helped spread the disease to Morocco. Well, it is possible that the epidemic in Morocco was also influenced by interactions with the Islamic city of Almeria in Al-Andalus. In 1348, Mecca experienced an outbreak due to the influx of pilgrims performing the Hajj. The Rasulid Sultan of Yemen, Al-Mujahid Ali, was released from Mamluk captivity in Egypt in 1351 and carried the plague back to Yemen upon his return. Throughout 1349, there are records of a massive epidemic in Mosul and a second significant outbreak in Baghdad, both of these cities being extremely large population centers. So what happens when you get the plague? How do you know? How does it feel? Well, it doesn't feel great. Let's have a look at that. The plague, often characterized by high fever, ranging from 38 to 41 degrees Celsius, about 100 degrees to 106 degrees Fahrenheit, headaches, painful joints, nausea, vomiting, and just a general feeling of illness. Well, all of this came together to prove fatal for approximately 80% of the untreated individuals, and within only 8 days of the symptom onset. 8 very miserable days, by the way. Symptoms noted during the pandemic varied widely, but one of the most common was the appearance of swollen lymph nodes or buboes, particularly in the groin, neck, and armpits. These buboes were basically big welts that would appear on the skin and keep swelling up, frequently oozing with pus and bleeding when opened. Make sure you perhaps don't listen to this video while eating at this point. Well, one of the most vivid contemporary descriptions comes from Boccaccio, who observed that both men and women developed tumors in the groin or armpits, some as large as a common apple, and others as small as an egg. Either way, you do not want them. From these areas, the deadly infection rapidly spread throughout the body. Shortly thereafter, patients would often exhibit black spots or livid patches on their skin, particularly on the arms, thighs, or other parts of the body. These spots varied in size and number, but were considered as ominous as the buboes, predicting the fatality of the infection. Also, contributing to the name, the black spots, the Black Death. You can see how they came to that. Patients typically experienced acute fever and began to vomit blood, succumbing to the disease within 2 to 7 days after these symptoms appeared. Another possible symptom was a rash resembling flea bites, suggesting an additional method of transmission. Beyond the common form of plague, other variants included pneumonic and septicemic plague. Pneumonic plague primarily attacked the lungs, leading to severe respiratory issues, fever, cough, and blood-tinged sputum. As this form of the disease advanced, the sputum turned bright red and became a lot more copious. The mortality rate for pneumonic plague was alarmingly high. If you thought 80% was bad, try between 90 to 95% for the pneumonic plague. I don't like those odds. Well, don't worry, it gets worse. With septicemic plague, which was admittedly less common, but it was nearly almost fatal, with a mortality rate close to 100%. This form manifested through high fevers and skin patches, but this time the patches were purple, resulting from disseminated intravascular coagulation. Unlike the bubonic form, septicemic and particularly pneumonic plague progressed so swiftly that the typical buboes might not even have time to develop. The plague itself is estimated to have killed up to 75 million people, and that's just in the 14th century, a time when the global population was below 500 million. Of course, the death toll figures vary widely, with historical research continuously updating and revising the estimates. In Europe alone, the death toll was of course staggeringly high, with estimates suggesting that between 1/3 and half of the European population perished between 1347 and 1351. Some regions experiencing mortality rates as high as 80%. Contemporary accounts, like those of Jean Froissart, estimated the death toll at 1/3, possibly echoing the biblical allusions of the Book of Revelation to underscore the catastrophic magnitude of the plague. The distribution of deaths across Western Europe was uneven, with some areas experiencing minimal impact, while others faced near total depopulation. The plague disproportionately affected urban centers, where high population densities and unsanitary conditions facilitated the spread of the rapidness of the disease. Major cities like Florence saw their populations drastically reduced. Florence's population, for example, decreased from about 120,000 in 1338 to only 50,000 in 1351. Similarly, Hamburg and Bremen lost 60 to 70% of their populations. In the French regions of Provence, Dauphine, and Normandy, the population decreased by 60%. The town of Givry in Bourgogne recorded an extraordinary number of deaths in 1348, with half of them occurring in September alone. In some parts of Norway, up to 60% of the population perished in the 2 years of 1348 and 1350. London and England in general saw massive declines, with English population plummeting from 7 million to just 2 million by the year 1400. However, Some areas, like the Kingdom of Poland, parts of Hungary, and certain regions within modern Belgium and Spain, initially managed to escape the plague, though they were later affected by subsequent outbreaks. These areas' initial resistance to plague is not really well understood. There's no real explanations for it, but some historians do speculate that genetic factors may have played a role. Either way, when the plague did strike, it struck all social classes, with the lower classes who lived in the more congested and unsanitary conditions being particularly more vulnerable. Notable deaths included monarchs such as Alfonso XI of Castile and Joan of Navarre. The plague also claimed the lives of members of the royal families across Europe, including Peter IV of Aragon's wife and daughter, and Joan of England, daughter of Edward III, who died en route to Spain for her marriage. The Emperor of the Byzantine Empire also lost his son, and in France, Bonne of Luxembourg, the wife of the future John II, succumbed to the disease. The demographic impact of the Black Death in Asia, particularly in China, was also staggering. The region experienced multiple epidemics and famines from the 1200s through the 1350s, culminating in a dramatic population decrease. For example, a severe outbreak in Hubei province in 1334 reportedly claimed up to 80% of the population. Well, overall, China's population declined significantly, from an estimated 125 million to 65 million by the late 14th century. Well, back to Europe, I want to read an account that we have from an Italian chronicler who had the unfortunate experience of experiencing the plague firsthand in Siena in 1348. So here is an account from Agnolo di Tura. Father, abandoned child. Wife, husband. One brother, another. For this illness seemed to strike through the breath and sight. And so they died, and none could be found to bury the dead for money or friendship. Members of a household brought their dead to a ditch as best they could, without priest, without divine officers. Great pits were dug and piled beneath with the multitude of the dead. And they died by the hundreds, both day and night. And as soon as those ditches were filled, more were dug. And I, Agnolo di Tura, buried my 5 children with my own hands. And there was also those who were sparsely covered with earth, that the dogs dragged them forth, and devoured many bodies throughout the city. There was no one who wept for any death, for all awaited death, and so many died that all believed that it was the end of the world. End of the passage from Agnolo di Tura. In the Middle East, quantifying the exact demographic effects of the plague is a bit of a challenge, mainly due to the scarcity and variability of historical records. Rural areas were particularly hard hit. Many rural inhabitants simply abandoned their homes and livelihoods, leading some regions to being completely depopulated. Urban centers also suffered profound losses. In Gaza, the 1348 outbreak resulted in approximately 10,000 deaths, Aleppo saw death rates as high as 500 people per day during the outbreak, and in Damascus, daily deaths reached a peak of 1,000 during September and October of 1348. By the time the epidemic subsided in the March of 1349, Syria had lost an estimated 400,000 people. Despite these grim figures, the overall mortality rate in the Middle East might have been lower than in some parts of Asia and Europe, potentially less than 1/3 of the total population, according to some scholars. However, this rate varied across different areas, with some locations experiencing much higher mortality rates. In the 14th century, explanations for the causes of the Black Death ranged from the supernatural to the astrological. People were, of course, bewildered and unable to explain what was going on through natural causes. Many believed that such a devastating pandemic simply must be the result of divine wrath, or perhaps the influence of the stars. Giovanni Boccaccio, a contemporary Italian writer, speculated whether the plague was simply a punishment from God, or perhaps the result of some celestial force. Amid all this uncertainty and fear, scapegoating flourished. European Christians concocted all sorts of conspiracy theories, including accusing Jews of poisoning wells and plotting to destroy Christian civilization. These accusations, of course, led to widespread massacres of Jewish communities. The ones that weren't massacres simply got kicked out of whatever city they were in. In one of the most horrific incidents, about 2,000 Jews were massacred in Strasbourg in February of 1349, and later in that year, large Jewish communities in Mainz and Cologne were also completely wiped out. Authorities responded to the crisis in various ineffective, or sometimes even counterproductive ways. Governments enacted measures like banning the export of foodstuffs, instituting price controls on grain, and outlawing large-scale fishing to stabilize prices and maintain supplies. However, these regulations were difficult to enforce, and were, more often than not, just flat-out ignored. Additionally, the prohibition on food exports, combined with widespread crop failures due to a labor shortage caused by the plague, meant that countries like England could neither produce enough grain nor even import it. Consequently, any available grain was often seized by pirates or just sold on the black market. England and France, already depleted by the ongoing Hundred Years' War, which began in around 1337, faced additional strain from inflation, malnutrition, and poverty, marking the continent particularly susceptible to the tragedy of the plague. It's been argued that the Black Death initially had a leveling effect on society. It reduced the population drastically, which in turn increased the value of labor and decreased the value of the land, if, of course, you were around long enough to see it. This shift temporarily reduced economic inequality and improved conditions for the workers. However, the effect was not lasting, as demographic recovery eventually restored the old economic disparities. Moreover, laborers, artisans, and craftsmen saw their real incomes decline in the quarter century following the Black Death due to inflation, despite all of the initial improvements. By 1357, 1/3 of London's properties were vacant due to the severe impact of the plague. The overall population continued to decline until around 1420, complicating efforts to understand the long-term economic impacts of the plague. Additionally, the disruption of trade within the Mongol Empire, exacerbated by the Black Death, is cited as a contributing factor to its eventual decline. The plague significantly impacted the social structure of England and Western Europe, leading to more favorable outcomes for the peasants who survived. The massive population decline had led to social mobility, decreased obligations to remain on traditional landholdings, and the virtual disappearance of serfdom. Land became plentiful, wages rose, and it became possible for individuals, especially younger sons and women, to move about and improve their social status. As population growth resumed, however, these benefits were countered by renewed deprivation and famine. And in Europe, well, they made laws against this sort of thing, which we'll get to in a moment. Well, in a stark contrast, Eastern Europe saw an increase in the stringency of laws, which further tied peasants to the land through intensified serfdom. The reduction in population also led to lower land prices and more available food for the average peasant, contributing to a significant increase per capita income over the following century. With more farmland available for pasture, the consumption of meat and dairy products increased, as did exports of beef and butter from regions like the Low Countries, Scandinavia, and northern Germany. However, the upper classes, well, they couldn't have the peasants making money and improving their lives, now couldn't they? They attempted to resist these social changes by implementing sumptuary laws to prevent peasants from adopting the lifestyles, or indeed the appearances, of higher social classes with their new-found wealth. Additionally, attempts were made to fix prices and wages to prevent peasants from demanding more due to their increased value. In England, this resistance was formalized in the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which capped peasant wages to pre-plague levels, a measure that contributed to the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, and I've done a full video on that, and oh my goodness, it is such a great topic. You owe it to yourself to go and watch that video, or somebody else's video on it. Either way, just learn about the Peasants' Revolt. Well, the plague also led to changes in property ownership, as many land-owning nobles were too dead to really care anymore, and they left their estates to widows and minor children, which may have accelerated the development of new land use practices. But it wasn't all about the people out in the countryside. For urban workers, the plague resulted in a sharp increase in wages. Urban centers had their own labor scarcities. Authorities in Western Europe, including England, attempted to control this through the Ordinance of Labourers Edict in 1349 and the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which of course was one of the laws that froze wages at pre-plague levels, but it also restricted workers' mobility. No more moving around trying to find a better job. No, you have to stay on the plantation. You have to be a good peasant. Well, despite all these efforts, it was simply too hard to enforce. And farm wages in England eventually doubled between 1350 and 1450, although they did remain static until the 19th century. These regulatory efforts may have been less about maintaining wage levels, and more about the elite's fear of the lower classes' newfound power and independence. This anxiety was a reaction not just to the economic upheavals, but also to social unrest, including the rather interesting flagellant movement who, in penance to this perceived curse from God, if we can put it that way, would go around different cities whipping themselves on the back and telling God how sorry they were. Perhaps that will fix the problem. Well, it wasn't just that, of course. The social unrest included this persecution of various groups such as Jews and also Catalans in Sicily, but also beggars, which were seen as this direct consequence of societal stresses induced by the Black Death. The catastrophic population loss stimulated significant technological and agricultural shifts. Labor-saving innovations began to emerge, boosting productivity, and there was this substantial pivot from labor-intensive grain farming to less demanding animal husbandry. This transition was facilitated by the decreased population requiring less farmland, allowing more land to revert to pasture. The widespread deforestation and cultivation that had characterized Europe up until 1200 began to reverse, as abandoned fields simply returned to their natural states. The decimation of the population also accelerated the decline of serfdom in Western Europe. The manorial system, already weakening, was effectively ended in many parts of Western and Central Europe by 1500, simply due to that critical shortage of agricultural laborers caused by the plague. The labor shortage thus led to villages being completely deserted. In England alone, over 1,300 villages were abandoned between 1350 and 1500. Too many bad memories, I suppose. The scarcity of labor then forced landlords to offer better terms of tenure, which, of course, significantly reduced rents across Western Europe. By 1500, a new form of tenure called copyhold emerged, which was a more equitable arrangement, allowing peasants use of the land in return for a fixed annual payment to the landlord, with both parties holding a copy of the agreement. However, serfdom persisted in some parts of Western Europe, and was introduced to Eastern Europe only after the Black Death. Inheritance laws also evolved post-plague. Before the Black Death, typically only the eldest son would inherit property, but the incredible loss of life led to changes which allowed all children, sons and daughters alike, to inherit. Persecutions, of course, increased during and in the wake of the plague, as communities looked for more scapegoats to blame for the devastation. And, as was the style at the time, Jews were often targeted due to their lower infection rates, which some attributed to them being the ones who were putting the poison into the wells. This led to widespread massacres and the destruction of numerous Jewish communities across Europe. But it wasn't just them. There were other marginalized groups, such as friars, beggars, pilgrims, lepers, of course, even just foreigners in general. And don't forget the Romani. They had their share of persecution as well. Women, too, faced increased persecution during this period. In Cairo, for instance, Muslim women were scapegoated for the plague, resulting in restrictive laws prohibiting them from making public appearances to prevent the alleged temptation of men. I fail to see what this has to do with the plague, but, well, that's just the way it is. Well, these laws were only relaxed when the upper classes protested. It made too much of an impact on their domestic arrangements. Well, the Black Death profoundly affected monastic communities, which were often in close contact with the sick who sought refuge there. The disease led to a severe shortage of clergy, as many were simply lost to the epidemic. In response, the process for training clergy was expedited, and new colleges were established at universities to cope with the demand. This often meant that the clergy were hastily trained and lacked the depth of knowledge of their predecessors. Additionally, the shortage of priests opened up new opportunities for lay women, who began to play more significant roles in church services. The period also saw the rise of the flagellants, which I mentioned, groups who engaged in self-flogging as a form of penance, believing that it could atone for the sins and end the plague by showing God how sorry they all were. This movement gained popularity, but faced criticism later for its extreme practices and the eventual hedonism that some members adopted. Despite all the chaos, one group that never really got any criticism was the Church. They very rarely got questioned about their handling of the situation. Instead, the societal focus shifted to arts and literature, which took on a more distinctly morbid tone post-1350. Artworks that have shown up through this video, like the Dance Macabre, emerged, depicting skeletons dancing with people from various social classes, symbolizing the universality of death. These images showed the idea that wealth could not prevent the inevitable, a theme that also reflected in the literature of the time. Writers like Boccaccio in Italy vividly described the horror and societal breakdown caused by the plague, emphasizing the massive death toll and overwhelming nature of the epidemic. But among this, a lot of people simply thought, well, we're all going to die. It's the end of the world. Let's all get drunk and party. And that's exactly what they did. In fact, I have a skull that is sitting, not a real one, a skull that is sitting on my bookshelf, which we term a memento mori, remember death. It serves as this reminder of our own mortality. And perhaps if we look at death in this way and have it close by, then we'll utilize our life a little more wisely. Well, in terms of medicine, the Black Death certainly exposed the limitations of the medical knowledge at the time, but it also spurred advances in medical science. There was indeed increased emphasis on anatomical investigations, and the role of surgeons became a lot more prominent. These changes marked a shift towards a more direct engagement with the human body in various states of health. Also, they began to try to move a little bit away from the miasma theory. It took them a while, but there were a few people who were advocating for more modern techniques. See, the miasma theory was essentially linked to bad smells, things like this. You would walk into this cloud and that would not be good for you. Kind of a precursor to bacterial theories, and I don't know much about medicine, but it was kind of on the right track, but not really there yet. Well, another intriguing aspect of the Black Death's impact is its possible influence on genetics. Now, the plague may have played a role in the high frequency of the CCR532 genetic mutation that is among people of European descent, a trait that provides resistance to diseases like HIV and smallpox. While initially thought to be associated with plague resistance, this theory has been challenged by findings that the mutation was just as common in Bronze Age populations. John Hunyadi, a prominent 15th century Hungarian military leader and statesman, who played a critical role in defending Central Europe against the Ottoman Empire. He's best known for his victories over the Ottomans, most notably at the Siege of Belgrade in 1456, where his forces repelled a major Ottoman attack, a triumph that halted the Ottoman advance into Europe for several decades. His leadership and military strategies significantly influenced the defense tactics of the European states during this period, and he is remembered as a national hero in Hungary and Romania for his defense of the Christian faith and the territories of Central Europe. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and you feel inclined to support the channel, link to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, help me meet my subscriber goal of 10,000 with a like, comment and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed, take a deep breath, and we can begin. John Hunyadi, a key figure in 15th century Hungary, emerges as a significant player in various historical documents and accounts, though details about his early life and family background still remain somewhat of a mystery. The first concrete historical mention of Hunyadi is in a royal charter of grant, dated October the 18th, 1409, where King Sigismund of Hungary awarded Hunyad Castle and its associated lands to John's father, Wojciech, and John himself, among others. The charter suggests that John's family was held in considerable esteem within the royal court, and Wojciech even served as a court knight. The origin of Hunyadi's family is also a mystery. Chroniclers like Johannes de Thurox and Antonio Bonfini documented that Wojciech moved from Wallachia to Hungary at King Sigismund's behest, a narrative supported by some modern historians. However, some still argue that Wojciech was native to the region around Hunyad Castle, complicating the narrative of Hunyadi's foreign origin even more. Adding to the intrigue of these origins, there is an alternate tale, initially described as a tasteless one fabricated by Hunyadi's opponent, Ulrich II, the Count of Kelj. The rumor suggested that John was not actually Voigt's son, but rather an illegitimate offspring of King Sigismund. This rumor, of course, gained popularity, especially during the reign of John Hunyadi's son, Matthias Corvinus, who notably erected a statue of King Sigismund in Buda. That's Budapest, by the way. While the tale was embellished by later chroniclers, such as Gaspar Heltai, modern historians dismiss it as unverifiable gossip, although it did contribute to Hunyadi's legendary status in the Balkans. The identity of John's mother is even more mysterious, while some accounts, like those of Bonfini and Heltai, suggest she was the daughter of a wealthy boyar from Morzina. Others, including Popp, propose her name as Elizabeth and associate her with the Musina family of Demsus. There is also speculation, referenced by Coubigny, about her Greek origins or Orthodox faith, and while these could indeed be true, to this point in time, at least at the time of this video, they're yet to be thoroughly substantiated. Now it gets even more complicated. Matthias Corvinus, in a letter from 1489, claimed that his grandmother's sister was captured by Ottomans and actually became part of a sultan's harem, suggesting a familial link between John Hunyadi and the Ottoman royal family, a claim which is once again dismissed by some later historians as fictitious. Well, his exact year of birth is also a little uncertain, and we have estimates ranging from 1405 to 1407, based mainly on the timing of his younger brother's birth and other familial details. His place of birth is also a little unclear, though 16th century scholar Anton Vrankic described Hunyadi as a native of the Hatzeg region. Hunyadi's formative years were shaped by service under various influential figures, which helped him prepare for his future military and political successes. These details of these early times are somewhat muddled by contradictory accounts from 15th century authors, making it challenging to compile a definitive list of his employers during his youth. Now, according to Poggio Bracciolini, the biographer of Filippo Scolari, Hunyadi was educated from his youth by Scolari, who was responsible for the defense of the southern frontier as the head, or the Ispan, of Temez County around 1420. Hunyadi likely served as Scolari's page, gaining initial military training and exposure. Contrarily, John of Capistrano, writing in 1456, suggested that Hunyadi began his military career under Nicholas of Iloc. However, modern historian Pal Engel proposed that Capistrano might have confused Nicholas with his brother, Stephen of Iloc, since Nicholas was actually younger than Hunyadi. Antonio Boffini provided yet another perspective, suggesting early in Hunyadi's career he worked for either Demeter Supor, the Bishop of Zagreb, or for the Sakis. This variety in reported early associations shows the breadth of Hunyadi's connections and experiences, and while we don't know for sure, it certainly shows that he spans significant political and military influence. learning a little bit from everybody, perhaps. Now, adding a little bit of a further enrichment to Hunyadi's early experience, the Byzantine historian Laonikos Chalkokindiles, difficult name that one, recorded that Hunyadi spent time at the court of Stefan Lazarevic, the despot of Serbia, who died in 1427. This connection is substantiated by Hunyadi's marriage to Elizabeth Zilagi around 1429, whose father was a familiar of the despot, suggesting that these years were crucial for building his network and military skill. During the early 1430s, Hunyadi's career continued to ascend as he joined the retinue of King Sigismund, traveling with him to Italy and then serving in the army of Filippo Maria Visconti, the Duke of Milan. This period was instrumental for Hunyadi, who learned contemporary military art and tactics, in particular the use and employment of mercenaries. Upon returning to Sigismund's service, now Holy Roman Emperor, Hunyadi was enriched with land and responsibilities, reflecting his growing influence and the trust placed in him by the Roman Emperor Sigismund. He was involved in financial transactions with Sigismund, including loaning money in exchange for territorial pledges. He then went on to serve in the retinue of Franco Talovac, a Croatian nobleman, and Ban of Severin around 1434. A ban is kind of the word for ruler in Croatian, by the way. This service further expanded his military and administrative skills, essential for his later campaigns against the Ottomans. Hunyadi's ability to navigate these complexities of politics is evidenced by his involvement across various regional courts. It showcases his diplomatic skills, not just all about the brawn. He could use his head as well, and by this time he was a very keen study. He was learning everything there could be known to being a proper medieval ruler. By the time of Sigismund's death in 1437, Hunyadi had established himself quite firmly as a formidable military leader and strategist. His involvement in Bohemia under King Albert and his ongoing commitment to defending Hungary's southern frontiers against Ottoman incursions marked him as a key figure in Eastern European politics and warfare. His understanding of Hussite tactics, that is, the followers of Jan Hus, the alleged heretic, by the way, which he observed during his time in Bohemia, would later influence his own strategies on the battlefield. By the end of 1438, the Ottoman Empire had effectively occupied a large portion of Serbia, consolidating their control with the capture of Smederevo in the August of 1439. Despite the resistance efforts led by figures like John Hunyadi. During this chaotic period, Durad Brankovic, despot of Serbia, fled, and he arrived in Hungary seeking assistance. King Albert of Hungary, recognizing the Ottoman threat for exactly what it was, called for a general insurrection of the nobility against the Ottomans, though only a few armed noblemen gathered, with Hunyadi being a notable exception. Hunyadi's proactive skirmishes against the besieging Ottoman forces enhanced his reputation and contributed significantly to his rising fame. His efforts, however, could not prevent the fall of Smederevo, marking a significant advance in the Ottoman control over the region. Well, following King Albert's death from a bout of dysentery in 1439, a period of political uncertainty ensued, which culminated in a dual kingship scenario in Hungary. Albert's widow, Elizabeth, ensured that her infant son, Ladislaus, was crowned king in the May of 1440. However, the estates of the realm had already offered the crown to Vladislaus, the King of Poland, who was crowned in July of the same year. And guess what? This, of course, led to a civil war, during which Hunyadi threw his support behind King Vladislaus. It was during this period Hunyadi also continued his military campaigns against the Ottomans in Wallachia, that's modern-day Romania. In recognition of his services, King Vladislaus granted him additional estates near his family lands in the August of 1440. Hunyadi's military prowess was further demonstrated in the early days of 1441, when he, alongside Nicholas of Elok, decisively ended the civil war by defeating the troops of Vladislaus's opponents in Batazek. The resolution of civil war allowed King Vladislaus to reward Hunyadi and Nicholas of Elok quite nicely, with significant titles, but also responsibilities, including the voivodeship of Transylvania. Voivod is a ruler as well, just like the Hungarian ban, same sort of thing, and the Count of the Szekelys, as well as the command of a strategic location, such as Belgrade, which is of course the modern-day capital of Serbia. Hunyadi's effective administration in these regions, particularly in pacifying Transylvania, showcased his adeptness not only in military matters, but also in day-to-day governance, and this earned him the respect and loyalty of the local landowners, who were pretty glad to have a semblance of stability. Hunyadi's proactive defense strategies included fortifying Belgrade and launching retaliatory raids against the Ottoman territories. Well, a lot of the territories used to be European territories, so let's say the new Ottoman territories. His successful defense against Ottoman invasions into Transylvania in 1441, particularly at the battles near Marathonterm and Gyulaferheva, marked significant victories that halted further Ottoman advances into the region, if only temporarily. Well, it was these military successes that not only solidified Hunyadi's position as a key defender of Christendom against the Ottomans, but it also played this role in enhancing his stature across Europe. People were starting to talk, and they were talking about John Hunyadi. Pope Eugenius IV recognized Hunyadi's contributions. He sent his legate, Cardinal Giuliano Cesarini, to Hungary to mediate peace and support further crusading efforts against the Ottomans. Hunyadi's subsequent victories, including the significant defeat of a much larger Ottoman force at Zakani in 1444, further established this formidable military legacy. Now, Hunyadi's use of mercenaries in particular, including disbanded Czech Hussite troops, and his willingness to employ local irregular forces, showcased his innovative approach to warfare, and enabled him to effectively counter the Ottomans, who were, more often than not, numerically superior. There was just so many of them. Well, in April 1443, with the drive to repel Ottoman influence growing ever stronger and stronger, King Vladislaus of Hungary, influenced by Cardinal Cesarini's mediation, forged an armistice with Frederick III of Germany. This peace ensured that Hungary could focus on the Ottoman threat without concern of German interference for at least a period of 12 months. With this security in mind, Hunyadi, leveraging his own resources, financed a substantial mercenary force, demonstrating his commitment once again to fighting against the Ottomans. That very autumn, Vladislaus and Hunyadi set out with a sizable army, including reinforcements from Poland and the neighboring Moldavia, into a campaign that marked one of the most significant military endeavors of the period. While Vladislaus held nominal command, the true strategic leadership lay directly on Hunyadi's shoulders, and he bore it quite well. The campaign saw Hunyadi right at the forefront, achieving tactical victories that included the capture of key cities like Kruševac, Nice, and Sofia. Despite all these successes, the harsh winter and logistical challenges halted their advances at the Zlatitsa Pass, leading to a strategic withdrawal back to Hungarian territory by early 1444. The campaign, though not achieving a decisive defeat of major Ottoman forces, ignited a wave of newly renewed enthusiasm across Christian Europe, leading to renewed calls for a crusade against the Ottomans from figures like Pope Eugenius IV and Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy. This period also solidified Hunyadi's leadership among the Hungarian nobility, dedicated to defending the realm against further Ottoman encroachments. Sultan Murad II, recognizing the shifting dynamic and the internal threats within his own borders from groups such as the Karamanids, proposed a peace that would have restored semi-autonomous states of Serbia under Durad Brankovic, and offered a 10-year truce. Although initially accepted by Hungarian envoys in June of 1444, things in Hungary began to shift dramatically again following the death of their beloved King Albert later that year, propelling Vladislaus to pursue further military action against the Ottomans, despite the peace agreement. The subsequent crusade, later in that year of 1444, endorsed by Cardinal Cesarini and others, was a catastrophic failure, especially at the Battle of Varna in November. Battle of Varna being famous for all the wrong reasons. King Vladislaus was killed, leading to a devastating defeat for the Christian forces. Hunyadi? Well, he managed to narrowly escape capture and returned to Hungary, where he continued to consolidate his power internally, particularly in the eastern regions along the Tisza River enhancing his status as one of Hungary's most influential barons. Following these tumultuous events, Hunyadi's focus remained steadfast on the Ottoman threat. His continuous efforts to organize new crusading efforts, coupled with his diplomatic engagements with Western monarchs and regional leaders like Vlad Dracul of Wallachia, that is, Dracula's father, by the way. Vlad Tepes Dracula is the one you are thinking of. Vlad Dracul of Wallachia is the father. Of course, the suffix "a" on the end of it means son, so Dracul meaning dragon, Dracula meaning son of the dragon. Very cool name, I know. Well, as we were saying, his diplomatic engagements with figures such as these showed once again his enduring commitment to the defense and expansion of Christendom. And yes, before you ask, I've already done a video on Dracula. Go and watch it. Now, Hunyadi's appointment as the regent and governor of Hungary on June the 6th, 1446, marked another milestone in his political and military career. His elevation was strongly supported by the lesser nobility, who recognized his extensive contributions and sacrifices in the ongoing conflicts against the Ottomans. By this time, Hunyadi had amassed considerable wealth and land, covering an area exceeding 800,000 hectares, which is about 2 million acres, making him one of the richest and most powerful barons in the entire kingdom. His financial commitment to the war efforts was completely unparalleled, and he invested a significant portion of his own resources in defending the realm. As governor, Hunyadi was granted extensive royal prerogatives during the minority of King Ladislaus V. Although his authority to make land grants was capped at 32 peasant holdings. His early tenure was thus challenged by internal conflicts and power struggles, notably with Ulrich II, the Count of Celje, who refused to cede control of Slavonia and challenged Hunyadi's authority. Despite several military campaigns, Hunyadi was ultimately unable to decisively subdue this rebellious count. Hunyadi's diplomatic skills were tested as he negotiated an armistice with John Žižka of Brandis, who controlled northern regions, now our modern-day Slovakia, although the truce failed to hold. His foreign policy challenges continued with Frederick III of Germany, who had detained King Ladislaus V and refused to release him, prompting Hunyadi to launch punitive raids into Austrian territories, which resulted in a truce that somewhat favored Frederick. The politics within Hungary grew ever more complicated after the Diet elected Ladislaus Garai, a leader of Hunyadi's opponents, as Palatine, reflecting the shifting allegiances that were now entrenched among the Hungarian nobility. Amidst these internal and external pressures, Hunyadi sought to bolster his position by negotiating with Alfonso the Magnanimous. What a name! The King of Aragon and Naples, even offering him the Hungarian crown in exchange for support against the Ottomans, a proposal that ultimately just went nowhere. Well, Hunyadi's aggressive foreign policy extended to Wallachia, where in December 1447 he deposed Vlad Dracul, signaling his intention to assert greater control over the region. This move was controversial and seen by some, like the Polish chronicler Jan Długosz, as an act of betrayal and ambition. Thus, Hunyadi's influence in the neighboring Moldavia was also notable, as he supported a pretender to the Moldavian throne, further expanding his political and military influence. Despite his extensive military campaigns and diplomatic efforts, Hunyadi faced persistent challenges in Slavonia from Count Ulrich of Celje. A compromise was eventually reached, solidifying Ulrich's position, but reflecting the complex and often fraught nature of Hunyadi's regency. Throughout these trials, Hunyadi remained committed to the defense of Christendom, as evidenced by his communications with Pope Eugenius and his unyielding stance against the Ottomans. His strategic philosophy favored offensive tactics, which he believed would more effectively counter the Ottoman threat and secure European territories from further incursions. His campaign against the Ottomans in 1448 reflects a pivotal moment in his career, and of course one in the broader sphere of conflicts between the Christian kingdoms of Europe and the emerging Ottoman Empire. His army, comprising of 16,000 soldiers and supplemented by 8,000 from Wallachia, aimed to deliver a decisive blow against the Ottoman forces. However, Hunyadi faced significant challenges from the onset. Murad II, the despot of Serbia, refused to support the Crusaders, viewing his participation as potentially antagonistic towards the Ottomans, with whom he sought a more conciliatory relationship. As a result, Hunyadi regarded Brankovic as an ally of the Ottomans, kind of like saying, if you aren't with us, you're against us. Thus, his forces marched through Serbia, engaging in punitive plundering of the Serbian countryside as they moved through it. The critical battle took place at Kosovo Polje on October 17, 1448, where Sultan Murad II himself commanded the Ottoman forces into battle. The confrontation lasted 3 grueling and miserable days, and concluded with a catastrophic defeat for Hunyadi's coalition. Approximately 17,000 Hungarian and Wallachian soldiers were either killed or captured, and the ones that were killed were more likely than not impaled. Not a good way to go. The magnitude of this defeat significantly affected Hunyadi's standing and his ability to project military power in the region. His reputation had taken somewhat of a hit. As he retreated, he was captured by none other than Murad Brankovic and held in the fort of Smederevo under threat of being handed over to the Ottomans, and he did not want to be handed over to the Ottomans. While the political ramifications of Hunyadi's capture were of course extensive, Hungarian nobles and clerics, recognizing Hunyadi's importance in the ongoing defense against the Ottomans, convened and pressured Brankovic to negotiate. Hunyadi was released under a treaty that demanded a heavy ransom of 100,000 gold florins, and the return of all domains previously taken from Brankovic. The treaty substantially weakened Hunyadi's influence and financial standing, of course. Well, back in Hungary, Hunyadi's strategic position continued to be complex and fraught with internal and external pressures alike. He resigned from his influential position as voivode of Transylvania, and faced continuous challenges from rivals, including John Jiskra, who controlled significant territories with his Czech mercenaries. Moreover, Hunyadi did manage to secure alliances with Stefan Thomas of Bosnia and Bogdan II of Moldavia, which were crucial for maintaining a regional coalition against both internal dissidents and external threats. The treaty with Frederick III of Germany in 1450 and subsequent peace with Brankovic in 1451 were part of Hunyadi's broader strategy to stabilize his position and prepare for future confrontations with the Ottomans. These treaties allowed Hunyadi some breathing room to reorganize and plan his next steps. Despite the setbacks, Hunyadi's reputation as a commander and leader capable of defending Christendom against the Ottomans remained influential. He continued to play a central role in the politics of Hungary and the broader region, leveraging his military experience and networks to navigate the complexities of mid-15th century Eastern Europe. This role was further solidified when, despite stepping down from the regency, he was appointed Captain General of the Kingdom by King Ladislaus V in 1453, who entrusted him with substantial military and administrative authority to continue his efforts to secure and defend Hungarian interests against the Ottoman threat. Hunyadi's later years were marked by complex politics, military engagements, and strained alliances that just sunk in more of the volatile nature of the medieval times. As Ioannis Silvius Piccolomini, the future Pope Pius II, noted in 1453, Hunyadi, George of Podbrady, and Ulrich of Celje were pivotal in governing the realms of Hungary, Bohemia, and Austria respectively. However, Hunyadi's actions and ambitions, although initially supported, eventually began to arouse suspicion and resistance among his former allies and constituents. By mid-1453, he found his position increasingly precarious, and he had begun to quite frequently look over his shoulder. The citizens of Bestos, for example, forced him to reaffirm their traditional liberties, reflecting a growing local resistance to his authority. And the period also saw Hunyadi's longtime friend, Nicholas Ulaki, aligning with the Palatine Ladislaus Garai and Judge Royal Ladislaus Paloki in a formal alliance aimed at restoring loyal authority, a clear signal of dissent against Hunyadi's governance. And that's bad luck when you lose your mates like that. No good. It's not right. Well, despite all these challenges, Hunyadi kept his chin up, and he continued to play a significant role in international affairs. Toward the end of 1453, he traveled to Prague and brokered a treaty with Ulrich Eisinger and George of Podbrady, after expelling Ulrich of Celje from Austria. Upon returning to Hungary, Hunyadi convened a diet to prepare for a new military campaign against the Ottomans, following their capture of Constantinople in the May of 1453. This initiative, however, was met with limited practical support, as the Diet's ambitious military mobilization orders were largely ignored King Ladislaus V's subsequent diet in the early days of 1454 proposed significant changes to administration of royal revenues and governance, which would, of course, once again reduce Hunyadi's influence. Although the Diet rejected most of the king's proposals, it accepted the establishment of a royal council, signaling a shift towards a more structured royal governance. Amidst all of these internal political issues, Hunyadi remained on active duty on the military front. In May 1454, he intervened in Serbia when Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II laid siege to Smederevo, violating the 1451 truce. And yes, that Mehmed II was also the commander of the forces that broke through in Constantinople in the year before. Well, Hunyadi's timely military response forced Mehmed to lift the siege, and later that year, Hunyadi conducted a successful raid against Vidin and other Ottoman territories, demonstrating his continued prowess as a military commander and showing them all that he's still got it. However, Emperor Frederick III's imperial diet at Wiener Neustadt aimed at discussing a new crusade against the Ottomans did not result in decisive actions, primarily due to Frederick's hesitation and Hunyadi's exclusion from the meeting by political maneuvers. By early 1456, the politics in Hungary had become even more fraught. King Ladislaus V's visit to Buda, accompanied by Ulrich of Celje and other barons, led to direct confrontations with Hunyadi, who was accused of abusing his authority. Rather a broad brush. Well, this internal strife, of course, coincided with yet another Ottoman invasion, prompting a temporary reconciliation among the Hungarian leaders, including Hunyadi. In a significant political compromise, Hunyadi resigned control of some royal revenues and fortresses, indicating a reduction in his direct control over Hungarian military and fiscal resources. Well, it was around this time where Hunyadi was reaching the end of his tenure. His final months were characterized by a series of intense military efforts to desperately defend Hungary against the Ottoman forces under a very angry Sultan Mehmed II. The situation was dire. Envoys from Ragusa had alerted Hungarian leadership about the Ottoman preparations for the invasion, and foreign assistance was at this point very unlikely, as communication by the papal legate, Cardinal Juan Carvajal. Despite the grim outlook, Hunyadi's reputation as a formidable military leader remained completely intact, underscored by Carvajal's reference to him as the Maccabeus of our time. Vladislav II of Wallachia, supported by the Ottomans, was conducting raids into southern Transylvania, exacerbating the threat to Hungarian territories. Additionally, local conflicts within Hungary, such as the rebellion by the Vlachs in Fogaras County and ongoing conflicts with the Hussites in Upper Hungary, diverted resources and attention from the primary threat of the Ottoman advance. In the early days of 1456, Hunyadi focused on reinforcing Hungary's southern defences, particularly the key fortress of Belgrade, which was critical in guarding against the Ottoman incursions. he managed to hire a sizable force of Hungarian, Czech, and Polish mercenaries, and directed them to defend Belgrade. At the same time, the fervent preaching of John of Capistrano mobilized a crusader army, largely composed of peasants, who gathered at the fortress in anticipation of the siege. The Ottoman attack began in July with a heavy bombardment. Hunyadi assembled a fleet of 200 ships to challenge the Ottoman naval forces on the Danube. His successful destruction of the Ottoman fleet on July 14th was a crucial victory, preventing the Ottomans from completing their encirclement of Belgrade. The climax of the siege occurred between the 21st of July and the 22nd, when the Ottomans launched a general assault. Hunyadi, alongside the makeshift rabble of a crusader army, managed to repel the Ottoman attacks and even broke into their camp. The decisive counterattack caused significant disarray within the Ottoman ranks, forcing Sultan Mehmed to retreat despite his initial resistance to abandon the siege. The victory at Belgrade was celebrated all across Europe, sparking processions and public jubilation in cities like Venice and Oxford, reflecting the widespread relief and admiration for Hunyadi's leadership. However, despite the military success, internal tensions had to surface in the Crusader camp, with the peasant soldiers denying the nobility's role in the victory. This brewing discontent prompted Hunyadi and Capistrano to abandon the army to prevent further unrest. Tragically, shortly after the siege, a plague outbreak claimed many lives in the Crusader camp, including John Hunyadi himself. He died on August the 11th, 1456, near Zemun in modern-day Serbia. His death marked the end of an era for the Hungarian military and political life. Hunyadi was thus later buried in the Roman Catholic St. Michael's Cathedral in Alba Iulia. The tradition of ringing church bells at noon has a historical significance that traces back to the pivotal victory at the Siege of Belgrade in 1456. Pope Calixtus III, in an effort to galvanize support and prayer for the defenders fighting against the Ottoman siege led by Sultan Mehmed, decreed that the bells of every church across Europe should ring out at noon. This was intended as a daily reminder for Christians to pray for the success of the forces defending Belgrade, which was under the command of John Hunyadi. This practice, deeply rooted in this historical event, continues to resonate across various Christian denominations, including Protestant and Orthodox communities, illustrating its widespread adoption and the lasting impact of the victory at Belgrade. So, the next time you hear the church bells ring out at noon, perhaps if you feel inclined, you can say a little prayer for John Hunyadi and those who made their brave defense. Or if you're not inclined to pray, perhaps just remember about the sacrifices people had made to protect Europe. I'm sure there'll be plenty more sacrifices in the future. We are not out of the woods yet. Plenty more wars to come, don't worry about that. Well, we've reached the end of our biography of John Hunyadi, and we may now ring the bells on this video. How about you hit that bell next to the subscriber button, You can do that, can't you? The Albigensian Crusade, 1209 to 1229. a 20-year-long military campaign initiated by Pope Innocent III to eliminate the Cathar heresy in Languedoc, the south of France. But it wasn't just a religious conflict against the Cathars, but also a political maneuver to extend the influence of the French crown over the wealthy and semi-autonomous southern regions. Regardless, it was marked by its brutality and mass persecution of the Cathar believers, and this crusade drastically altered the region, leading to a significant reduction in the Cathars and the consolidation of the French state. The Albigensian Crusade is remembered for a tragic loss of life, the suppression of religious diversity, and its role in the expansion of royal power. Hello, welcome back to the channel. If you're new, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, liking the video and subscribing certainly helps push it out to a broader audience. Did you like it? Thank you. Now, without further ado, let's begin. Please, make yourself relaxed. First, let's talk about the Cathars. Originating from the Greek term katharos, for pure, the Cathars' beliefs were deeply influenced by the very early Gnostic thinkers, embodying a dualistic worldview. They suggested the existence of two opposing transcendental forces, a benevolent god of spirituality and an evil demiurge, termed Rex Mundi, or in our tongue, the king of the world. Well, this was responsible for creating the flawed physical realm. For the Cathars, the divine was entirely spiritual, embodying love and peace, and Jesus was not seen as a man, but a spiritual being, with his biblical depictions meant rather allegorically. Now, Cathar ideology suggested that human beings were initially soulless, with souls either being a malevolent gift from the demiurge or a beneficial gift from God. This belief underpinned their stringent views against procreation and the material world, viewing it as perpetuating the cycle of souls trapped in corrupt bodies. They denied the legitimacy of secular authority and abstained from military duties and oath-taking, aligning once again with their rejection of the material world's politics. Moreover, their ethical teachings included prohibitions against animal slaughter and meat consumption. The Cathar critique extended all the way to the Catholic Church, denouncing its priesthood as corrupt and asserting that any individual, regardless of who they were, could perform the sacred rites, challenging the traditional Catholic sacraments. They specifically developed the consolamentum, a spiritual baptism through hand-laying, seen as a purification from sin, particularly administered to those who were near death, leading to the status of perfectus. These perfectus individuals adhered strictly to Cathar moral directives, including abstaining from sex and meat, with some undergoing the endura, a fast to death, to ensure their spiritual purity. This practice was contentious, with allegations of enforced euthanasia to secure heavenly admission. The community's structure included bishops selected from the perfect, with stipulations on reapplications of consolamentum upon the commission of sin by either the recipient or the administering bishop, highlighting more of the rigidity and depth of the Cathar spiritual discipline. Can you see why the Catholic Church did not like them very much? Well, especially the whole refusing military service. Now that ought to annoy those in charge. So, Catharism found a fertile ground in the Languedoc, later known as Occitania, a region characterized by its distinct cultural identity and linguistics, separate from the northern territories, recognizing themselves by this time as part of the United Kingdom of France. Unlike the north, where political unity under the French crown was more pronounced, the Languedoc was more of a patchwork of local lordships, and had a history of relative peace, before the onset of the Crusade against the Cathars at least. Their dominant language, Occitan, markedly different from the northern French dialects, aligning more closely with Catalan, is just another unique aspect of the region. Now, the county of Toulouse stood as a significant political force in Languedoc, owing fealty to the Angevin Empire rather than to the French crown. Its influence was contested by the neighboring Crown of Aragon and Principality of Catalonia, which exerted greater sway over the eastern territories adjacent to Toulouse. This political fragmentation was mirrored in the burgeoning power of towns throughout the region, with Toulouse emerging as the major urban center, boasting considerable size, wealth, and autonomy by 1209. Now, the architecture of the Languedoc, characterized by fortified towns, or castra, underscored a societal inclination towards defense, contrasting with the rural expanses of northern France. This urbanization facilitated a milieu of relative religious tolerance, where the Jews encountered comparatively minimal discrimination, and religious dissenters could find their refuge. Well, Muslims did not enjoy the same level of tolerance, but their intellectual contributions were nonetheless respected. Still a lot better than being in other parts of Europe. The sharp cultural and social dichotomy between the north and south territories of what is now France was very profound, with mutual distrust and stereotypes coloring somewhat strange perceptions on both sides, as strange as they were ill-informed. Northerners viewed the Southerners as decadent and overly concerned with social proprieties, influenced negatively by what they consider lower professions and minority groups. On the other hand, the Southerners perceived the Northerners as uncouth and aggressive. This divide set the stage for what would eventually be a protracted and acrimonious conflict between the two regions, should war erupt. Yeah, of course it always does, doesn't it? Well, it wasn't a new idea. The Cathars were integral to a broader movement of spiritual reform across medieval Europe that traces its origins all the way back to around 653, when Constantine Sylvanus introduced the Gospels to Armenia. Over the ensuing centuries, several dissenting factions emerged, rallying around dynamic preachers who challenged the Catholic Church's authority advocating for a faith practice anchored in the Gospels and apostolic tradition, rather than simply church dogma. These groups, including the Paulicians, Bogomils, Arnoldists, Petrobrusians, Henricans, and the Waldensians, of course, faced severe persecutions, with responses ranging from expulsion all the way up to brutal executions. The call for individual spiritual responsibility and church reform was echoed by 12th century figures such as Henry of Lausanne, who criticized the priesthood without aligning with Cathar dualism, and Arnold of Brescia, who was executed for his beliefs. Now the Waldensians, followers of Peter Waldo, also suffered extreme persecution. While these groups shared the Cathars' anti-clerical stance and skepticism towards sacraments, only the Paulicians and Bogomils were noted for dualist beliefs that were similar to the Cathars. Now, scholars have debated the origins of the Cathars, with some proposing a direct link to the Bogomils within a broader Manichaean tradition. This connection was possibly strengthened by Latin settlers in Constantinople after the First Crusade, who may have facilitated the transfer of dualist Bogomil texts to the West, introducing the consummalentum ritual and sparking the first organized dualist movements in Western Europe. By the 12th century, dissident groups like the Cathars and Waldensians became more visible in Europe's burgeoning urban centers. The Cathars, particularly in the highly urbanized western Mediterranean France, evolved into a mass movement, spreading into areas like Lombardy by the 1170s. The movement was partly a critique of the clergy's corruption and a manifestation of the discontent with papal authority, which there was plenty of, and if you haven't heard of it, just remember, some of the records at the time are written by the papacy themselves. Now, while the Cathars shared some views with the Waldensians, especially in their critique of the Catholic hierarchy and emphasis on austerity, they differed in a few of their theological positions, with Cathars being the ones to adapt a more radical stance. This divergence led to the Church directing its efforts more aggressively against the greater of two evils as they saw it, namely Catharism. The persecution of heretics intensified, exemplified by the burning of Cathars in Cologne in 1163, marking a shift towards more frequent executions for heresy, a practice that previously just occurred sporadically, often more for political rather than religious reasons. And this is before the main crusade has started, by the way. The exchange between the older dualist communities in the Byzantine Empire and the newer ones in Western Europe further cemented these dualist beliefs in the West. Catharism's stronghold was, though, undoubtedly the Languedoc, where it flourished significantly more in England, France, or Germany, where its presence was either minimal or short-lived. The Cathars, also known as the Albigensians, named after Albi, a city closely associated with them, faced charges of heresy by the Church, notably at a council near Albi in 1176, and again during the Third Lateran Council of 1179. The remarkable success of the Cathar movement in the Languedoc has been attributed to various factors, with the alleged corruption and incompetence of the clergy frequently cited. The region's priests, particularly those in the rural areas, were often described as poorly educated and engaged in monetary and physical misconduct, with many holding their positions through lay appointments. While such clerical inadequacies were reported across Europe, the Languedoc's episcopacy was notably more corrupt, exemplified by the Archbishop of Narbonne's neglect of his diocesan duties and financial exploitation, which led the Pope Innocent III suspending him and 3 of other bishops, which were reportedly his close buddies. Now, the inability of the Church to address heresy effectively in Languedoc was partly due to the region's lack of political centralization and the papacy's prioritization of appointments in more politically strategic areas. Despite being a minority, the Cathars gained significant acceptance among local Catholics, with some even achieving positions within Toulouse's city council. The region's ambivalence towards popular religious movements, such as the Crusades, despite initial enthusiasm read by Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, suggest a prevailing laxity that permitted the growth of nonconformist beliefs without much substantial opposition. Well, upon his election in 1198, Pope Innocent III made it his priority to confront the Cathar heresy in Languedoc head-on, where the Cathars were disrespecting the authority of both the French king and the local Catholic Church. At least, that's how the local French king and the Catholic Church heard about it. Now, their protection by influential nobles, motivated by desire for autonomy from the king, led some of these nobles to actually outwardly support Catharism, albeit without adhering to its rigorous ethical demands. Faced with this challenge, and unable to gain support from Philip II of France, who was very much preoccupied with conflicts elsewhere, Innocent III proposed a military crusade against the Cathars, promising the same spiritual benefits as those accorded to crusaders heading to the Holy Land. Raymond IV of Toulouse, Raymond VI, rather, of Toulouse, a significant regional power, actually showed quite a bit of sympathy toward the Cathars and resistance to French royal authority. But of course, he stopped just a little bit short of adopting the Cathar beliefs. His refusal to cooperate with Innocent's delegates led to his excommunication in 1207, and a papal interdict was placed on his lands. That's right. Do as we tell you, or you're out of the club. Well, Innocent III's subsequent efforts to reclaim the Cathars through diplomatic means and preaching, led by Cistercian monks under Pierre de Castelnau, saw a little bit of success, but significant opposition, and it culminated in Pierre de Castelnau's murder in 1208, allegedly by an associate of Raymond IV. This act, of course, escalated the conflict, with Innocent III declaring Raymond anathematized and absolving his subjects of loyalty to him. Raymond's eventual attempt at reconciliation with the Church briefly lifted the excommunication, but his ultimate failure to meet the Church's conditions led to his re-excommunication at the Council of Avignon in 1209. This set the stage for Innocent III to formally call for a crusade against the Albigensians, framing it as part of a broader effort to rid Europe of heresy and, of course, strengthen its defenses against Muslim invasions, aligning this initiative with the ongoing Fifth and Sixth Crusades in the Holy Land. By 1209, approximately 10,000 crusaders had met in Lyon, preparing to head south into Languedoc. Their ranks, replenished every 40 days, included many from northern France and volunteers from England and Austria. Leadership of the crusade was uncertain after Philip II of France opted out due to emerging anti-French allies, yet promised troops support to maintain influence over the outcome. Papal legate Arnaud Amalric took command of the expedition. Efforts by Raymond VI of Toulouse to unify defenses with his nephew, Raymond Roger Trencavel, failed, leading him to negotiate with the Crusaders. Despite opposition from Amalric, Pope Innocent III's newly appointed legate, Milo, was directed to follow Amalric's lead. Raymond's public repentance and acceptance back into the Church shifted the Crusaders' focus to Raymond Roger's territories, known for their Cathar populations. Thusly, the Crusaders left Lyon on the 24th of June, reaching Montpellier by July 20th, with their sights set on areas around Albi and Carcassonne. Raymond Roger, while not a Cathar himself, was seen as a protector of the sect, guilty by association somewhat. Despite his attempts to assert loyalty to the Church and disclaim responsibility for heresy due to his youth, the Crusaders rejected peace talks and advanced on Béziers, a city known for its large Cathar community. Raymond Roger's withdrawal to Carcassonne left Béziers extremely vulnerable. The Crusaders' assault on Béziers on July 21st resulted in the city's fall and massacre of its inhabitants, including both Cathars and Catholics. The reported command by Amalric to "kill them all, God will know his own," whether accurate or not, reflects the ruthlessness of the attack, with claims of nearly 20,000 casualties. The aftermath saw many settlements surrendering or evacuating without resistance as the Crusaders advanced unopposed to Carcassonne. Don't know if you can hear, but it's raining rather heavily outside. I love days like this. Anyway, following the devastating massacre at Béziers, Carcassonne became the Crusaders' subsequent major objective. Despite its strong fortifications, the city was at a disadvantage, as it was overwhelmed by refugees seeking sanctuary. The Crusaders covered the distance from Béziers to Carcassonne in 6 days, initiating the siege on August 1st, 1209. The siege swiftly intensified as the Crusaders severed the city's water supply by August 7th. And in a bid for peace, Raymond Roger Trencavel, the Viscount of Carcassonne, entered negotiations, but was captured under the flag of a truce. The city, on August 15th, capitulated, and while its inhabitants were spared death, they were expelled, made to leave with minimal clothing, as described by differing accounts from Peter of Vaudesernay and Guillaume de Peleurance. Now, Raymond Roger's subsequent death in captivity, officially attributed to dysentery, sparked more than a few suspicions of foul play. I mean, it seems a bit dodgy, don't you think? In the aftermath of this, the leadership of the Crusader forces was conferred upon Simon de Montfort, a decision that also saw him gain control over territories including Carcassonne, Albi, and Béziers. The capitulation of Carcassonne led to a series of unopposed surrenders across the region, with Albi, Castelnaudary, Castres, Fanjeaux, Limoux, Lombers, and Montreal, all falling to the Crusaders by autumn. The conflict then shifted to Les Tours and Cabaret, with an unsuccessful attack on the latter in December 1209 by the Crusaders. The harsh winter conditions and limited troop numbers led Simon de Montfort to focus on consolidating his gains, rather than launching new offences. With the arrival of reinforcements, Bram fell to the Crusaders in the March of 1210, followed by the siege of Minerve in June. Despite its lack of strategic significance, Minerve was targeted due to the presence of numerous Cathar prefects. Perfects, rather. After a prolonged siege that culminated in the destruction of the city's main water supply, Minerve surrendered on the 22nd of July. While Simon favored leniency, Arnaud Amalric insisted on harsh treatment for the Cathar perfects, leading to the execution of them who refused to renounce their faith. All 140 of them brought out into the public and dealt with harshly, in a show of force, made an example of, it seems. The crusade continued to Termes in August, enduring despite interventions from Pierre Roger de Cabaret. The defenders' situation became dire due to water shortages, but they were momentarily relieved by a rainstorm, delaying their surrender. Ultimately, the defenders escaped on November the 22nd. By 1211, dissatisfaction with the Crusaders' tactics had alienated many of the key lords, including Raymond of Toulouse. Les Tours capitulated in March, and the siege of Le Var began in April. Crusader reinforcements were then decimated in an ambush at Monguet by forces from Toulouse led by the Count of Foix. Following the recapture of Aymery de Montreal's castle, numerous Cathars faced execution. The Crusaders' campaign proceeded with the fall of Casses and the siege of Montferrand, leading Baldwin to defect to the Crusaders. Efforts to besiege Toulouse faltered due to logistical challenges, prompting de Montfort's withdrawal. Raymond de Toulouse's counterattack at Castelnaudary saw the Crusaders narrowly averting defeat. Throughout early 1212, Simon de Montfort effectively isolated Toulouse, undermining Raymond's support and resources. Now seeking to counter the Crusaders, the Cathars enlisted the help of Peter II of Aragon, who, after notable victories against the Moors and an alliance through marriage to Raymond VI, possessed considerable influence. Utilizing his victories and diplomatic efforts in Rome, Peter persuaded Pope Innocent III to attempt halting the Albigensian Crusade. Motivated by the Pope's desire to focus on the Middle East and ongoing conflicts with the Moors. By January of 1213, Innocent III had called for peace in the Languedoc, instructing Arnaud Aumery and Simon de Montfort to cease their aggressive campaigns, and proposing a council to reconcile differences under Peter's guidance. Hold on a moment. Wasn't this your idea in the first place, Mr. Pope Innocent III? Well, either way, the cat was out of the bag now, wasn't it? Who would have thought that initiating the Holy War would have become so violent? Well, despite Peter's efforts at the Council of Lavar to secure a peaceful resolution and restore the lands to Raymond VI, his propositions were dismissed, maintaining the excommunication of Raymond and the seizure of lands that were deemed heretical. Peter's rejection of this decision and concern over Simon de Montfort's growing power led him to support Toulouse actively. This alliance alarmed Innocent III, who, misled by Simon's delegation, denounced Peter and called for the renewal of the crusade against him. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Murad in the September of 1213, where, despite numerical disadvantages, Simon's tactical maneuvers led to Peter II's death and a retreat of the coalition forces. This defeat severely weakened the resistance against the Crusaders, forcing Raymond VI and his son to flee all the way back to England, where they found limited support from King John, who was cautious of the Crusade's implications. The Crusaders' momentum continued through 1214, with significant victories and territorial gains, including strategic castles in Perigord. By 1215, with the capture of Toulouse and its subsequent handover to Simon de Montfort, recognized officially by the Fourth Council of the Lateran, Crusader control was all but solidified. The Council's decisions not only cemented Simon's authority over conquered lands, but also aimed to secure the Church's influence over yet unconquered territories. Amidst all of this, the call for a new crusade in the Middle East by Innocent III redirected potential reinforcements from the Albigensian Crusade, leading Simon to increasingly depend on mercenaries to maintain some form of control. In the April of 1216, Raymond VI and his son Raymond VII rallied a considerable force from towns who were disillusioned with the Crusaders, and by May they had laid siege to Beaucaire, successfully negotiating its surrender after 3 months due to their dwindling supplies. Despite efforts by Montfort to intervene, he was repelled. Pope Innocent III's death in July of 1216 left the crusade somewhat directionless, with leadership passing to a more hesitant Philip II of France, who was preoccupied with conflicts elsewhere. Montfort then quelled a rebellion in Toulouse, before attempting to recapture Bigorre, facing defeat at Lourdes in December of 1216. And Raymond VI recaptured Toulouse in the September of 1217, exploiting Montfort's engagement in Foix. Now, despite Montfort's return, he couldn't retake the city, and operations ground to a halt, at least for a little while. In 1218, at Pope Honorius III's urging, Montfort resumed the siege of Toulouse. But in June, Montfort died from a stone that was thrown from the city's defences, marking a significant setback for the Crusaders. But what a throw! Honorius III's subsequent call for renewed action failed to regain momentum, with Prince Louis's 1219 campaign to retake Jerusalem faltering after a mere 6 weeks. Now, Raymond VI and Raymond VII regained significant territories by 1222, with the 6th passing and the 7th succeeding him. Philip II's death in 1223 saw Louis VIII inherit the throne, leading a large force against the Cathars in 1226, capturing key towns with minimal resistance. Avignon's siege ended in September after agreeing to pay a fine and dismantle its defences. Louis VIII died in 1226, and it led to a continuation of the crusade under the Queen Regent Blanche of Castile and Humbert I of Bourgogne, capturing more territories. And by 1228 a besieged Toulouse succumbed to the Crusaders' systematic devastation of the surrounding area. The Treaty of Paris in 1229 ended Raymond VII's resistance, recognizing his rule over Toulouse in exchange for concessions to the crown and a marital alliance with Alphonse of Poitiers, ensuring the region's return to royal control upon Raymond's death. Following the conclusion to the military campaigns against the Cathars, the Inquisition was initiated by Pope Gregory IX in 1234 to eradicate heretical movements, including the remnants of Catharism from the Languedoc region. Operating throughout Toulouse, Albi, Carcassonne, and other towns into the 14th century, the Inquisition effectively suppressed Catharism as a widespread movement, pushing its adherents into secrecy. Punishments for those identified as Cathars ranged from wearing yellow crosses for penance to imprisonment and the forfeiture of property, with the most unrepentant being executed by burning. Nonetheless, this was very, very rare, and the majority simply faced lesser penalties. Dominican friars were pivotal in the Inquisition's efforts, preaching Orthodox Church doctrines and participating in the identification and prosecution of Cathars. But despite all these measures, Catharism persisted in some areas, largely out in the countryside where no one really likes to look. Now, Raymond VII of Toulouse, allied now with England's King Henry III, mounted a failed revolt against French authority between 1242 and 43, which included the assassination of 2 inquisitors. The subsequent siege of Montségur from 1243 to 44 culminated in the execution of over 200 Cathar perfects in the March of 1244, a direct response to the earlier killings of inquisitors. And it was this event that marked a significant blow to the Cathar community, though notably, it did not extinguish the practice entirely. The Inquisition's relentless pursuit of Cathars continued, employing various methods, including torture, to extract confessions, though capturing only a fraction of those practicing in secret. Following Raymond's death in 1249 and Alphonse's in 1271, the county of Toulouse was absorbed into the French kingdom, with the Inquisition thereafter benefiting from French royal support. King Philip IV curtailed his support in the 1290s among his dispute with Pope Boniface VIII, but reversed these limitations some 13 years later in 1303, after witnessing anti-monarchical attitudes in southern France, particularly in Carcassonne, thus revitalizing the Inquisition's efforts. Now, Pope Clement V later implemented reforms to safeguard the accused's rights. Bernard Guay, serving as the Inquisitor of Toulouse from 1308 to 1323, composed a manual outlining the practices of various non-Catholic groups, including detailed descriptions of Cathar customs, and provided guidance for inquisitors on handling heresy allegations. His policies included the posthumous condemnation of unrepentant heretics, either by burning their exhumed remains or simply unearthing them based on their confessional status at death. Under Guay's tenure, a concerted effort to eradicate the remnants of Catharism was launched, successfully eliminating the movement, at least on paper, by 1350. Well, the Albigensian Crusade, characterized by its brutality, diverged quite significantly from Pope Innocent III's envisioned reforms, which rather emphasized confession, clerical and lay reform, and pastoral teachings as a means to counteract heresy. The escalation of violence was largely attributed to the crusade being commandeered by unruly mobs, minor rulers, and local bishops, all of whom deviated from Innocent's principles. The rampant, indiscriminate violence perpetrated by these groups and the secular courts against the alleged heretics prompted the papacy to seek enhanced control over heresy prosecutions, leading to the establishment of a more formalized legal process for handling such cases, which of course wasn't perfect, but baby steps first. The immediate aftermath of the Albigensian Crusade saw a diminished number of French participants in the subsequent Fifth and Sixth Crusades. The cultural impact of the Albigensian Crusade is clearly evident in the surviving works of troubadour poet-composers, many of whom were also knights. Notable examples include Raymond de Mirabel, who appealed through his songs for Peter II's assistance in reclaiming his castles seized by Simon de Montfort, and the collaboration between Thomier and Bayazid, whom criticized Raymond VI's treatment and encouraged resistance. The crusade and its fallout marked the beginning of the decline of the troubadour tradition. Once flourishing under the patronage of Occitan courts, they faced decline as these courts were simply destroyed. Consequently, many troubadours migrated from southern France to royal courts across Italy, Spain, and Hungary, seeking new patrons and audiences for their art. But their story is one for another video. The rise of the Ottoman Empire, beginning in the late 13th century, a significant period in world history, as the Ottoman Turks established themselves as a dominant power not only in Southeast Europe, but Western Asia and North Africa. Founded by Osman I, the leader of a Turkoman tribal group in Anatolia, the empire expanded rapidly under his leadership and that of his successors. Key victories, such as the Battle of Kosovo in 1389 and the Conquest of Constantinople in 1453, were instrumental in establishing the Ottomans as a major threat to the European powers. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and wish to support the channel, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, help me meet my 10,000 subscriber goal by liking and subscribing if you feel inclined to do so. Now, without further ado, please make yourself relaxed as we begin our history of the rise of the Ottoman Empire. This video will go from the early days of Ottoman history, as it is defined at least, to the conquest of Constantinople. The victory at Constantinople will be our end point for this video. So, with that in mind, let's begin. After the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, the region of Anatolia was split between the Byzantine Empire in the west and the Anatolian Seljuks in the central plateau. The Mongol invasion post-1243 Battle of Kos Dag and the Byzantine Palaiologos dynasty's reconquest of Constantinople in 1261, however, disrupted this delicate balance. The Mongol presence in the region drove nomadic Turkish tribes westward into the less defended Byzantine territories, heralding 2 centuries of Mongol suzerainty in Anatolia, evidenced from Ilkhanate rulers depicted on the coinage minted during this era. From the 1260s onwards, the politics of Anatolia began to shift decisively, as Turkish Anatolian beyliks emerged, filling the vacuum left by the retreating Byzantine and fragmenting Seljuk powers. By the end of the 13th century, Western Anatolia was a mosaic of fragmented authority, comprising local rulers, tribal groups, holy figures, and warlords, while Byzantine and Seljuk influence continued to wane. Historians often liken these political entities in the 13th and 14th century Anatolia to the taifas of late medieval Muslim Spain, indicating their similarly fractured nature. The prevailing conditions made Western Anatolia ripe for raiding, attracting warriors who pledged allegiance fluidly, driven by prospects of plunder and glory. In this chaotic landscape, the Ottoman dynasty, named after its first ruler, Osman I, emerged. Osman I is traditionally considered to be descended from a Turkic tribe that migrated from Central Asia during the Mongol conquests. The early history of Osman and the foundation of his beylik around the town of Sogut in northwestern Anatolia are shrouded in conflicting accounts and also a good dose of mythology, with no contemporary sources found to this date that give us any clarity. By the late 13th century, Osman had established himself as a formidable leader, marking a break from the past 2 centuries by minting coins in his own name, rather than in the name of their Mongol Ilkhanate overlords. Osman's principality initially relied on support of nomadic Turkish groups, engaging in raids against the Byzantine territories in the region. The Ottoman tribe was politically inclusive and open to all who would join. Thus, they integrated individuals of Byzantine and other origins. If you had the skills, you were in. This inclusivity extended to notable families, such as that of Kosmial, of Greek Christian descent, and the family of Ranislav, which was Bulgarian. From its very inception, the Ottoman enterprise was characterized by a melding of Islamic and Persian cultural elements, exemplified by a land grant from Osman's son Orhan in 1324, a land grant that proclaimed him as, and I quote, a champion of the faith. And the word champion, of course, in these contexts is not used lightly. In the early stages of the Ottoman Empire, before the establishment of a centralized government in the mid-15th century, the rulers relied significantly on coalitions and alliances with various power holders within the empire. This included Turkic tribal leaders and Balkan allies and vassals, whose support was crucial for maintaining authority. The Ottoman polity, under the leadership of Osman I at the end of the 13th century, initially functioned with a tribal structure and lacked a complex administrative system. As the empire expanded, the challenge of governing a growing population necessitated a more structured approach. Drawing from the administrative practices of the Seljuks of Rum and the military strategies of the Ilkhanates, by 1324 the Ottomans were producing bureaucratic documents in Persian, albeit in the Seljuk style. The expansion of early Ottoman state was driven by the military efforts of the Ghazi, or the frontier warriors. Initially, the Ottoman ruler was merely the first among equals among these warriors. The centralization of the state often occurred in opposition to the interests of the Ghazi, who resisted efforts to bring them under central control. Well, over time, however, the Ottomans did succeed in subordinating these warriors, harnessing their military power to the benefit of the state. An aspect of early Ottoman governance that endeared them to their subjects was the relatively low tax rates. That's one way to get people on board. This not only reflected an ideological commitment to the well-being of their people, but it also served a pragmatic purpose, that being securing the loyalty of newly conquered populations. As the empire became more centralized in the 15th century, however, the tax burden increased, which of course led to quite a lot of criticism from contemporary writers. Nobody likes paying taxes, right? Well, a critical element of Ottoman success was also the preservation of the empire under a single heir across generations, contrasting with other Turkic groups that typically divided their territories among the sons of a deceased ruler. It was this practice that helped them maintain the continuity and unity of the empire. State centralization and institutional developments. The centralization process in the Ottoman Empire was significantly influenced by the influx of Muslim scholars from central Anatolia, where a more urban and bureaucratic civilization had developed under the Seljuks of Rum. The Kandarli family, supplying several Grand Viziers, played a pivotal role in shaping these early Ottoman institutions. For instance, Kara Halil Kandarli, a notable member of this family, encouraged Murad I to implement the penchik tax on war captives, which of course funded the creation of the Janissaries, a personal army loyal only to the Ottoman Sultan. Murad also established the role of military judge, kazasker in their tongue, and appointed specific frontier warriors known as Lords of the Frontier, signaling a shift away from the earlier egalitarian leadership style. He was indeed the first Ottoman ruler to adopt the title of Sultan, marking a clear departure from his role as merely first among equals. Now, he was just first. The Ottomans began conducting regular cadastral surveys around the 1430s, which organized the distribution of agricultural taxation rights among the Timariots. These cavalrymen, who could be of diverse origins, including converted Byzantine aristocrats, collected revenue in exchange for military service. Symbolically, the willingness of the Ottoman rulers to stand upon hearing martial music underscored their readiness to participate in Gaza. However, Mehmed II discontinued this practice following the conquest of Constantinople in 1453. He was a bit different. His status was not just of a frontier warrior, but as a sovereign of an expansive empire. Of course, if you want to know all about Mehmed, you can watch my full video on him, or just keep watching this one. We'll get to him eventually. Well, at the onset of the 14th century, Osman I's army was primarily composed of mounted warriors, who admittedly excelled quite well in raiding tactics, such as ambushes and hit-and-run attacks, effectively allowing Osman to exert control over the countryside of Bithynia. Initially, Osman's forces lacked the capability to conduct formal sieges. The first significant town to fall to the Ottomans, Bursa, was taken not by force, but through a protracted blockade that led to its surrender due to starvation. It was during the reign of Osman's successors, Orhan and Murad, that the Ottomans honed their siege techniques, marking a significant evolution in their military capabilities. The composition of Osman's early forces was very diverse. The warriors known as Ghazis and Akinsis, or raiders, were drawn to Osman's burgeoning success, motivated by prospects of plunder and glory. While many were Muslim Turks of tribal origin, the ranks also included those of Byzantine background, whether they be Christians or recent converts to Islam. By the late 14th century, the Ottomans began to incorporate gunpowder weapons into their arsenal, a very new innovation. It was a transformative development in their military strategy. By the 1420s, cannons were routinely deployed in sieges, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. These advancements extended to defensive measures as well, with cannons used to fortify strongholds and to secure strategic coastal positions, such as the use of shore batteries to overcome a Crusader blockade of the Dardanelles in 1444. During this period, handheld firearms were also introduced and adopted by some janissaries, signaling a broader shift towards a more advanced weaponry in the Ottoman military doctrine. Parallel to their military advancements, the early 15th century saw significant cultural and intellectual enrichment within the Ottoman court. The court became a patron of literary arts, continuing the rich literary traditions of other Islamic courts across the region. The earliest surviving written account of Ottoman history was penned by the poet Ahmedi, intended originally for Sultan Bayazid I, but completed for his son Suleiman Celebi after Bayezid's death in the year 1402. This work, titled the Book of Alexander, falls within the Mirror of Princes genre, which aimed to counsel rulers on statecraft. Ahmedi's narrative served not only as a historical recounting, but as a subtle critique of contemporary leadership, particularly targeting Bayezid's policies, including his military campaigns against other Muslim entities in Anatolia. Through his political portrayal of Osman and his early successors, Ahmedi emphasized their commitment to jihad against the Christian states of the Balkans, implicitly criticizing Bayezid's departure from these ideals. Osman I, the founder of the Ottoman Empire, remains a very important figure in history, but also quite mysterious due to the scant details available about his early life and career. He's frequently cited as beginning his reign in 1299. This date is more symbolic than historically verifiable, and doesn't really align with any specific event. No one battle or end of anybody else's reign, it's just there. Well, by 1300, Osman had risen to lead a group of Turkish pastoral tribes, establishing a modest dominion around the town of Sogut in northwestern Anatolia, in the region of Bithynia. His leadership was marked by frequent and effective raids against the neighboring Byzantine territories, which enhanced his reputation and also attracted a great following of warriors, particularly after the victory at the Battle of Bephaeus around 1302. During his lifetime, Osman's military activities were primarily consisted of raiding, and it took the Ottomans a while to perfect their siege techniques. Thus, his engagements were not limited to the Byzantines, but he also clashed with Tatar groups and the nearby Principality of Germian, which we will get back to. Thus, his ability to forge political and commercial ties with various groups, both Muslim and Christian, was crucial to setting the foundation for the early steps of the Ottoman Empire. Notable among his allies was Kosei Mihal, a Christian Greek village headman who had converted to Islam. His descendants became prominent figures among the frontier warriors in the Ottoman service. Osman also secured his position by marrying the daughter of Sheikh Edebali, a respected local religious leader, which helped to consolidate his authority. Ottoman chronicles later romanticized this union, portraying Osman as having a prophetic dream, predicting the vast empire his descendants would rule one day, a narrative that seems to be crafted later on to enhance his dynastic legitimacy. Following Osman's death, his son Orhan succeeded him and significantly expanded Ottoman control in the Bithynia region. Orhan's reign saw the capture of major towns like Bursa in 1326, which became a key administrative and cultural center. By this time, the Ottomans were adopting Seljuk bureaucratic practices, minting their own coins, and employing siege warfare techniques at an ever more advanced pace. Orhan's era marked a critical evolution in the Ottoman administrative and military apparatus. He also focused on expanding Ottoman influence across the Dardanelles into Europe. His marriage to Theodora, the daughter of a Byzantine prince John VI Cantacuzenes, and his alliance with John VI against Emperor John V Palaiologos facilitated Ottoman ventures into Europe. The capture of Chimpe Castle in 1354 provided a strategic foothold in Gallipoli, enabling further military campaigns into Thrace and the Balkans. These conquests not only extended Ottoman territory, but also strategically isolated Byzantium from potential European allies by controlling key overland routes. Orhan's policies and military campaigns significantly bolstered the Ottoman prestige and set the stage for further expansions under his successors, solidifying the empire's power base both in the Balkans and Anatolia. The period following Orhan was preceded by Murad, and after Murad's conquest of Adrianople, at the time named Edirne, in 1362 marked a significant strategic shift for the Ottomans, signifying a more pronounced intention to expand into southeast Europe. By making Edirne his capital a year later, Murad underscored the Ottomans' resolve to establish a lasting peace and presence in Europe, albeit under their control. This move, of course, alarmed the neighboring Christian states, being Byzantium, Bulgaria, and Serbia, which were already having enough trouble dealing with their own internal challenges and external threats. For Byzantium, the Ottoman establishment in Thrace exacerbated already precarious situation. The empire itself was significantly diminished at this time, with its territories mainly confined to Constantinople and its immediate surroundings, Thessaloniki, and the Despotate of Morea. This geographical fragmentation made cohesive defense efforts very difficult, heavily reliant on maritime links maintained by Venice and Genoa to keep these territories connected. Thus, the weakened state of Byzantium, compounded by frequent civil conflicts, rendered any unified resistance to the Ottomans 90 to 99% impossible. It was just far too difficult. Thus, the survival of Constantinople heavily depended on its formidable defensive walls, known as the Theodosian Walls, and well known indeed as some of the toughest defenses at the time. They were very thick, and they were all around Constantinople, some areas doubled up just in case. Well, at this time, there was an absence of a significant Ottoman naval force, and the continued observance of treaties allowed the city to be provisioned. So as long as the Ottomans weren't going to build up their navy and block up the Bosphorus, Constantinople will be okay. Somewhat of a foreshadowing, right? In Bulgaria, Tsar Ivan Alexander's decision to divide his realm among his sons toward the end of his rule precipitated the fragmentation of Bulgarian authority. The seizure of the Vidin province by Hungarian forces in 1365 further destabilized the region. Although Bulgaria managed to temporarily repulse the Hungarians and restore Ivan Stratsimir to the throne in Vidin, the internal divisions persisted on. Ivan Stratsimir declared himself ruler of an independent empire of Vidin, though it was pretty small, you couldn't really use the word empire, while another region, Dobruja, gained de facto independence under Dobrodica. These events diverted Bulgarian efforts and resources away from the growing threat posed by the Ottomans. Now on to Serbia. Their own disintegration following Tsar Stefan Dušan's death in 1355 also dramatically altered the balance of power in the Balkans. His son, Stefan Uros V, proved incapable of maintaining the cohesion and authority his father had commanded. The resultant power vacuum led to the rise of independent principalities and heightened regional fragmentation. Significant territories, including Thessaly, Epirus, and former Albanian holdings, slipped from central control. Thus, the Serbian nobility, divided and preoccupied with their own internal conflicts, didn't have time to mount a unified defense against external threats, and that, of course, included the advancing Ottomans. By 1370, Murad had solidified Ottoman control over most of the region of Thrace, positioning him to directly confront the fragmented Bulgarian and Serbian regions. In 1371, the Serbian ruler Uglesa attempted to form an anti-Ottoman alliance encompassing the three major Balkan states, but the effort failed. Byzantium, focused on its survival and reliant on its own food supplies, opted out. Following the death of Ivan Alexander, Bulgaria was too divided to commit such an alliance, with Ivan Shishman and Ivan Stratsimir preoccupied with their own realms and subsequently their own problems. Most regional Serb nobles, including those who recognized the Ottoman threat, were reluctant to engage, fearing attacks on their domains during their absence. The Battle of Maritsa in 1371 near Chernomen was a pivotal moment for the Ottoman Empire's expansion into Europe. Sultan Murad's lieutenant, Lala Shahin Pasha, led a much smaller Ottoman force in a night raid against the Serbian forces, numbering around 70,000, under King Vukasin and his brother despot Uglesa. Despite their numerical superiority, the Serbian army was decisively defeated, leading to the deaths of both Serbian leaders and significant territorial gains for the Ottomans in Macedonia and parts of Greece. This overwhelming victory, often referred to by the Turks as the rout of the Serbs, marked a critical shift in the regional power dynamic, and it's probably best to not mention it around any Serbian people. It's a bad memory. Well, following this catastrophic defeat at Maritsa, what little unity Serbia had was completely gone. By the end of the year, Uros, the last of the Nemanjic dynasty, died, leading to the disintegration of central authority in Serbia. Large areas of central Serbia declared independence, forming their own principalities and reducing Serbia to half of its former size. No future ruler would again hold the title of Tsar, and regional provinces proliferated, accelerating the fragmentation and internal conflicts within Serbia. King Vukasin's son, Marko, survived the battle and proclaimed himself king, but his authority was limited to his lands around Prilep in central Macedonia. In the wake of the Battle of Ormenion, Ottoman raids into Serbia and Bulgaria intensified, pressing regional powers further. The sheer enormity of the Ottoman victory and the ongoing raids convinced the Bulgarian Tsar Shishman of the necessity to come to terms with the Ottomans. They weren't going anywhere. They were here to stay. So, by 1376, Shishman accepted vassal status under Murad, and even sent his sister to join the Sultan's harem at Edirne, worst brother ever. Although this did not stop the Ottoman raiders from continuing their incursions into Bulgarian territory. Around the same time, Byzantine Emperor John V also accepted Ottoman vassalage, which opened the door for Murad's direct interference in Byzantine domestic politics. And interfere they did. Despite the dire situation, the Balkans experienced a brief respite during the 1370s and into the 1380s, as Murad's focus shifted towards Anatolia, and they concentrated on meddling in Byzantium's political affairs. This lull allowed the Serbian prince Lazar, with support from powerful Bulgarian and Montenegrin nobles, along with the backing of the Serbian Orthodox Patriarch, to consolidate control over much of the core Serbian lands. Most regional rulers in Macedonia, including Marko, accepted vassalage under Murad to preserve their positions, and often led Serb forces in the Sultan's campaigns in Anatolia. By the mid-1380s, Murad's attention returned to the Balkans. In 1385, he captured Sofia, the last Bulgarian stronghold of the south of the Balkan Mountains, which opened the way towards Nis, a strategic point at the northern terminus of the vital Vardar-Morava highway. The same year, the Battle of Savra saw Ottoman forces defeat Serbian and Albanian lords, many of whom became vassals. Well, in 1386, Murad finally captured Nis, and he likely forced Lazar of Serbia to accept Ottoman vassalage. As Murad pushed deeper into the north-central Balkans, he also extended his reach west along the Via Egnatia into Macedonia, imposing vassal status on regional rulers there too. When Murad was drawn back to Anatolia in 1387, his Serbian and Bulgarian vassals attempted to sever their ties with him. However, Lazar formed a coalition with Dirko of Bosnia and Stratzimir of Vidin, and achieved a significant victory against the Ottomans at the Battle of Bloknik, encouraging other regional leaders like Shishman to reassert their independence too. By 1388, Murad returned, and he was not happy. he swiftly subdued the Bulgarian rulers, forcing them back into vassalage. Get back under the boot. Confident from his victory at Plosnik, Lazar refused the Ottoman demands in 1389, leading to the iconic Battle of Kosovo, where both armies suffered tremendous losses. And these losses included both the lives of Lazar and Murad. Neither one of the commanders made it through the battle. Well, although this battle did not stop the Ottoman advance, it did significantly delay it, leaving the Serbs too weakened to defend their lands effectively, leading eventually to the vassalage or conquest of the remaining Serbian principalities. Which leads us to Bayazid I, known as the Thunderbolt for the rapid expansion of his empire, succeeded to the sultanship after the assassination of his father Murad I. In response to the attack, Bayazid ordered the execution of all Serbian captives, no exceptions, solidifying his fierce reputation. His reign was marked by a period of intense military activity and territorial expansion into the Balkans. Bayazid quickly continued Ottoman incursions into the Balkans, raiding Serbia and southern Albania, and compelling most of the local princes to accept vassalage. He also strategically settled large numbers of eunuchs along the Vardar River in Macedonia to secure the southern stretch of the Vardar-Morava highway and establish a firm base for westward expansion to the Adriatic coasts. The presence of Turk raiders at Hungary's southern borders spurred Hungarian King Sigismund of Luxembourg to recognize the Ottoman threat. By early 1393, Sigismund sought allies among the Balkan states for a new anti-Ottoman coalition. Meanwhile, Ivan Shishman of Bulgaria, burdened by his vassalage to the Ottomans, was in secret negotiations with Sigismund and other regional leaders like Wallachian Voivode Mircea the Old. However, Bayazid discovered these negotiations, and he was not impressed. Thus he launched a devastating campaign against Shishman, capturing Turnovo after a lengthy siege and executing Shishman following the fall of Nikopol. All of Shishman's lands were thusly annexed, and his brother Sratsimir was forced to reaffirm his vassalage. Better luck next time, I suppose. Bayazid's attention then turned south to Thessaly and the Morea, whose Greek lords were already vassals but were embroiled in their own internal conflicts. In 1394, Bayazid summoned a meeting at Ceres with all his Balkan vassals, including the Byzantine Emperor Manuel II Palaeologos and Serbian Prince Lazarevic, to resolve these disputes and reaffirm their vassal status. When the Mauryan lords later reneged on their agreement, Bayazid blockaded Manuel II in Constantinople and annexed Thessaly after marching southward for good measure. While Bayazid was focused on Greece, Mircea of Wallachia conducted raids into Ottoman territory. In retaliation, Bayazid's forces, including Serb troops led by Lazarevic, invaded Wallachia in 1395, but were defeated at Rovine. Well, despite this setback, Bayazid annexed Dobruja and placed a pretender on the Wallachian throne, leading to 2 years of civil strife in Wallachia. In 1396, the Hungarian king Sigismund organized a crusade against the Ottomans. The Crusader army, lacking cohesion and plagued by the impulsive actions of French knights, suffered a crushing defeat at Nikopol. The defeat allowed Bayazid to take control of Vidin and effectively end Bulgaria as an independent state. Following Nikopol, Bayazid conducted raids into Hungary, Wallachia, and Bosnia, and brought most of Albania under Ottoman control. He also commenced a siege of Constantinople, which was lifted in 1397 after Bayazid agreed to confirm future Byzantine emperors as a condition of their vassalage. Bayazid's campaigns were interrupted, however, by problems in Anatolia, where he faced a threat from Timur Lenk. In 1402, the two rulers' forces clashed at the Battle of Ankara, where the Ottomans were defeated, and Bayazid was captured. He later died in captivity. This defeat led to a civil war among Bayazid's sons. This period was known as the Ottoman Interregnum, which temporarily halted Ottoman expansion into the Balkans. Thus, it was this defeat at Ankara in 1402 that plunged the Ottoman Empire into a period of chaos. And it was during this time that Bayazid's sons, Suleiman Celebi, Isa Celebi, Mehmed Celebi, and Musa Celebi, engaged in bitter succession conflicts. A tale as old as time, I'm afraid. This internal strife, though, allowed for a brief resurgence of semi-independence among the vassal Christian Balkan states. Suleiman, based in Edirne, initially declared himself ruler, but faced non-recognition from his brothers. He then sought alliances with Byzantium and Venice in 1403, regaining Thessaloniki in the process. However, his reportedly overbearing nature eventually alienated his Balkan vassals, leading to his defeat and death at the hands of his brother Musa in 1410. Musa then gained the support of key Balkan and Byzantine leaders, consolidating power in the Ottoman Balkans. Musa's rule was marked by efforts to strengthen his position through popular support, which involved favoring lower social elements, alienating the Islamic bureaucratic and commercial classes. This discontent led to these classes, along with the Balkan Christian vassal rulers, to support Mehmed, who invaded the Balkans in 1412, captured key cities like Sofia and Nis, and decisively defeated Musa in 1413 near Sofia. Upon his victory, Mehmed Celebi crowned himself as Mehmed I in Edirne, taking on the monumental task of restoring the empire's former glory. Despite Timur's death in 1405, the Mongols continued to pose a threat in the east, and many Balkan kingdoms had regained or were nearing full independence. Mehmed relocated the capital from Bursa back to Adrianople, and embarked on a diplomatic approach to reaffirm Ottoman authority in the Balkans, where many regions, including Bosnia, Moldavia, and Albania, maintained significant autonomy. And we couldn't have that. Mehmed's reigns are a blend of military action and also diplomacy. managing to bring back Albania to Ottoman control, and formalizing Ottoman vassalage over Bosnian king Ban Tirko II Kotromanic. Mehmed also faced significant domestic challenges, notably the 1416 popular revolt in Dobruja, led by the scholar mystic Se Bedreddin, and supported by Mircea I of Wallachia. Bedreddin's radical ideas threatened the social order, but Mehmed swiftly suppressed the uprising, reasserting control over Dobruja by 1419 and reaffirming Wallachia's vassal status. Mehmed spent his later years reorganizing the state structures that were disrupted by the interregnum, ensuring a more stable succession for his son, Murad II, who ascended the throne in 1421. Murad's early reign was dominated by dealing with internal revolts and external threats, including laying siege to Constantinople in 1422. After the siege was lifted, it forced the Byzantine Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos to agree to pay increased tribute. Murad's military campaigns continued on, with the siege of Thessalonica beginning in 1422 and lasting until the city's capture in 1430. The intricate dynamic and conflicts in the Balkans during Murad's reign were marked by a series of military engagements involving the Ottomans, Venice, and various other Christian states. The tension escalated when Venetian troops took control of Thessaloniki, which was under siege by the Ottomans, who were completely unaware of the change in control, leading to the accidental killing of Venetian soldiers by Ottoman forces. Well, accident or not, you cannot bring them back to life, can't you? Thus, this misunderstanding resulted in Venice declaring a full-on war to the Ottoman Empire. While Murad II, seeking to assert Ottoman control, responded by besieging Constantinople and Thessaloniki. Despite the initial Ottoman successes in storming Thessaloniki, the Venetian fleet managed to repel the Ottomans by bombarding them from the sea. This setback at Thessaloniki encouraged Serbia and Hungary to ally with Venice, and Pope Martin V called for a broader Christian participation in the conflict against the Ottomans, though the only nation to actually send troops was Austria. So, as the war in the Balkans expanded, the Ottomans aimed to recapture Wallachia, which had become a Hungarian vassal state. Concurrently, Murad faced attacks from the Karamanid Emirate in Anatolia, and also from Serbian forces in Bulgaria, which stretched his military resources. Hungarian forces engaged the Ottomans in Wallachia, and then moved south into Bulgaria, where they were joined with Serbian forces. However, the Hungarians retreated back into Wallachia, allowing Murad to consolidate his defenses against Serbia and Hungary, without immediately having to retake Wallachia. So the pressure was off somewhat, at least for now. The Ottomans, in 1430, launched a surprise naval attack on Thessaloniki, which eventually led to the city's capture by 1432 under a peace treaty with Venice. This treaty also marked a cessation of hostilities that had involved Serbia and Hungary, but the conflict resumed in 1441, when several powers, including Poland and the Holy Roman Empire, intervened against the Ottomans. Nis and Sofia were quickly captured by Christian forces in 1443, and a significant defeat at the Battle of Jalawaz in 1444 forced Murad to abdicate in favor of his son, Mehmed. However, later that year the Christians breached a peace treaty, and it led to renewed warfare. While the Battle of Varna in 1444 saw Murad reinstated as Sultan after a decisive victory against a Polish-Hungarian army led by Władysław III of Poland and commanded by Janos Hunyadi. Despite his initial abdication, Murad returned to power and secured another peace treaty in 1448, granting the Ottoman Empire control over Wallachia, Bulgaria, and part of Albania. The final years of Murad saw continued military efforts, including defeating Timur Lenk's son Shah Rukh and various Anatolian emirates. He also faced John Hunyadi in the Battle of Kosovo of 1448, which aimed to exploit the presumed vulnerability of the Ottomans following the Battle of Varna. Murad died in the winter of 1450 to 1451, possibly from wounds sustained in skirmishes with Albanian guerrillas led by Skanderberg. It was his death that marked the end of a chaotic but ultimately successful period of consolidation and expansion for the Ottoman Empire in the Balkans. Okay, we're finally there. Mehmed II, known as Fatih or the Conqueror, ascended to the Ottoman throne following the death of his father Murad II in 1451. His immediate actions demonstrated his capabilities as both a military leader and a politician. He swiftly consolidated his power by annexing the Karamanid Emirate and renewing peace treaties with both Hungary and Venice, ensuring a stability on the empire's western frontier. Determined to reinforce his rule and secure his legacy, Mehmed set his sights on Constantinople, recognizing its strategic and symbolic significance. The city was not only a vital trade hub between Europe and Asia, but also a legendary capital, whose conquest would position Mehmed as a formidable leader recognized across both the Christian and Muslim worlds. Thus, the fall of Constantinople could potentially eliminate it as a strong staging ground for his Christian adversaries, and significantly enhance his imperial stature. Thus, from 1451 to 1453, Mehmed prepared meticulously for the siege. He constructed a fortress on the European side of the Bosphorus to cut off aid to the city from the Black Sea, developed a navy to control access by the sea, and amassed a large arsenal of cannons, including those crafted by the Hungarian engineer Urban, which, funnily enough, he had offered his services to the Constantinopolians, perhaps we'll call them that, but they could not afford him. So he went to the next highest bidder. Well, Mehmed's preparations also included diplomatic maneuvers, such as the securing of a trade agreement with Venice that neutralized potential Venetian intervention, which was a very smart move, because if anybody was going to intervene in terms of a naval assault, it was either going to be Genoa or Venice. Now, in April of 1453, Mehmed finally laid siege to Constantinople. Despite a determined resistance led by Emperor Constantine XI and Giovanni Giustiniani, the city's defences gradually eroded under the relentless Ottoman artillery barrage. On the 29th of May, 1453, Mehmed launched his final assault, leading to a breach of the walls after a fiercely contested battle. The conquest marked the end of the Byzantine Empire and established Constantinople as a new strategic center of the Ottoman Empire. Mehmed moved the Ottoman capital from Adrianople to Constantinople and began an extensive project to revitalize the city. He named it Istanbul, symbolizing a new era in Ottoman rule and transforming it into an economic and cultural hub. Mehmed encouraged the migration of artisans, craftsmen, and traders from all across the empire to repopulate and enrich the city, which had, until that point, suffered from quite a lot of population decline and general neglect, especially since the Fourth Crusade, but we don't talk about that. Well, we do actually. I did a whole video on it if you want to look at that, but whichever. Well, Mehmed then assumed the title Kaiser I Rum, seeing himself as the successor to Roman emperors. And then he aimed to restore the grandeur of the city to match its illustrious past. Under his rule, the Hagia Sophia was converted into a mosque, symbolizing the city's transformation into an Islamic imperial capital. And I'm sorry that I didn't provide a trigger warning before that one. I know that this upsets more than a few people. Well, following the conquest, Mehmed continued to strengthen his empire, building the Topkapi Palace in 1462 as the new administrative center, and further solidifying his control over the Balkans and Anatolia. His ambitions extended beyond Constantinople, however, as he envisioned the reunification of the Roman Empire, but this time under his leadership, which led him to campaign as far as Otranto in pursuit of capturing Rome itself. Well, the fall of Constantinople didn't just mark a pivotal shift in the balance of power between Christendom and the Islamic world, but it certainly cemented the place of the Ottoman Empire as a major power in both the Mediterranean and European realms. This event reshaped global trade routes, set the stage for the Age of Discovery, and it had a lasting impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East alike. Thus, the fall of Constantinople, whether you refer to it as the defeat or the victory, for both sides, it's a big moment in our history, albeit for very different reasons. Henry VIII, one of England's most famous monarchs, reigning from 1509 to 1547. Best known for his role in the separation of the Church of England from the Roman Catholic Church, Henry's desire to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon set off a series of religious reforms that ultimately led to the English Reformation. The king's tumultuous personal life, which included 6 marriages, dominated his reign and profoundly influenced the politics of 16th century England. Additionally, he's remembered for his significant role in the dissolution of the monasteries, which reshaped the religious and economic fabric of the country. And let's not forget his authoritarian rule, which expanded the powers of the monarchy. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time? If it is, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, welcome back. It's good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and want to support the channel, then there's a link to the Patreon. But the best way to support the channel is help me get to that 10,000 subscriber goal, which you can do by clicking the subscribe button and liking the video, as that's good for the algorithm. Thank you in advance. And now, without further ado, let's all take a deep breath, get ourselves nice and relaxed, and we can begin our biography of Henry VIII. Henry Tudor, born on June 28, 1491, at the Palace of Placentia in Greenwich, Kent, the third child and second son of King Henry VII and Elizabeth of York. Out of his 6 or 7 siblings, only his brother Arthur, the Prince of Wales, and his sisters Margaret or Mary managed to make it past infancy. He was baptized quickly by Richard Fox, the Bishop of Exeter, at a nearby church of the observant Franciscans, and at the age of 2 years old he was appointed the Constable of Dover Castle and Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports. By 3 years old he became Earl Marshal of England and even Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. Shortly after these appointments, he was made a Knight of Bath, following being created by the Duke of York and later appointed Warden of the Scottish Marches. At age 4, he was inducted into the Order of the Garter. These early honors were intended to enable his father, King Henry VII, to maintain control over lucrative positions without having to share them with other prominent families. Henry's early life, overshadowed by his brother Arthur, who was the favorite to become king, remains somewhat poorly documented. However, we do know that he received a top-quality education, becoming fluent in Latin and French, and apparently acquiring some knowledge in Italian, because why not? Well, by November of 1501, Henry played a significant role in the ceremonies of Arthur's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, daughter of King Ferdinand II of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile. Henry used the royal arms, distinguished by a label of 3 points ermine, and was made a Knight of the Golden Fleece by Emperor Maximilian in 1506. However, Arthur's unexpected death at the age of 15, only 20 weeks after marrying Catherine, thrust his responsibilities solely onto the shoulders of young Henry, who then became the Duke of Cornwall, Prince of Wales, and Earl of Chester by February 1504. Despite these titles, Henry VII kept him from public duties, leading him to ascend the throne later without much experience in governance. Following Arthur's death, Henry VII sought to maintain the alliance with Spain by betrothing the young Henry to the widowed Catherine. They were formally betrothed 2 days after the treaty was signed on June 23, 1503, although a papal dispensation was initially sought for the impediment of public honesty. It shifted towards an affinity dispensation to consider potential consummation of Arthur and Catherine's marriage. The cohabitation between Henry and Catherine was delayed, as Henry was still deemed a little too young. The death of Queen Isabella in 1504 complicated things further and strained relations between Henry VII and Ferdinand II. Catherine, left in a state of uncertainty, was made ambassador by her father, allowing her to remain in England. Despite Henry's initial resistance to their union, Catherine firmly believed that it was divine intervention and God's will for them to marry, holding on to this conviction during her prolonged stay. Henry VII passed away on the 21st of April 1509, and Henry VIII, then 17 years old, ascended to the throne the very next day. Following his father's funeral on the 10th of May, Henry VIII unexpectedly announced his decision to marry Catherine of Aragon, disregarding ongoing issues regarding the papal dispensation and an unresolved portion of Catherine's dowry. The young king claimed that his father had expressed a dying wish for him to marry Catherine, and how could he argue with that? Well, you see, this claim, whether it be true or not, certainly served his political interests, especially as it thwarted the marriage plans between Henry and Eleanor, the granddaughter of Emperor Maximilian I, who had been considering her as a potential bride for Henry. Thus, the wedding between Henry and Catherine was a modest affair, and it took place at a friar's church in Greenwich on June the 11th, 1509. Henry, who had fancied himself a successor to legendary figures like Constantine and the great King Arthur, married Catherine in a ceremony that, despite its privacy, marked the beginning of continuous celebrations. The year 1509, on the 23rd of June, Henry led Catherine from the Tower of London to Westminster Abbey, where their lavish coronation occurred the following day. The event featured a procession lined with tapestries and a grand banquet in the Westminster Hall. Shortly after this coronation, Henry put an arrest warrant on Richard Empson and Edmund Dudley, two of his father's most unpopular ministers. The charge? High treason. And you know where that gets you. They were quickly executed in 1510, establishing early in his reign Henry's readiness to use political executions to consolidate power. Well, it wasn't all bad. Henry did show some leniency towards members of the House of York, unlike his father. He pardoned several individuals, such as Thomas Grey, the second Marquess of Dorset, although others, like Edmund de la Pole, remained unreconciled and were later executed. Henry's marriage to Catherine began with frequent pregnancies, but resulted in some very unfortunate tragedies. Their first child was stillborn, and a son named Henry, born on New Year's Day in 1511, died only 7 weeks after. Catherine experienced further stillbirths in 1513 and 1515, but in February she did manage to successfully give birth to a daughter, Mary, which managed to temporarily ease the marital strains. Let's not forget the terrible emotional burden this must have been on Catherine, with stillbirth after stillbirth. Not good, no matter what time you're in. Well, Henry's marital fidelity was questionable. He engaged in an affair with one of Edward Stafford, third of Duke of Buckingham's sisters, Elizabeth or perhaps Anne Hastings. By 1516, he began another significant affair with Elizabeth Blount, one of his few undisputed mistresses. Blount later bore him an illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy, in the June of 1519. Thus, Fitzroy was made a Duke of Richmond in 1525, and his high status fueled speculation about his potential legitimization. While despite the public facade of a good marriage, Henry was taking mistresses left and right, the exact number of which is debated among historians. His relationship with Catherine, of course, ultimately deteriorated over issues of succession and his increasing infidelities. In 1510, Henry renewed England's alliance with Louis XII of France, an action that created divisions within his own council. The main concern was that war with the combined forces of France and the Holy Roman Empire, who were at the time allied in the League of Cambrai against Venice, would be overwhelmingly challenging for England. Nevertheless, shortly after reaffirming ties with France, Henry shifted his alliances by entering into a pact with Ferdinand II of Aragon. The politics once again changed significantly when Pope Julius II formed the anti-French Holy League in the October of 1511. Henry, aligning with Ferdinand's strategy, joined this league and became engaged in its activities. The initial military collaboration between England and Spain aimed to reclaim Aquitaine for England, fulfilling Henry's ambition to assert dominance over France. Although Henry did not lead the spring of 1512 attack personally, and despite its failure largely due to Ferdinand's self-interested manipulation, the Franco-Spanish alliance managed to expel the French from Italy, maintaining the alliance's integrity. Subsequently, Henry managed a diplomatic triumph by persuading Emperor Maximilian to join the Holy League. The Pope even offered Henry the title of Most Christian King of France, with the prospect of being crowned in Paris. Of course, this was contingent on his victory over Louis XII. In the summer of 1513, Henry personally led an invasion of France, achieving a symbolic victory at the Battle of the Spurs. His forces captured Tournai and Terouanne, contributing to Henry's propaganda efforts and bolstering his military reputation. However, his absence from England prompted his brother-in-law, James IV of Scotland, to invade England, likely at Louis's urging. This incursion was decisively repelled by English forces led by Queen Catherine at the Battle of Flodden on September 9, 1513, resulting in James IV's death and the complete cessation of Scottish involvement in the conflict. Despite these martial excursions, Henry abstained from further campaigns in 1514 due to depleted finances and limited returns from his continental allies. Following the death of Pope Julius and the succession of Pope Leo X, who was more inclined towards peace, Henry negotiated a treaty with France. He agreed to marry his sister Mary to the new French king, Louis XII, securing a peace for an unexpectedly lengthy period of 8 years. Well, the political arena saw itself redefined by the accession of Charles V, Catherine of Aragon's nephew, who became King of Spain in 1516, and even the Holy Roman Emperor in 1519, and also by Francis I succeeding Louis XII as King of France in 1515. This ushered a new era, with young leaders poised for diplomacy. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey's adept negotiations led to the Treaty of London in 1518, which sought to unify European kingdoms against the Ottoman threat. However, the ambitious meeting between Henry and Francis I at the Field of the Cloth of Gold in June of 1520 failed to foster lasting peace due to the underlying competitive tensions. Relations with Charles V proved more aligned with Henry's interests. After Charles had declared war on France, Henry initially offered to mediate, but eventually he sided with Charles, driven by his lingering desire to recover English territories in France. However, when Charles captured Francis at the Battle of Pavia in 1525, and then conveniently failed to acknowledge his debt to Henry, the English king recognized the futility of his position. Feeling sidelined, Henry simply withdrew from the conflict, signing the Treaty of the Moor in 1525 to independently secure England's interests. On the wives of Henry VIII. Henry VIII's marriage to Catherine of Aragon spanned 24 years, during which the lack of a male heir increasingly troubled the king, intensifying his desire for a quick resolution. This situation led him into an affair with Mary Boleyn, one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. Speculation arose regarding the paternity of Mary's 2 children, though Henry simply never acknowledged them, as he did with his acknowledged illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy. In 1525, Henry's frustration with Catherine's inability to produce a male heir was compounded by his growing infatuation with Mary Boleyn's sister, Anne Boleyn, a rather captivating woman reportedly of 25 years old, who was within the Queen's retinue. Now, unlike her sister, Anne had resisted Henry's advances, refusing to become his mistress, which significantly shaped the subsequent political and religious situation of England. Also quite brave to reject the king. What a woman. Well, Henry then faced the dilemma of securing a dynastic succession, considering 3 options. 1. legitimizing Fitzroy, which would involve the Pope and be open to challenges, to arranging a quick marriage for his daughter Mary in hopes of a male grandchild, or simply annulling his marriage to Catherine to marry someone younger. The third option, particularly appealing with Anne Boleyn in mind, soon became Henry's focus, as he sought to annul his marriage to the now 40-year-old Catherine. But there's a problem. Divorce was not quite smiled upon, so something had to be done or some law changed. Initially a devout Catholic, Henry authored the Assertio Septem Sacramentorum in 1521, defending papal supremacy and earning him the title of Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo. However, by 1527, and with new priorities, Henry's views began to shift, influenced by his desperate need for a male heir. He convinced himself that his marriage to Catherine was cursed by God, citing Leviticus 20:21, which he believed made his union incestuous, since Catherine was his brother's widow. I bet he stayed up many nights trying to find an excuse to leave his wife. Well, this was the one he decided on. Henry's pursuit of an annulment was, of course, pretty fraught with political maneuvers. In 1527, he argued to Pope Clement VII that the Pope's dispensation for his marriage to Catherine was, in fact, completely invalid. When these direct appeals to the Pope failed, Henry initiated a plan for an ecclesiastical court in England, hoping to secure a favorable judgment. However, Pope Clement, likely influenced by pressure from Catherine's nephew, Emperor Charles V, called the case back to Rome in 1529, effectively stalling the process and rather frustrating Henry, who, by the sounds of it, was already frustrated enough as it is. Well, Cardinal Wolsey, Henry's chief minister and cardinal, bore the brunt of his frustration over the failed annulment, leading to Wolsey's downfall and eventual charges of treason, from which he died awaiting trial in a dirty old cell. Thomas More succeeded Wolsey as the Lord Chancellor, yet his firm Catholic beliefs made his role rather complex in the unfolding religious reform. Well, ultimately, Catherine was banished from court in 1531, and her chambers were reassigned to Anne Boleyn. Anne's influence helped ensure the appointment of Thomas Cranmer as Archbishop of Canterbury, a crucial move for Henry's annulment efforts. Cranmer's appointment, sanctioned by the Pope, completely unaware of Henry's broader ecclesiastical ambitions, marked a significant step towards the eventual establishment of the Church of England, fundamentally altering the religious landscape and setting the stage for the English Reformation. Of course, there'll be a full video on the English Reformation soon. I just have a list that is about 50 or 60 items long. Please be patient. In the winter of 1532, Henry, seeking to secure his marriage to Anne Boleyn, met with Francis I of France in Calais to gain his support. Upon returning to England, Henry, who was then 41 years old, and Anne Boleyn conducted a secret wedding ceremony. Very soon after, Anne became pregnant, leading to a second, more public wedding service in London on January the 25th, 1533. By May of that year, Thomas Cranmer, convened at a special court, declared Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon null and void, and subsequently validated Henry's marriage to Anne 5 days later. Catherine was demoted to Princess Dowager, and Anne was crowned Queen Consort on the 1st of June 1533. Anne then gave birth to a daughter, Elizabeth, on September the 7th, 1533, who was named in honor of Henry's mother. Following the marriage, Henry's administration, under the guidance of Thomas Cromwell and others, enacted a series of legislative reforms known as the Reformation Parliament. These statutes aimed to resolve any outstanding issues, secure the new religious reforms, and handle any opposition. Thomas More resigned as Lord Chancellor in 1532, leaving Cromwell as Henry's chief minister. Thus, the Acts of Supremacy in 1534, among other laws, recognized Henry as the head of the Church of England, and pretty much completely eliminated the authority of the Pope over English religious matters. This, of course, led to an excommunication of Henry and Cranmer by Pope Clement, but that didn't matter. They had their own church now. Well, Henry and Anne's marriage wasn't perfect. There was trouble in paradise. Anne reportedly had a strong personality, and she refused to conform to traditional submissive roles, which strained their relationship. After a miscarriage in 1534, Henry viewed her inability to produce a male heir as what he said was a betrayal. By 1535, rumors were circulating about Henry's affair with either Mary or Madge Shelton, contributing further to the marital discord. Opposition to Henry's religious changes was initially suppressed. Prominent dissenters like John Fisher and Thomas More were just executed. They were just executed in 1535 after refusing to acknowledge his supremacy over the church. I mean, take the path of least resistance, I suppose. No debates. Well, this period also saw the execution of the other dissenting monks and the suppression of the monasteries. The Pilgrimage of Grace in October 1536 marked a significant resistance to these new religious policies of Henry's. This large-scale uprising in northern England, led by Robert Aske and supported by parts of the northern nobility, initially ended when Henry promised to pardon the rebels. However, when further violence ensued, Henry took this back, retracted his offer of clemency, and executed about 200 of the participants, including Aske. Well, that effectively quelled the rebellion. On the 8th of January, 1536, King Henry and Anne Boleyn received news of the death of Catherine of Aragon. The next day, Henry notably wore yellow attire, with a white feather in his bonnet. During this period, Anne was pregnant again and acutely aware of the high stakes to produce a male heir. Later in January, a jousting incident left Henry severely injured, alarming the court about his condition. The stress of Henry's accident contributed to Anne suffering a miscarriage of a male fetus on January 29th, coinciding with Catherine's funeral, a symbolic and real blow to her standing as a queen. Despite the Boleyn's family's prominent positions, Anne faced increasing hostility from many at court, including the Duke of Suffolk and her own uncle, the Duke of Norfolk. Her political influence waned as Henry's favour shifted towards alliances that the Boleyns opposed, particularly as Thomas Cromwell, who favoured the Emperor over France, gained more and more influence. Moreover, Anne had numerous adversaries, including those who supported reconciliation with Henry's daughter, Princess Mary, and saw Anne's diminishing power as an opportunity to restore Mary's status. Anne's final downfall was precipitated by her miscarriage, and her fate was sealed amidst accusations of adultery, incest, and apparently witchcraft, charges that historians continue to debate, but I think we can put the witchcraft one firmly in the maybe pile. Well, the court's atmosphere soured quickly against her. By late April, the king's attentions had visibly shifted to Jane Seymour. That's right, he had a new flame, indicating a significant change in the court dynamic. Between April 30 and May 2nd, several men, including Anne Boleyn's own brother, George Boleyn, were arrested and charged with adultery with the Queen. Despite very weak evidence, pretty much 100% hearsay, they were convicted of treason and executed on May 17th. On the very day of the execution, Henry and Anne's marriage was annulled by Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, who struggled to justify the annulment, but likely based it on Henry's prior relationship with Anne's sister, Mary Boleyn. This relationship violated Canon's law's provisions on affinity, rendering the marriage invalid. Anne Boleyn was also executed on May the 19th, 1536, at the Tower of London, marking a tragic end to her brief stint as England's queen. The day after the execution of Anne Boleyn, King Henry, aged 45 now, did not have much time to cry or mourn his wife because he was already engaged to Jane Seymour, who had been a lady-in-waiting to the former queen. Thus, they were married just 10 days later, in a private ceremony in Anne's former closet at the Palace of Whitehall, London, officiated by Stephen Gardiner, the Bishop of Winchester. The rapid marriage highlighted Henry's urgency to secure a male heir and continue his lineage. Well, on October the 12th, 1537, Jane Seymour gave birth to a male heir, Prince Edward, the future King Edward VI. However, the birth itself was fraught with complications, and Jane unfortunately succumbed to a postnatal infection, passing away on October the 24th, 1537. She was later buried at Windsor. The joy surrounding the birth of a male heir quickly turned to grief. Although initially shocked, understandably, Henry quickly resumed his duties as king, while his councillors, including Thomas Cromwell, soon beginning the search for his next wife, with an emphasis on forging European alliances this time. Domestically, Henry focused on consolidating his realm rather than foreign affairs. In 1536, he passed the Laws in Wales Act, integrating Wales legally into England, thereby creating a single nation. That same year, he enacted the Second Succession Act, which recognized his children with Jane as his legitimate successors, and reaffirmed the illegitimacy of his daughters Mary and Elizabeth, barring them from inheriting the throne. This act also allowed Henry to dictate the line of succession in his will, securing the future of his dynasty. By 1538, amid negotiations of a secret treaty orchestrated by Cromwell with the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, plans were made for a series of dynastic marriages to strengthen ties across Europe. This included proposed marriages to Mary to a Portuguese royal, Elizabeth to the son of a Hungarian king, and the young Edward to a daughter of Charles V. Additionally, a suggestion was made for Henry to marry Christina, the Dowager Duchess of Milan, though this did not come to fruition. The treaty negotiations were disrupted in January 1539, when Charles V and King Francis I of France reached a peace agreement, causing Henry to grow increasingly paranoid about potential threats to his realm. I mean, if they weren't fighting each other, they might want to fight him. Gotta fight somebody. Supported financially by the wealth accumulated from the dissolution of the monasteries, Henry invested in building a string of coastal defenses to protect against the possible Franco-German invasions, demonstrating his focus on securing his kingdom against external threats. Thomas Cromwell, recognizing the strategic importance of securing an ally in the event of a Roman Catholic attack, suggested Anne of Cleves, a 25-year-old woman from a family positioned between Lutheranism and Catholicism, as a potential new bride for Henry. Other candidates included Christina of Denmark, Anna of Lorraine, Louis of Guise, and Amalia of Cleves. To aid in this decision, Hans Holbein the Younger was sent out to Cleves to paint Anne's portrait, which was deemed accurate and helped to initially persuade the king, as Holbein remained favored at court despite rumors of flattery. Well, upon meeting Anne, Henry was immediately disappointed, finding her reportedly much less attractive than her portrait had suggested. Some things just never changed, had they? Well, he expressed his satisfaction, stating, and this is a direct quote from Henry, "I see no such thing as hath been shown me of her by pictures and report. I am ashamed that men have praised her as they have done, and I love her not." Well, apparently, showing him the picture, and everybody had drummed Anne up quite a lot, saying that she was quite the dish. Now, unfortunately, Henry did not like her at all. Now, whether she was not physically appealing is, of course, a matter of personal taste. But the problem was what the problem was, and that was Henry's reluctance. Well, despite that, the political stakes had effectively forced Henry to proceed with the marriage. He had to do it. The marriage, conducted in January of 1540, however, was doomed from the start. The morning after the wedding night, which is supposed to be quite a bit of fun, Henry openly criticized Anne's physical appearance and claimed that the marriage was not consummated, citing that he couldn't do such because of her body and unpleasant smells. He confessed to a lack of physical and emotional attraction, which sealed his decision to seek an annulment. Now we have a rather harsh quote from Henry himself, who, after he woke up in the morning and had a debrief with his best buddy Cromwell, said the following, and I do warn you it is quite mean. I quote from Henry VIII. "Surely, my lord, I liked her before not well, but now I like her much worse. She is nothing fair, and has very evil smells about her. I took her to be no maid, by reason of the closeness of her breasts, and other tokens, which, when I felt them, struck me so to the heart, that I had neither will nor courage to prove the rest. I can have none appetite for displeasant airs. I have left her as good a maid, and I found her." End of the quote from Henry VIII. Wow. I wonder how Anne ever recovered from that critique. Well, perhaps sensing her precarious situation, she chose not to contest the annulment, which was further supported by her previous betrothal to Francis of Lorraine. The marriage was dissolved in July of 1540, but Anne was generously compensated, receiving the title of the King's sister, along with 2 houses and a suitable allowance, so not bad. Well, don't worry about Henry, because he had his eye on somebody else already. His interest had once again shifted to Catherine Howard, a younger woman connected to his political rival, the Duke of Norfolk, which made Cromwell feel a little uneasy. Amid these personal upheavals, Cromwell's political standing was weakening. His downfall was hastened by the execution of his protégés, Robert Barnes, William Jerome, and Thomas Garrett as heretics, signaling a shift in the religious climate again. Although there is little direct evidence pointing to Cromwell's mismanagement or errors, he was charged with a range of offences including treason, selling export licenses, and unauthorized grantings of passports and commissions. The charges likely reflected court intrigues and the machinations of his enemies, including the Duke of Norfolk. Cromwell was ultimately attainted and executed. On the same day as Cromwell's execution, the 28th of July, 1540, Henry married again Catherine Howard, a younger cousin and former lady-in-waiting of Anne Boleyn, marking his 5th marriage. Reportedly delighted with Catherine, Henry lavished her with lands and riches previously held by Cromwell. Well, he's not going to complain about that anymore, isn't he? Well, all of this included a rather extensive collection of jewelry, which Catherine was, of course, equally delighted with. But guess what? The marriage soon encountered problems, due to Catherine's indiscretions, not Henry's, but Catherine's this time. Catherine Howard's marital fidelity quickly came under question. She initiated an affair with Thomas Culpeper, a courtier, and appointed Francis Dereham, a former lover to whom she had been informally engaged before her marriage, as her secretary. The affair came to light when the Privy Council was informed about her past with Dereham while Henry was away. Archbishop Thomas Cranmer was tasked with the investigation and subsequently uncovered the truth about Catherine's previous relationship, which, of course, he reported to the king. Initially, Henry was in complete disbelief, but he finally accepted the reality of the allegations after Dereham's confession and further persuasion from the Privy Council. Overwhelmed with anger and betrayal, Henry vented his frustrations on the council before retreating to hunting to calm his nerves. Nothing like shooting a few animals to brighten up your day. Well, when confronted, Catherine could have claimed that her pre-contract with Dereham invalidated her marriage to Henry, but instead she argued that Dereham had coerced her into the relationship. Dereham retaliated by revealing her affair with Culpeper. The fallout from these revelations was severe. Both Culpeper and Dereham were executed. Catherine Howard? Well, she was subsequently tried and also executed for treason on the 13th of February 1542. But don't worry, Henry already had his eye on somebody else. I know it keeps going. Well, Henry's sixth and final marriage was to Catherine Parr in July of 1543. Now, Catherine Parr was a wealthy widow known for her reformist beliefs, often debating with Henry about religious matters. Despite the reactionary shift in politics following Cromwell's execution, Henry's religious stance remained a personal mix of Catholic and Protestant elements. Catherine Parr played a significant role in mending the strained relationships between Henry and his daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, whom she helped restore to the line of succession through the Third Succession Act of 1543. This act also granted Henry the authority to determine further succession to the throne through his will. And that was all of the wives of Henry. The poor things. Now, away from the marital affairs. In 1538, Thomas Cromwell, Henry's chief minister, intensified his efforts to eradicate practices that he deemed idolatrous within the old religion. This campaign reached its peak in September with the dismantling of the shrine of St. Thomas Becket at Canterbury Cathedral. As a result, Pope Paul III excommunicated Henry on the 17th of December that year. By 1540, Henry mandated the destruction of all remaining shrines to saints, and in 1542, he dissolved England's remaining monasteries, transferring their properties to the crown. This significantly reduced the ecclesiastical presence in the House of Lords, leaving only the archbishops and bishops as lords spiritual, who were now very much outnumbered by the lords temporal. The diplomatic landscape in Europe was also shifting. The 1539 alliance between Francis I of France and Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, deteriorated, leading to renewed hostilities. However, with both Catherine and Anne Boleyn both deceased, relations between Henry and Charles improved markedly. This culminated in a secret alliance with the Emperor, and Henry planned to support Charles by joining the Italian War and organizing an invasion of France in 1543. In preparation, Henry sought to neutralize Scotland, governed by his young nephew, James V. The Scots were thus decisively beaten at the Battle of Solway Moss on the 24th of November, 1542, and James's death in December furthered Henry's plans to unite the English and Scottish crowns through marriage between his son Edward and James' successor Mary. Although initially agreed to in the Treaty of Greenwich in 1543, the Scottish Parliament ultimately rejected the treaty, leading to 8 years of conflict known as the Rough Wooing. Henry's military focus then returned to France. Despite his reluctance, by June 1544, he launched a two-pronged attack. Norfolk's forces besieged Montreal ineffectively, while Suffolk's forces laid siege to Boulogne, which Henry later personally commanded, resulting in its capture on 18th of September 1544. However, Henry's refusal to march on Paris as Charles had requested led to a rift between the two. Charles subsequently signed a peace agreement with France, leaving Henry to continue the war all by himself. Francis I of France even attempted an invasion of England in 1545, but he only reached the Isle of Wight before being turned back at the Battle of the Solent. Exhausted by financial and military exertions, both England and France sought resolution. The Treaty of Camp, signed on the 7th of June 1546, concluded the conflict, with the terms stipulating that Boulogne would be returned to France after 8 years for a payment of 2 million crowns, which is about £750,000 in those days' money. This treaty was crucial for Henry, who was desperate for funds after the expensive campaign of 1544, which had cost England £650,000 and pushed the kingdom basically to the brink of bankruptcy. In his later years, Henry experienced severe health issues that greatly affected his physical and mental state. Well, you've seen the thumbnail. He became morbidly obese, with a waist measuring 54 inches. He also suffered from numerous painful, pus-filled boils, likely aggravated by incessant cases of gout. His health problems were compounded by a jousting incident on the 24th of January 1536, which worsened a previous leg injury. This accident resulted in a chronic, ulcerated wound that never healed properly, hindering his mobility and, of course, contributing to his sedentary lifestyle. He just couldn't get his 10,000 steps in. It's all about keeping active. Well, historians have largely dismissed the theory that Henry had syphilis. Instead, some suggest that his health issues could have been due to scurvy, caused by lack of vitamin C typically found in fresh fruits and vegetables. There is another theory that suggest that Henry may have had a Kell-positive blood type, which could explain his deteriorating health and the difficulties in his wife's pregnancies, possibly linked to McLeod syndrome, a genetic condition affecting both physical and neurological functions. Well, his physical decline accelerated, and he died at the age of 55 on the 28th of January 1547 at the Palace of Whitehall, coincidentally on the day when he would have been celebrating his father's 90th birthday. But as they say, no daylights nor heel taps, right? Well, despite his plans for an elaborate tomb, which borrowed elements from Cardinal Wolsey's unfinished tomb, Henry's resting place remained incomplete. The intended sarcophagus was later repurposed for Lord Nelson's tomb in St. Paul's Cathedral. Henry was ultimately laid to rest in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, along his third wife, Jane Seymour. And that is the story of Henry VIII. Now, of course, we could talk about Henry VIII all day, but who's got time for that? Maybe you do. But me? Well, I think that's enough of Henry VIII for now. Unless you really want me to go into more detail, which, I don't know. Leave it in the comments. The Spanish Inquisition, established in 1478 by Catholic monarchs Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile, initially intended to maintain Catholic orthodoxy in their kingdoms, this tribunal was also a response to social, religious, and political turmoil of the time. But its origins lay far before the reign of Ferdinand, and the idea of an inquisition in earlier times is what I'm here to discuss today. The origins of the Spanish Inquisition and the specific reasons for its establishment. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? If you are, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's good to have you back with me again. And as always, if you like the content, link to Patreon's in the description, or like, comment, and subscribe. Help me get to my goal of 10,000 subscribers. That would be nice. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite you to relax, take a deep breath, and we can have a look at the origins of the Spanish Inquisition. First, we're going to begin by taking a look at what is known as the Medieval Inquisition, which was kind of a broad blanket terms for Inquisition-like activities back before the formal establishment, tracing its roots back to earlier times and having a look at some of the practices and indeed some of the atrocities of the earlier times. So let us begin. The Medieval Inquisition was a multifaceted legal framework established by both ecclesiastical and civil authorities, with the purpose to safeguard religious orthodoxy and societal order, which were perceived as threatened by heretical doctrines. It's characterized as employing both spiritual and temporal repressive measures, which we'll get to. Of course, we must define our terms. What exactly is heresy? There's a bit of confusion around this. It's quite well defined as an ostensibly defended opinion developed through human reasoning and contrary to church teachings, specifically regarding Scripture, thereby excluding non-Christians such as Jews and Muslims from this category. So, a Muslim or a Jew is not a heretic. They're not trying to change anything with Christian theology. They're just something else entirely. The combat of heresy was specifically within the Christian domain. It was about people who were trying to change what Christianity was, going away from what the main church structure found to be the orthodox way of looking at things. And mainly it's justified in the church in saying, well, we do not want people to be led into false beliefs. Therefore, they will be led into their own damnation. So we have a responsibility to combat heresy for the good of everybody. Of course, it's by any means necessary, but we'll get to the means later. Historians differentiate among various forms of the Inquisition, as there was many forms indeed, mainly the episcopal and the papal inquisitions, with each tribunal operating autonomously under guidelines from the Holy See, without centralized control. Initially, medieval courts employed an accusatorial system, where the accuser faced penalties if the accusation was proven false, thereby ensuring only confident charges were pursued. This evolved into an inquisitorial system derived from earlier Roman legal practices, where judges led the prosecution based on collected information, also known as evidence. Now, the Episcopal Inquisition, initiated in 1184 by Pope Lucius III's papal bull titled Ad Abolendum, tasked bishops with biannual searches for heretics within their dioceses. That's kind of their sphere of control. Each bishop's approach, of course, varied, with many initially trying to persuade heretics to return to orthodoxy through means of reasoned debate and preaching, just trying to convince them to get back on the right path. Thus, legatine inquisitions arose as part of efforts to counteract what was seen as increasing clerical moral decay, and of course the spread of heretical movements like the Cathars and the Waldensians in Italy and France. These were characterized by more formalized procedures over time, especially under the direction of papal legates who initially served as advisors, but later assumed more direct roles in managing heretical threats. Now, famously, the Cathars, if we're going to talk about early heresy and the early history of the Inquisition, indeed, we need to talk about them. The Cathars emerging in the 12th century and influenced by soldiers returning from the Second Crusade who had encountered the Bogomil sect in Bulgaria, were primarily based in southern France, notably around the modern city of Toulouse. Their belief system centered on a form of dualism. They viewed the material world as evil, created by a malevolent god, while the benevolent deity was responsible for the spiritual realm. Of course, this led them to advocate for a life of poverty, chastity, and modesty, which they believed would help detach individuals from worldly materialism. Catharism posed significant challenges to both the social and political order of the time, as well as to the religious orthodoxy, due to their rejection of oaths, which were a fundamental aspect of feudal society. Their persistence led to a crusade, notably the Albigensian Crusade, which ultimately subdued them. Following their defeat, the Inquisition became instrumental in eradicating the remnants of Catharism throughout the 13th and 14th centuries. Punishments for Cathars varied from region to region and ruler to ruler. Some were forced to wear yellow crosses as a sign of penance. Others were subjected to pilgrimage or public scourging, and those who refused to renounce their beliefs, well, they either faced imprisonment, had their property confiscated, or they were simply burned to death, whichever one comes first. Now, the Waldensians, another sect, found primarily in Germany and northern Italy, originated from a group of Orthodox laymen who were initially concerned with the growing wealth of the Church. Over time, they developed doctrinal differences to the Catholic Church, including a rejection of the established priesthood, advocating for the priesthood of all believers instead. They also opposed the veneration of saints and martyrs, and denied the sacramental authority of the Church's clerics. Their emphasis on apostolic poverty gained traction, not only in southern France and northern Italy, but also across various regions of the Holy Roman Empire. Just like the Cathars, the Waldensians went through the ringer in terms of persecution, as their beliefs fundamentally challenged the prevailing ecclesiastical structure and doctrine. Now, I've said before, in my video about the Cathars and my video about the Waldensians, that the issue, in my opinion, was not the actual veering from orthodoxy, but it was more that there could only be one societal structure, one hierarchy, that could dictate the reality of God on earth. And that would be that the papal church, the Pope, nobody else could dictate what the Bible actually meant. This, of course, became a problem once people started getting their own ideas about it. This is why these days we don't just have Christians, we have so many different types of them. Well, Pope Gregory IX initiated the Inquisition to establish a more orderly and lawful approach to handling heresy, as opposed to the chaotic and often brutal methods previously used by local mobs and lords, which could lead to unjust executions, and very cavalier ones at that. Indeed, anybody who was found in the city of Toulouse, whether they be staunch Cathars or not, well, you would face the punishment. There was a lot of guilty by association, and the establishment of a more formal structure aimed against this. I mean, that was what they were trying to do, at least. How successful they were is up for debate. Well, historian Thomas Madden emphasizes that the Inquisition aimed to prevent these injustices. Heresy was seen as a crime, yes, and a big crime against the state, but it was also seen as a spiritual error, meriting capital punishment under Roman law. The medieval Inquisition likely saved quite a lot of lives that would have otherwise been lost to mob violence or local rulers' harsh judgments by offering a more systematic judicial process. Of course, before, if there was heretics in your local area, you would always respond with the torches and pitchforks. Nowadays, everybody knows, well, back in those days, once the Inquisition started as a formal thing, that was no longer the process. You would get somebody to come and give them a bit of a trial. Well, this Inquisition was part of a broader church effort of control and to diminish heresy, which was supported by the Dominican and Franciscan orders, who were commissioned by Pope Gregory IX as papal inquisitors around 1231. These mendicant friars, known for their mobility and adherence to church doctrine, brought a new level of record-keeping and procedural consistency to the process. The Inquisition thus operated across France, Italy, and parts of Germany, and generally ceased by the early 14th century. The core intention behind the Inquisition was mainly to educate and correct those who deviated from Orthodox Catholic beliefs, and to bring them back into the Church. Persistent heretics, however, were handed over to secular authorities, reflecting the Inquisition's role in reinforcing both religious orthodoxy and civil order. The secular penalties for heresy included execution, typically by burning. Now that's an important distinction, because you must remember that the ecclesiastical authorities wouldn't be doing the torturing, would not be doing the executions. They would be handed to a separate group for that. The ecclesiastical authorities were just there to talk people out of their ways and bring them back into the fold. Unfortunately, with things like religion that are very closely held, and specifically ones where if you deny the main character of that religion, you would not get into heaven, well, you really had no choice but to hold on very staunchly to your beliefs, despite the threats of torture and death. That's just the way it is. Well, throughout its history, the Inquisition faced competition from local religious and also secular jurisdictions. Despite papal intentions, control over heresy prosecutions was never fully centralized, leading to instances of abuse and corruption among some inquisitors, such as Robert Le Bourget and certain Franciscan inquisitors in Venice, who exploited their positions for personal gain. Well, additionally, the Inquisition intersected with political dynamics, notably in the trials against the Knights Templar and the Beguines. The Templars were accused of heresy partly as a pretext for financial and political motives by secular rulers like Philip the Fair of France, which is an ironic name because his accusation was indeed very unfair, but that's just my opinion. Effectively, he had owed the Templars quite a lot of money, and to get out of this he effectively pointed the finger and, well, there's no need to pay back money when everybody's dead. That is, of course, quite a drastic simplification, but go watch my videos on the Knights Templar. Well, the Beguines, particularly Marguerite Porret, faced scrutiny and condemnation due to controversial theological positions that challenged church orthodoxy. Well, the later medieval period saw the Inquisition gradually addressing claims of witchcraft and sorcery, especially following the incidents involving Pope John the 22nd, which led to witchcraft being declared a heresy and thus falling under the Inquisition's purview. This shift marked an expansion in the Inquisition's scope, addressing a broader range in doctrinal and moral deviations. In the Crown of Aragon, the implementation of the Papal Inquisition faced substantial resistance from both the local populace and the monarchy, despite its early establishment. Raymond of Peñafort, a canon lawyer and advisor to King James I of Aragon, significantly influenced the development of the Inquisition in the region of Aragon, steering it away from the harsher excesses seen elsewhere. Over time, however, the influence of the Papal Inquisition waned in Aragon, becoming completely obsolete by the mid-15th century. Now, Aragon's laws showed a balance of protection and also discrimination against minorities. For instance, crusaders attacking Jews or Muslims under royal protection could face execution. Laws concerning intermarriage and ethnicity were libel compared to Central Europe, were little concern shown for preventing intermarriage or blood mixture up into the 14th century. Notably, high-ranking Jewish officials were less common in Aragon than in Castile, but still, there were a few of them, exemplified by individuals like Abraham Zacuto, a university professor, and Vidal Astori, who actually was the royal silversmith, and that's not a bad job. In contrast, Castile did not establish a tribunal of papal inquisition during the medieval period, with oversight of religious conduct primarily left to the episcopate under the king's direction. Castile was marked by relative religious tolerance, with a lack of anti-Jewish pamphlets, and a generally permissive attitude towards Jews and Muslims, who were allowed to follow their customs and hold significant public offices. More of a live and let live, at least for now. However, the legal landscape in Castile was complex and varied. The local fueros, or laws, creating diverse conditions in different areas, particularly in royal villas along the border regions. While discriminatory legislation did exist, particularly during periods of instability, forced conversions were illegal, and non-Catholics could generally practice their faith freely. Intellectual cooperation among religions was also common, illustrated by the Toledo School of Translators, and the high positions held by many Jews and Muslims in the administration. This relative tolerance persisted, despite increased pressure and the tightening of laws protecting Jews' rights to collect loans, which were a factor in the unrest against Peter the Cruel and the anti-Semitic violence of 1391. Even after these crises, Castile remained one of the more tolerant European kingdoms, at least by the standard of the day. Tensions over Rome over ecclesiastical authority and the jurisdiction over reconquered lands were also a significant issue. Castile's resistance to abandoning the Mozarabic rite and denying papal control over reconquest lands underscored its reluctance to cede authority to the Church, contributing to its resistance against establishing an Inquisition and its openness to heretics fleeing persecution from other regions. The procedures of the Papal Inquisition were well defined, dictating how courts should handle cases of heresy. If an individual renounced their heretical views and returned to the Church, they would receive forgiveness and perform a penance. However, those who maintained their heresy were excommunicated and handed over to several authorities for punishment, which of course could include severe penalties like property confiscation and execution. Investigation stage. At this initial stage, townspeople were summoned to a public assembly, where inquisitors encouraged self-denunciation in exchange for leniency. Basically, admit what you did wrong and then we'll see what happens next. A legal requirement for conviction was the testimony of at least 2 witnesses, though diligent judges typically sought more to ensure fairness. Trial procedures. During the trial, the accused could identify individuals that they believed bore a grudge against them. If these individuals were among the accusers, the charges were dismissed, and the accusers could actually face severe penalties, including life imprisonment. This provision was intended to prevent the Inquisition from being manipulated by local feuds. The trials lacked direct confrontation or cross-examination of witnesses, and defense witnesses seldom appeared due to fear of suspicion of heresy. Use of torture. Torture was adopted from ancient Roman practices and was common in secular courts. The Inquisition was permitted to use torture under very strict conditions that were set out by the papal bull Ad Extirpanda of 1252, issued by Pope Innocent IV. This included limitations on the extent and duration of torture, explicitly prohibiting methods that caused bloodshed, miscarriage, mutilation, or death, and stipulating that torture could only be applied once. Punishments and penalties. Early Inquisitions, such as the one presided over by Pope Alexander III in Tours in 1164, established penalties like the confiscation of heretics' property. Detailed records from Toulouse in the mid-13th century show a range of penalties, from wearing penitent yellow crosses to life imprisonment, with very few actually being sentenced to death. The most severe punishment, burning at the stake, was reserved for relapsed or particularly unrepentant heretics, termed as being relaxed to the secular arm. Now, I'm not a theologian, just a historian, but from what I've heard, the actual practice of burning alive was meant to give them a little taste of the fires of hell, a little introduction to what was about to become their daily routine, in hopes that at the final moment they would renounce their heresy and beg for God's forgiveness, therefore being saved and, you can get into heaven, that last-minute chance. Whether or not this was the actual case is debatable, but this is what I've heard as one of the theories. Also, in terms of being burned to death, most people died rather quickly of asphyxiation, breathing in once those smoke and the flames would pretty much either make you pass out or have you die quite quickly. It wasn't a very prolonged execution. Now, the Church preferred to avoid executions if a heretic repented, as indicated by the principle Ecclesia non novit sanguinem, which means the Church knows not blood. Historical records from the Inquisitor Bernard Guy show that only 900 guilty verdicts involving 636 individuals, fewer than 45, resulted in actual execution. Now, so that we know about the medieval Inquisition and what it was and how it was before the times of the Spanish Inquisition, let's talk about a few of the theories about why the Spanish Inquisition in particular was deemed to be essential. Why did they need a Spanish Inquisition? Well, let's find out. The establishment of the Spanish Inquisition is viewed as a reaction to the religious diversity of Spanish society after the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, which of course did not fully expel Muslims and Jews who had lived under the Muslim rule. These groups, while tolerated were still seen as outsiders by the dominant Christian elites. Cities like Seville, Valladolid, and Barcelona had substantial Jewish communities. This situation for Muslims deteriorated over time, as they found themselves increasingly excluded from centers of power. Well, despite this, there were periods of relatively peaceful coexistence, known as convivencia, between Christians, Jews, and Muslims, though these relationships were marked by inherent inequalities. Jews in particular held significant roles within the realms of religion and politics in the Crown of Aragon, and in Castile, the position of the unofficial Orthodox rabbi was recognized. However, anti-Semitic attitudes were on the rise across Europe during the late 13th and 14th centuries, leading to the expulsion of Jews from England and France. This growing prejudice in Spain reached a peak in the summer of 1391, where severe anti-Jewish riots, starting in Barcelona, spread to other cities. The violence led to deaths of many Jews and forced conversions of others. New converts were labeled conversos, or new Catholics, to distinguish them from old Christian families. That being said, a lot of the conversos simply continued to practice their Judaism in private. Notably, the violence in Seville began in June 1391, catalyzed by the preaching of one Ferran Martinez, Archdeacon of Écija. This unrest soon spread to Cordoba and Toledo, and eventually affected most of the Jewish communities in Spain, leading to a significant number of Jews either converting to Christianity or simply just not telling anybody. Now, the law of Catholic Church officially opposed forced baptisms because they weren't valid. It had to be sincere. And also it had to be performed under physical compulsion. Nonetheless, those who converted under the threat rather than direct force were still considered voluntary converts, barred from returning to Judaism. Following the riots, many of the newly converted felt it safer to continue in their new Christian faith, just keep their heads down and try to live a good life. The conversos, no longer bound by restrictions that applied to Jews, began to achieve prominent roles in Spanish society, including in government and the church. Notably, conversos attained significant ecclesiastical positions and contributed to various professional and cultural fields in 15th century Spain. This newfound status led to further tensions and, of course, allegations, with some conversos facing accusations of secretly maintaining their Jewish practices. Over time, this group's influence and the lingering suspicion about their true religious loyalties were among the factors that led formal establishment of the Inquisition. Now, there is another hypothesis for the creation of the Spanish Inquisition. A few, actually, and we'll go through them. The first being the enforcement across borders hypothesis, which suggests that the Spanish Inquisition was established to standardize the very legal frameworks and jurisdictions across Spain, akin to the Santa Hermandad, a law enforcement body under direct royal control, capable of prosecuting crimes across different countries, which local authorities could not. This hypothesis suggests that the Inquisition functioned as more of an administrative mechanism, similar to the Holy Brotherhood, ensuring uniform enforcement of royal laws across all local jurisdictions. Historically, the Kingdom of Castile was known for its success in Europe, attributed in part to the king's unprecedented control over the nobility, ensuring political stability and preventing the kingdom from internal conflicts, like those seen in other European regions, such as England. Under the Trastamara dynasty, however, both the Castilian and Aragonese monarchs saw their power wane in favor of powerful noble factions, leading to a fragmented system of taxation and privileges varying significantly from one country to another, with nobles frequently extorting concessions from kings, especially in Aragon. The main objectives of the Catholic monarchs, Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon, were to unite their kingdoms and reinforce royal power to ensure ongoing stability. This was achieved in part through military strength, by forming a combined army that could outmarch any noble coalition within the peninsula. However, due to mutual suspicions, the monarchs kept their kingdoms legislatively separate during their lifetimes. The establishment of the Spanish Inquisition, therefore, served as a method to administratively unify both kingdoms under a single executive, legislative, and judicial authority that was directly under the crown but operated independently in both kingdoms without merging them. The selection of Catholicism as the institutional foundation for this new body was a strategic one, as it was the only common institution between the two kingdoms that held enough popular support to withstand the noble opposition. Thus, the Spanish Inquisition served as both a personal police force and a personal legal system for Isabella and Ferdinand, existing above and independent of the nobility and local interests of either kingdom. This approach allowed the prosecution of heretics to serve a dual purpose. It was not only a matter of religious enforcement, but was also aligned with the prosecution of conspirators, traitors, or any other groups resisting royal authority. Since royal authority was intertwined with divine right and oaths of loyalty taken before God, religious deviation was inherently linked to political disloyalty. Support for this hypothesis is found in the disproportionately high number of nobility and high clergy that were investigated by the Inquisition, as well as the Inquisition's oversight of various administrative and civil crimes. These included prosecuting the counterfeiting of royal seals and currencies, ensuring effective transmission of royal orders, and verifying the authenticity of official documents traveling between kingdoms. The placate Europe hypothesis suggests that the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition was influenced by Spain's image in Europe and the need to improve foreign relations. During a time when most of Europe had already expelled all of their Jews and held negative stereotypes about them, Spaniards were viewed with a little bit of suspicion and also contempt due to their historical tolerance of Jews and Muslims. This image was somewhat problematic as global dynamics shifted, and foreign relations became crucial for maintaining power, so something had to be done. Isabella's ascension to the throne through a coup that displaced Joanna of Avis and her marriage to Ferdinand had already strained relations with nearby Portugal, a historical ally, necessitating the formation of new alliances. Aragon, on the other hand, was focused on controlling the Mediterranean and defending against France, with royal marriages playing a key role in these strategic plans. The reputation of being overly tolerant was a liability in the context of these ambitions, particularly as France's power grew. The enduring coexistence of Christians, Jews, and Muslims in Spain had led to a foreign perception of Spaniards as heretics and bad Christians. Stereotypes that portrayed Jews as greedy, gold-thirsty, cruel, and violent, their words not mine, well, these were also extended to Spaniards in general. And of course, the Spaniards did not want to be greedy, gold-thirsty, cruel, and violent, so it fueled the anti-Jewish sentiments that justified the expulsion and expropriation of Jews in Europe. These negative stereotypes were reinforced by travelers' chronicles that described the tolerant atmosphere at the court of Isabella and Ferdinand, where Jews and Moors, that's the Muslims, could freely go about their business without any coercion to convert. Political and military repercussions from such perceptions were a significant risk, especially during the sensitive period of unifying Castile and Aragon. The expansion of the Ottoman Turks in the Mediterranean further complicated the politics, heightening the need for Spain to project a more united and Christian image to its European neighbors. In this light, the initiation of the Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews and Muslims were likely strategies employed by the Catholic monarchs to clean up Spain's image, aligning it more closely with European norms and alleviating international concerns about Spain's religious and political alignment. This move was also aimed at enhancing relations with the Pope and shifting Spain's focus from African alliances towards stronger ties with Christian Europe. Which leads us to the Ottoman scare hypothesis, which suggests that the creation of the Inquisition was significantly influenced by fears of an Ottoman invasion, particularly supported by internal elements within Spain, such as the Moriscos. During this period, the Ottoman Empire was rapidly expanding, and the Aragonese Mediterranean Empire was declining due to financial strain and fatigue of war. There were genuine concerns that Spain, especially under Ferdinand's reign, would not be able to repel an Ottoman attack if it were aided by internal collaborators. The geographical regions in Spain with large Morisco populations coincided with crucial naval routes between Spain and Africa, heightening the perceived threat of collusion with Ottoman forces. This fear was compounded by the fragile state of the Aragonese naval empire, the discontent among the higher nobility towards the monarchs, and dynastic tensions with Portugal over Castile. Additionally, the monarch's foreign policies had increasingly shifted focus from Morocco and other African nations back towards Europe, stirring up fears of a potential second Muslim invasion and subsequent occupation. The hypothesis suggests that these factors led to the expulsion of groups like the Moriscos, who might religiously align with the Ottomans, and the Jews, who sort of lacked a vested religious interest to oppose such an invasion. The establishment of the Inquisition, therefore, is seen as a strategic measure to enforce these expulsions effectively and to root out any false converts or potential spies who could facilitate Ottoman espionage. Support for this hypothesis includes the strategic military reasoning behind such actions, the early attempts by the monarchs to convert and persuade these populations peacefully, and the abrupt shift towards harsher measures like the Inquisition and expulsion edicts, when peaceful methods proved to be ineffective. The conquest of Naples by the Grand Capitan also highlights Spain's intent to reassert its influence in the Mediterranean, potentially escalating tensions with the Ottoman Empire and other African entities. Thus, the Inquisition was likely envisioned as a necessary and permanent institution to prevent any collaboration with Spain's growing number of adversaries in the region. The establishment of the Inquisition aligns closely with the philosophical ideas advocated by figures of the Florentine school, such as, and pardon my pronunciations, Guicciardini, Pico della Mirandola, and notably Machiavelli, who the Catholic monarchs were known to have studied. These philosophers emphasized the need for centralization and unification as crucial for building a strong state that could withstand foreign invasions. However, they also cautioned against the risks of excessive social uniformity, which they believed could stifle creativity and innovation. After all, they are philosophers. Machiavelli in particular argued that while piety and morals were beneficial for subjects, a ruler might use these virtues more as tools for unification, rather than as a personal guiding principle. He critiqued the negative impact of a corrupt church on societal values, arguing that it contributed to a fragmented and weak Italian peninsula, vulnerable to foreign powers like France and Aragon. At the same time, contemporary German philosophers promoted the idea that a vassal should share the religion of their lord, further emphasizing the role of religious uniformity in political stability. The Spanish Inquisition can be viewed as an application of these political theories. It utilized religion as a unifying force across the diverse and legally varied landscape of Spain, aiming to maintain religious cohesion, but still allow for regional legal distinctions. On the other hand, the enforcement of Catholicism and the expulsion of Jews might also be seen as stemming from genuine religious devotion of the monarchs. Recent scholarship has increasingly considered religious motivations as the primary driver behind these actions. However, given the political context and the character of Ferdinand, as described by Machiavelli and others, it is likely that religious measures were also used in a strategic manner. Machiavelli described Ferdinand as a ruler who leveraged religious piety for political gain, rather than out of any personal conviction, suggesting that his policies were crafted more for political utility than out of religious earnestness. This pragmatic use of religion to secure and enhance royal power reflects Machiavelli's views in his work The Prince, where he considers Ferdinand as a prime example of a ruler who effectively used religion as a tool for statecraft. Now, before we go, there's also a theory that surrounds about keeping the Pope in check. The establishment of the Spanish Inquisition can be interpreted by some as a strategic move by the Catholic monarchs to counterbalance the historical attempts of the papacy to exert political influence over Spain. Throughout the Middle Ages, the hierarchy of the Catholic Church made numerous attempts to control Christian territories in Spain, including claiming ownership of lands reconquered from non-Christians, a claim accepted by Aragon and Portugal, but rejected by Castile. Additionally, the papacy had historically influenced the region's religious practices and had significant impact on Aragon's political situations, such as its control over South Italy and the loss of Roussillon. The relationship with the papacy was always complex, characterized by conflicts with figures like Pope Paul II, who advocated for complete papal authority over secular rulers. The Catholic monarchs, especially Isabella, needed the Church's legitimacy to maintain their power, but also sought to limit the Pope's direct influence in Spain. Thus, the creation of the Inquisition presented a solution that superficially seemed to align with the Pope's criticisms about Spain's religiously mixed heritage. However, it simultaneously ensured that a papal-led Inquisition could not be imposed directly, thus securing a tool for the monarchs to control the Roman Church's power within their realms. Unlike other inquisitions of the time, the Spanish Inquisition was uniquely under the direct authority of the Spanish crown and not the Pope. With the papal bull that authorized its creation, the Inquisition was led by the monarch of Spain and tasked with enforcing the king's laws on religious and other private life matters, and this was independent of Rome and the papacy. This autonomy allowed the Inquisition to investigate, prosecute, and convict members of the clergy for corruption or potential treason against the crown, without needing the Pope's approval at all. Moreover, the Inquisition included secular lawyers and was not solely comprised of clergy, enhancing its role as a bureaucratic and quasi-secular body that operated with the Church's nominal authority, but was loyal first and foremost to the Spanish crown. This setup effectively minimalized the Pope's direct influence in Spain, redirecting any papal interactions to go through the Spanish monarchs, thereby complicating any direct papal intervention into Spanish affairs. Through this strategic manipulation of a religious authority, the Catholic monarchs crafted a sophisticated mechanism to both placate and circumvent papal influence, ensuring their control over religious and political matters within their territory. Thank you very much for listening. I suppose this will be part 1 of a few videos that I'm going to be making on the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition. You've all heard of it, haven't you? One of the most formidable and admittedly controversial institutions in European history, established in 1478 by the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile. But what exactly was it? What could you expect if the Spanish Inquisition came marching in? Well, that was a fairly complex task, and over the years it's been subject to more than a little bit of revisionism and a great deal of romanticism. So allow me, in great detail today, to walk you through the process and the methods of the Spanish Inquisition. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, you certainly know what to expect. As always, if you like what I do and want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, if you like, comment and subscribe, I may just meet my 10,000 subscriber goal. I think we can get there. It's realistic, don't you think? Well, for now, I'd like to invite you to take a deep breath, relax, and we can learn all about the Spanish Inquisition. So, imagine it. You're there, tilling the fields with all the other peasants, pulling potatoes out of the ground and coming over the horizon. It's them, the Inquisition. What exactly could you expect to happen next? Well, the arrival of the Inquisition in a city marked a significant and often ominous event, heralded by the proclamation of what is called the Edict of Grace. This edict was typically announced following Sunday Mass, where the Inquisitor would outline potential heresies and simply invite the congregation to confess any such sins at tribunals of the Inquisition to relieve their conscience. The Edict of Grace was offering a period of time, usually 30 to 40 days, during which self-accused individuals could come forward of their own volition and receive leniency, generally avoiding harsh punishment through a promise of reconciliation with the Church. This initial offer of clemency was meant to encourage voluntary confessions and was crucial for the Inquisition to gather their information, as these self-reporting individuals were often persuaded to denounce others, turning them into the informants. Around 1500, the Edicts of Grace were phased out in favor of the Edicts of Faith, which eliminated the grace period entirely and focused instead on urging the public to denounce anyone who they suspected of heretical acts. You can see how this becomes a problem. Well, the proceedings of the Inquisition were a little bit mysterious. Denunciations were made anonymously, leaving the accused without the means to know who exactly had accused them. The anonymity opened the door for numerous false accusations. Who could have seen that coming? Driven not only by concern for religious conformity, but also by personal vendettas, jealousy, and other less noble motives. The system effectively turned the general population into unwilling agents of the Inquisition, instilling a culture of surveillance where every word and every action could potentially lead to severe consequences. Denunciation became a critical and highly encouraged religious duty, embedding a deep-seated sense of mistrust and fear among neighbors, within families, and even towards complete strangers, as everybody became a potential informant or suspect. Upon receiving a denunciation, the calificadores of the Inquisition examined the case to determine if heresy was actually involved. This often led to the accused being taken into preventative detention, sometimes even lasting up to 2 years before a formal examination took place. During this detention, the accused properties were seized to cover the procedural costs and maintenance, plunging their families into financial hardship. This issue was supposedly addressed in the guidelines from 1561, though historical records, like those reviewed by Laurent, show no evidence of such provisions benefiting the children of the condemned. The process was veiled in secrecy to protect the identities of the informants, and was criticized for its lack of transparency. The accused often spent this whole time without even having any knowledge of the charges against them, and also lacking access to Mass or sacraments. While the conditions of the Inquisition prisons were admittedly on par or better than secular prisons, the secrecy and isolation weighed heavily on the imprisoned. Inquisitorial trials involved a series of hearings where the accusers and the accused provided testimony. The accused were assigned a defense counsel from the tribunal, who was there more to advise than to defend, as they were required to abandon their role if they recognized the accused's guilt. The prosecution was led by the fiscal, with every word of the accused recorded by the notario del secreto. The accused could defend themselves by presenting various favorable witnesses, or by challenging the credibility of the anonymous accusers, which was, of course, inherently difficult. Despite the structured nature of these trials, which some apologists claim were advanced for their time in terms of fairness, the integrity of the proceedings is still debated. The reliance on torture, when hearsay was half proven, shows the harsh methods employed, despite varying reports on the frequency of its use, and we will get to that later. Ultimately, the Inquisition's blend on judicial process, political influence, and brutal enforcement methods like torture has been critically viewed as a perversion of justice, pretty much by everybody, and far removed from even the most basic standards of legal fairness. Torture was a widespread practice in both civil and religious trials across Europe, and not just for the Inquisition. But it is alleged that the Spanish Inquisition used it more judiciously than was typical at the time. Unlike other courts, the Spanish Inquisition had detailed regulations about the use of torture, including the conditions under which it could be employed, the methods permissible, and the supervision that was required. Let's briefly touch on them. Conditions for torture. The Inquisition allowed torture under very specific circumstances, such as when the guilt was half proven, or there was a strong presumption of guilt. These conditions were outlined in Article 15 of Torquemada's instructions and Aymeric's directives. Torquemada, by the way, was the first Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition. He was from the town of Valladolid in Spain, which, if you look up, I'm sure you will agree, it is very pretty. Now, Aymeric himself noted that information obtained through torture was not always reliable, and thus should only be used as a very last resort. Methods and limitations. The Inquisition was explicitly forbidden from causing permanent damage. No maiming, no mutilating, no drawing blood, and, of course, no killing during torture. Church law also prohibited ecclesiastical tribunals from shedding blood, and you didn't want to run afoul of church law. Despite these restrictions, many victims, of course, suffered severe injuries, including broken limbs, and some, of course, sadly died due to the torture. Common methods included the garrucha or strappado, the toca or waterboarding, and the potro or the rack. Garrucha, or the strappado, involves suspending the victim by the wrists, which were tied behind the back, sometimes adding weight to the feet, and then lifting them up by the rope and dropping them violently back and forth. You can see how this would be not an ideal situation to be in. And of course, it could lead to maiming, for sure. Perhaps not drawing blood, but you can hardly imagine one would be in much of a good state after this. Of course, the next one was toka, or waterboarding, which simulated drowning by pouring water over a cloth covering the victim's face. Still used today, by the way, and it's very surprising who is still using it. Well, potro, or the rack, painfully stretched the victim's limbs. I'm sure we're all familiar with the rack. Very quintessential on medieval torture, that's for sure. Supervision. Torture sessions were supervised and required the presence of a physician to ensure the victim could withstand the treatment without dying, though of course severe harm often occurred regardless. Following the torture, victims might freely confess, but of course some confessions were suspect, as they could be recanted if torture was threatened again. Bernard de Lisieux, a Franciscan friar who suffered greatly under the Inquisition, criticized the methodology by arguing that even saints could be declared heretics under such duress. After torture and investigation, the inquisitors convened with a bishop's representative and consultants, experts in theology or canon law called consultores, to deliberate the case in what is known as the consulta de fe. Decisions had to be unanimous, no exceptions, and any disagreement required referral to the Suprema. So what happened next? What about the sentencing? Well, that was equally as complex. Let's get into it. A defendant could occasionally be acquitted, although this was uncommon and often seen as a poor reflection on the judgment of the inquisitors themselves. I mean, think about it. The inquisitors had been sent out to find heretics. If they find heretics, they've done a good job. If they don't find heretics, well, what are we having them for anyway? So, of course, the more heretics, the more head pats from the Pope. Well, more frequently, trials could be suspended, which left the accused free, yet perpetually under suspicion, meaning that the case could be reopened at any time. Sometimes, if a defendant was found not guilty during the proceedings, the decision was made quietly. Another possibility was that the accused would be subjected to penance. This entailed a public recantation of their errors, de levi for minor offences, de vehementi for more serious ones, and the imposition of public penalties, which could involve wearing a San Benito, compulsory attendance at church, exile, physical punishments like scourging, fines, or simply being sentenced to serve as an oarsman in the royal galleys. And you did not want to be an oarsman in the royal galleys. Well, reconciliation was another outcome for those found guilty, involving not only a public ceremony to reconcile the condemned with the church, but also harsher penalties, such as long imprisonment or the aforementioned becoming a galley slave, also confiscation of all property. Those reconciled faced significant social and professional restrictions, which also extended to their descendants. The most severe consequence was relaxation to the secular arm, and it's not the kind of good relaxation. This basically meant that you were handed over to secular authorities who were allowed to draw blood during torture, and who were allowed to kill you. This generally led to execution by burning at the stake. This fate awaited the impenitent heretics, or those who relapsed. If the condemned repented, they might be strangled before the burning. If they were unrepented, well, they were tied up to the wooden board and simply burned alive. Now, that being said, if you were burned alive, well, you probably wouldn't be alive for that long of the burning. Most people died from asphyxiation pretty quick. You know, you're breathing in all that smoke. You're not going to get too far. So it's not like in the movies where some poor soul would be thrashing around for 2 to 3 minutes on the burning pyre. They probably would have been asphyxiated within 45 seconds. Which is of course not good, but I'm just saying. Well, although the Inquisition itself did not carry out the execution, it handed the condemned over to these secular authorities who were compelled to execute the sentences, and if they didn't, they risked excommunication. So it effectively was a command from the church, but they would outsource their dirty work. Trials could also proceed in absentia, particularly if the accused died or before the conclusion of the trial. In such cases, effigies could be burned, and if it was later proved that the deceased had been heretical, they would dig up their remains and burn them. They would also seize their properties and disinherit their heirs. Over time, the frequency and severity of the punishments, of course, varied, with harsher sentences more common in the early years of the Inquisition, and a notable decline in the use of torture and executions as the institution persisted into the mid-16th century. When a condemnatory sentence was issued, it necessitated the involvement of the condemned in an auto de fe, a ceremonious event marking their reconciliation with the Church. In cases of remaining dissent, their punishment as unrepented heretics. These autos de fe could either be public or private, named auto publico or auto particular, respectively. Initially, public autos de fe were modest and did not seek to attract large crowds. Over time, however, they evolved into elaborate, costly events that showcased the combined might of the Church and the State, celebrated amidst the festive atmosphere with a large public attendance. These ceremonies transformed into Baroque spectacles designed for maximum impact, often held in the city's largest plaza during public holidays. The proceedings would start with the previous night with the procession of the Green Cross, and could extend throughout the entire day. The ceremony included a Catholic Mass, prayers, a public procession of the guilty, and the pronouncement of their sentences. Conducted in these public squares or esplanades, these events lasted several hours, and were attended by ecclesiastical and civil authorities alike. Now, it's important to remember, although artistic representations often include scenes of torture and burning at the stake, such acts did not occur during the autos de fe, which were fundamentally religious acts. Neither was torture applied post-trial, and executions were carried out separately after the ceremony. The first known auto de fe occurred in Paris in 1242 under King Louis IX, while the first in Spain was not until 1481 in Seville, where several participants were later executed. In Portugal, where the Inquisition was established in 1536 and lasted officially until 1821, its power waned significantly in the late 18th century under Marquis of Pombal, who reformed it into a royal court. Nonetheless, persecution of heretics persisted. But remember, autos de fe were not simply confined to Europe. They also occurred in the colonial territories, such as Mexico, Brazil, and Peru, where they were documented by historians of the time like Bernal Diaz del Castillo. Similarly, they were held in the Portuguese colony of Goa, India, after the Inquisition was established there in 1562. Now, before we move on, I'd just like to backtrack a little bit with an early history of the Inquisition, just before we get to our next section. Gives us a little more historical context. During her visit to Seville between 1477 and 78, Queen Isabella of Spain was persuaded by Fray Alonso de Ojeda, a Dominican friar, of the secret continuation of Jewish practices among the converted Jews in Andalusia. You may often hear the word converso. A converso is a converted Jew, usually first generation or so. A lot of them would practice in private, but converted to Christianity to either avoid the fines and taxes or avoid being murdered, whichever one was more suitable at the time. The claim was substantiated by a report from Pedro González de Mendoza, the Archbishop of Seville, and Tomás de Torquemada, a Dominican converso descent from Segovia, and yes, that was indeed the name of the first Grand Inquisitor. Now, in response, Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella sought to formalize their efforts to root out heresy by requesting a papal bull to establish an inquisition in 1478. Pope Sixtus IV responded by issuing the bull Exigit Sincere Devotianis Affectus, which authorized the monarchs to appoint priests over 40 as inquisitors. So, by 1483, a council was established to manage the Inquisition, presided over by Tomás de Torquemada. Despite Sixtus IV's objections to how conversos were being treated in Aragon, Ferdinand II of Aragon applied pressure to Sixtus IV to endorse a monarchy-controlled Inquisition, using the threat of Turkish threats to Rome as leverage. Although Sixtus initially issued a bull to halt the Inquisition, he was coerced into withdrawing it. Consequently, on November 1st, 1478, he issued another bull, granting the Spanish monarchs exclusive authority to appoint inquisitors. The first inquisitors, Miguel de Murillo and Juan de San Martin, were only appointed in September 27, 1480, in Medina del Campo. The first auto de fe occurred in Seville on February 6, 1481, and resulted in the execution of 6 individuals. This event marked the rapid expansion of the Inquisition within the Kingdom of Castile, with tribunals established in 8 major cities by 1492. In 1482, Pope Sixtus issued a new bull forbidding the Inquisitors' extension to Aragon, criticizing it for prioritizing financial gain over spiritual integrity. He noted that many faithful Christians had been unjustly imprisoned, tortured, and executed on flimsy evidence, often provided by personal enemies or individuals of questionable status. This exploitation was damaging to the soul and set a dangerous precedent, sparking widespread revulsion. Now Ferdinand, however, questioned the authenticity of the bull, suggesting that no reasonable pope would sanction such a document. He wrote back to Sixtus on May 13, 1482, to dismiss the concerns raised, and requested that the management of the Inquisition remain solely under their royal supervision. In 1482, Pope Sixtus was still striving to control the Spanish Inquisition, and was seeking broader acceptance for his comparatively lenient stance towards the conversos, as compared to the harsher approach of the Inquisition and the local authorities. By 1483, the expulsion of Jews from all of Andalusia had been enacted. Despite the Pope's efforts to curb abuses, Ferdinand coerced him into issuing a new papal bull on October 17, 1483, which appointed Thomas de Torquemada as Inquisitor General for Aragon, Valencia, and Catalonia. This move effectively tightened the monarchy's grip over the Inquisition, which was exactly what they wanted. Torquemada wasted no time in structuring the Inquisition's operations. By 1484, he had authored a manual detailing 28-article Inquisitor's Manual based on Nicholas Eymerich's Dictatorium Inquisitorum. This manual remained fundamentally unchanged for over 3 centuries after Torquemada's death. It was that good, if we can say it that way. Well, it mainly established protocols, including that 30-day grace period for self-confession, and the encouragement of accusations from peers, under which signs of crypto-Judaism, like the absence of chimney smoke on Saturdays or the purchase of vegetables before Passover, might lead to denunciations. The use of physical torture to elicit confessions was, of course, also sanctioned, and while crypto-Jews could confess and perform penance, repeat offenders faced execution. Attempts by Pope Innocent VIII in 1484 to allow appeals against the Inquisition to Rome were thwarted by Ferdinand, who in December of 1484, and again in 1509, mandated the death penalty and property confiscation for those who sought such remedies without royal consent. The consolidation of power made the Inquisition a pivotal institution within the Spanish monarchy, functioning as a tool for the crown across all of its territories, including overseas. Resistance continued in parts of Aragon, notably with revolts like that in Teruel between 1484 and 85. The assassination of Inquisitor Pedro Arbues in Zaragoza on September 15, 1485, swayed public opinion towards the Inquisition and against the conversos, diminishing their presence in the Aragonese government. Remember, conversos, converted Jews. From 1480 to 1530, the Inquisition was intensely active, the golden age of the Spanish Inquisition, if we may put it that way, with estimates suggesting around 2,000 executions, primarily among conversos of Jewish descent. Data indicates that a vast majority of those tried in places like Valencia and Barcelona during this period were indeed of Jewish origin. The Inquisition's mandate extended solely over Christians, though, rendering actual Jews, not conversos, actual Jews, Muslims, and other non-Christians beyond its purview, unless they professed Christianity for strategic reasons, which many of them did. Why would they do this? Well, perhaps they wanted to avoid taxes, or if they were expelling the Muslims or expelling the Jews, well, you would simply say, well, don't worry about me, I've already converted to Christianity. Just ignore the dreidel in the corner of the room. Of course, many of them did secretly practice their original faiths. I mean, who was going to know until your neighbors looked through the window on Sunday and saw you eating fish or, I don't know, whatever it is you're not meant to do in Christianity on Sundays. I'm not the expert. Well, observing this, perhaps they would dob you in. Well, these individuals, known as the conversos, were the Inquisition's primary focus. They were doing everything they could to find them, and yes, legally, in the eyes of the law, since they had converted, they were regarded as Christians. But they were just in a different category of Christian, and therefore, since they were new and converted Jews, then they were looked down upon quite a lot. Direct accusations of Judaism led to the loss of inquisitorial jurisdiction, placing the individual under civil authority, where the consequences included potential deportation or execution as heretics if they did not convert or simply leave Spain. So really, you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. In response to persisting Judaizing among conversos, the Spanish monarchy, under Ferdinand and Isabella, sought to eliminate any and all Jewish influence, which culminated in the 1492 Alhambra Decree. This edict offered Jews a choice, either expulsion, conversion, or we are going to kill you, supposedly underpinning the decree's religious motivation rather than a racial one. Well, the enforcement of this decree was notably inconsistent, primarily affecting regions vulnerable to Ottoman threats, while interior areas saw lax or deferred execution of this decree. Now, why is it? Well, from my basic theory is that Muslims and Jews within areas that were vulnerable to outside threats may be the ones to sympathize with the people from the outside, and perhaps open the gates in the middle of the night when no one is looking. Of course, they were getting as much as a raw deal as they could from their own rulers. Perhaps if the Ottomans had said to them, you know, we won't make you pay a tax. Once we take over management, all you need to do is open those gates for us. Let us in. Well, everyone wants the best deal possible, don't they? Well, historical records on the number of Jews who left Spain vary significantly, with earlier sources significantly inflating the figures, as they usually do. Modern scholars suggest somewhat lower and more conservative amounts, estimating around 40,000 departures from a combined population of 280,000 Jews and conversos. The destinations of these exiles, of course, varied too, with many opting for Portugal, where they simply faced forced conversion, so that was a wasted trip. Or other parts of Europe, rather than Muslim territories, contrary to popular belief. Well, the Inquisition's peak activity against conversos spanned from 1480 to 1530, with accusations and trials decreasing significantly afterwards. The discovery of a crypto-Jew community in Quintantar de la Orden in 1588 led to a brief resurgence in converso persecutions towards the late 16th century. The 17th century saw some conversos returning from Portugal to escape the Portuguese Inquisition, only to face renewed scrutiny by the Spanish Inquisition. Parallel to its actions against conversos, the Inquisition also targeted the Moriscos, Muslims in Spain who had converted to Christianity. Starting with a decree in 1502, Muslims in Granada were coerced into conversion or faced expulsion, a policy that extended to Aragon following the revolt of the Brotherhoods. The Moriscos, however, were initially not persecuted as vigorously as the conversos due to their integration within Spanish society and economic interest of the Spanish nobility, particularly in regions like Valencia and Aragon. The situation for Moriscos began to deteriorate following the Morisco revolt in Granada between 1568 and 71, leading to increased inquisitorial focus and eventual expulsion in 1609 under King Philip III, influenced by figures such as Archbishop Juan de Ribera and the Duke of Lerma. This expulsion had a profound demographic impact, particularly in Valencia, and shifted large populations to Maghreb and the Barbary coast. Now, contrary to popular belief, the Spanish Inquisition very rarely targeted Protestants. Given their scant presence in Spain, the game wasn't really worth the candle to go after such small fish. The term Lutheran was broadly applied not specifically to followers of Lutheranism, but rather as a catch-all label for those perceived as undermining the Church. The initial focus on these so-called Lutherans began with the Alumbrados of Guadalajara and Valladolid, a mystical sect whose lengthy trials concluded with various prison terms, yet no executions. The interest in the Alumbrados led to scrutiny of intellectuals and clerics who influenced by Erasmian ideas, a notable fact considering the admiration Erasmus garnered from both Charles I and Philip II. The actual trials, specifically against Protestant groups, commenced in 1558 to 1562, during the early reign of Philip II, targeting very small Protestant communities in Valladolid and Seville, which comprised only about 120 individuals. Like I said, small fish. This period marked a peak in the Inquisition's severity, with numerous public autos de fe, some attended by royal family members, and it resulted in approximately 100 executions. These events nearly eradicated Spanish Protestantism, inherently a minor movement to begin with. Post-1562, the intensity of these kinds of trials began to wane. Although around 200 individuals were accused of Protestantism towards the end of the 16th century. However, many of those accused were not genuine Protestants. The Inquisition broadly classified irreverent behavior, such as drunkenness, anti-clerical statements, disrespect towards church images, and consuming meat on prohibited days as under the umbrella of these Lutheran activities. It is believed that in the latter part of the 16th century, only about a dozen Spanish Protestants were actually executed. While the Inquisition was authorized to target Orthodox heretics, seldom took action against them due to lack of military conflicts between Spain and Orthodox countries. An isolated incident involving St. Peter the Alliot in North America is often cited, where he was allegedly tortured by members of the Inquisition, possibly Franciscans misidentified as Jesuits. However, this account is actually quite fraught with inconsistencies and lacks any supporting evidence from the records of the Inquisition, making its historical accuracy more than a little bit questionable. Back in Spain, witch hunts were less severe than in other parts of Europe, such as France, Scotland, and Germany. A notable incident occurred in Logroño, involving the witches of Zagamurdi from Navarre. During an auto de fe on November 7th and 8th, 1610, 6 individuals were executed, and 5 more were symbolically burned in effigy. Contrary to widespread belief, the Spanish Inquisition actually rarely dealt with cases of witchcraft, which largely remained under secular jurisdiction. The Inquisition, rather in general, dismissed witchcraft as baseless superstition, and usually they would just not bother to look into it. Alonso de Salazar Frias, after inspecting Navarre post-Logroño trials, reported to the Suprema that the hysteria surrounding witchcraft often began only after such accusations were discussed publicly. Funny how that works, isn't it? Well, you weren't really going to get done for witchcraft, unless you were really unlucky, or you lived in the North American colonies or Germany. At least you wouldn't be done by the Spanish Inquisition for it. But there are other things that you would definitely be done for. And that's what we will discuss now. A little bit of each of the charges. So, what's the rap sheet? Well, first things first, good old blasphemy. Blasphemy fell under the broader category of heretical propositions, which included not only direct blasphemy, but also dubious comments about religious doctrines or clerical misconduct. No priest and a rabbi jokes, I'm afraid, not allowed. Common charges included denying the sinfulness of fornication and questioning key Christian belief, like transubstantiation or the virginity of Mary. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that transubstantiation is when the sacraments are taken, drinking the wine and the eating of the crackers, that when you actually drink the wine, which is meant to represent the blood of Jesus, it literally transubstantiates into the blood of Jesus once it hits your tongue. Same as the crackers for his body. To my knowledge, that's basically what transubstantiation is. Now, clergy, they were not exempt either. They could be put up on charges of heresy for their own comments or behavior, so you didn't just get away with it because you were in the club. However, such charges generally resulted in pretty mild sanctions, reflecting the Inquisition's relatively lenient handling of verbal offences compared to more serious heresies. I mean, after all, we're all human. We all make mistakes, right? Sodomy. In 1524, jurisdiction over cases of sodomy within Aragon was granted to the Inquisition by Pope Clement VII, following a request from the Saragossa tribunal. Unlike Aragon, the Castilian Inquisition did not claim jurisdiction over such matters, creating a regional discrepancy in how sodomy was prosecuted. The handling of sodomy cases varied greatly across Aragon, heavily influenced by local laws. For example, Zaragozza's tribunal was notoriously stringent. The first execution by the Inquisition for sodomy involved a priest, actually. Funny how that works. Salvador Vidal in 1541. Subsequent convictions could result in various penalties, including fines, public humiliation, and sentencing to the old galley slave job. A notable 1560 ruling specified that certain sexual acts between women did not constitute sodomy unless a aid was used, whereas bestiality was frequently prosecuted, particularly in Zaragoza during the 1570s. And I think that we can all get behind prosecuting people for bestiality, regardless of what persuasion you are. Well, this term, sodomy, in the Inquisition's eyes, encompassed various non-procreative sexual acts, all condemned by the Church. The accused in sodomy trials often included clergy, nobles, laborers, servants, and military personnel, with cases typically involving an older man and a younger male, and often under coercive circumstances. Now, it's very important to note that punishments were always more severe for adults, except in clear instances of assault or when the accused was very young. In that case, the ones who were at the victim end would, well, they wouldn't receive any punishment. They were victims. The visibility of sodomy cases seemed to decrease significantly after 1579, when public autos de fe stopped including those convicted of sodomy unless they were condemned to death. By 1633, executions for sodomy had largely ceased. Well, what hadn't ceased was Freemasonry, and since around 1738, Freemasonry had been considered completely heretical by the Roman Catholic Church, which of course could lead to severe repercussions for those who wore the ring. Records of the Spanish Inquisition show only a handful of prosecutions related to Freemasonry across the entire Spanish Empire, however. In 1815, Inquisitor General Francisco Javier Demier y Campillo, hope I got that name right, also the Bishop of Almeria, aggressively targeted Freemasons, denouncing the lodges as subversive and atheistic organizations. During his crackdown, being suspected of Freemasonry could result in arrest, reflecting the intense scrutiny and persecution Freemasons faced during this period. Then, of course, we must remember the Inquisition's role in just general censorship. As a key player in the Counter-Reformation, the Spanish Inquisition sought to suppress the ideas of heretics by generating indexes of prohibited books. These lists weren't unique to Spain, by the way. Similar lists had appeared across Europe a decade earlier. Spain's first index in 1551 was essentially a reprint of the University of Leven's 1550 index, with an added section on Spanish works. Subsequent indexes were issued between 1559 and 1632, sometimes including major works of Spanish literature, although predominantly they targeted religious writings and morally unsound plays. Initially, the inclusion of the book in an index meant that it was completely banned. This approach proved somewhat impractical and counterproductive, especially when it restricted access to literature necessary for educating a literate and informed clergy. Thus, a more nuanced approach eventually prevailed, allowing expurgated editions where objectionable sections were edited or just taken out completely, enabling these more sanitized versions to be circulated and read by the public. While ostensibly the indexes severely limited cultural expression, the actual enforcement of these prohibitions was less stringent than often assumed. Historical evaluations demonstrate despite official bans, popular literature like romances of chivalry continued to be circulated, and even the New World, with the Inquisition's tacit approval, had these sorts of works. You just really couldn't stop it. Now, during the Enlightenment era, the restrictions loosened further, with an increasing number of permits granted to read banned works. Think about it in our modern day as well. People back then had printing presses. You know, if you tell somebody that a video has been banned or this video is terrible, you shouldn't watch it, what are people going to do? Immediately, they are going to go and try to find the video, or the speech, or the poem, or the film, or the book, whatever it is. They're going to go and listen to it. I believe it's called the Barbra Streisand effect. I believe so. Well, the censorship of books was indeed largely ineffective in stifling the circulation of prohibited works within the educated circles, as they were the ones who could afford to maintain collections of books. Spain's elite, including monarchs like Philip II and III, collected many of these works. Access to this collection was relatively open to scholars too, clergy as well, and the nobility after Philip II's death. While the Inquisition occasionally intervened with raised eyebrows and pointed fingers, it largely did not obstruct the access and dissemination of a broad range of intellectual works. It's one thing for the higher-ups to make the rules, but you have to remember that the people in the Inquisition were individuals too, and just like with police officers in real life, sometimes some laws are just not really worth pursuing. Think about it. I live in a very small country town in country Australia, and our local police here, if they're going to start prosecuting people for such small crimes, it would breed discontent among the small population, wouldn't it? It's far better that they show a bit of tolerance, for the most part, so that they have goodwill towards the people, so that when they do need to crack down on something, people are generally behind them, because they're good, right? That's at least how it works, as far as I see it. Well, the Inquisition also adjudicated cases of what they deemed as unnatural marriage, defined as any union where procreation was deemed impossible, reflecting on the period's emphasis on the reproductive purpose of marriage, vital in a nation that was often at war. And it was extremely unfair, because it was not just by principle, but also by circumstance. For example, both male and female sterility could lead to such marriages being annulled. Notably, the case of Eleno de Cespedes, tried for issues related to marriage, sex, and gender, highlights these concerns. And contrary to common belief, the Inquisition's role was not solely religious, but it functioned as this private policing arm of the crown, overseeing various crimes within the private sphere. The distinction between religious and secular crimes simply did not exist in 15th century Spain, and much of the rest of the medieval world, marking the Inquisition as a key enforcer of laws that today would be considered civil or criminal. This, of course, included domestic crimes, organized crimes, and offenses against state authority. Significant non-religious crimes within the Inquisition's purview included sexual offenses, also bestiality and incest, along with crimes such as bigamy, human trafficking, smuggling, forgery, tax fraud, treason, and all of the other things that are much too horrible to mention. These offenses often overlapped with what were classified as religious crimes, making it challenging to distinguish between the two in historical records. The Inquisition was notably proactive in punishing sexual violence with abuse of young people, setting a precedent for legal intervention in cases across Spain. There was no tolerance for this. Other non-religious crimes like forgery and tax fraud were equated with heresy in terms of their deceitful nature and societal impact. Well, overall, the greatest crime, and still the greatest crime, is not being subscribed to ASMR historian. Well, of course I'm only joking, but we're getting quite close to our subscriber goal. I think we're going to get there. Who knows, by the time this video is published, perhaps we will have already gotten there. I think overall I must say that the Inquisition was less of a religious arm, but more of a political strong arm of those original Spanish monarchs. Indeed, if you've watched my first video on the Inquisition, then you will know that effectively the main theories is that the Inquisition was founded just so that the Pope would stay out of their business. That being said, it was a very thin tightrope to walk. Well, thank you very much for watching. Bit of a long one this afternoon or this morning, wasn't it? I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, that's Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, and Susan. Complete Chads, all very energetic, young, handsome, and beautiful, the four of you. Would you like to join them? There's a link in the description. You too are a few clicks away from eternal glory. The Huns, a nomadic confederation of Central Asian origin, emerged as a significant political and military force in Europe during the late 4th and early 5th centuries. Prior to the ascendance of Attila, the most renowned and feared leader of the Huns, the confederation was governed by a complicated succession of rulers. The Huns' rise to power was marked by a series of strategic alliances, military campaigns, and diplomatic maneuvers that shaped their interactions with neighboring societies, particularly the Roman Empire. This period of Hunnic history before Attila is what I'm here to discuss today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to follow the links to the Patreon in the description and comments. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment and subscribe, that's another way you can help me out. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic for today's video. A history of the Huns before Attila. The debate surrounding the origins of the Huns is characterized by a complex interplay of historical accounts, archaeological findings, and modern genetic research. While some scholars propose a connection between the Huns and the ancient Xiongnu people of Central Asia, others contend that evidence linking the two still remains inconclusive. One point of contention is the temporal gap between the decline of the Xiongnu and the appearance of the Huns in Greco-Roman sources. The Xiongnu, known as a significant nomadic power in Central Asia, were subdued by the Xianbei in the 2nd century AD, after which they completely vanish from the Chinese historical records. The emergence of the Huns in the West occurs around 200 years after this, leaving us with a chronological discrepancy that complicates our efforts to establish a direct link between the two groups. The Xiongnu, just quickly, were a group of barbarians from the steppe that harassed the Han Empire of China for many, many years, almost leading to their downfall. I have a full video on the Xiongnu if you want to go and take a look, but we'll get back to the Huns for today. Archaeological investigations have yielded some evidence, albeit limited, linking the material culture of the Huns to Eastern Central Asia. Some artifacts suggest potential cultural connections, but the overall picture remains murky, with significant gaps in the archaeological record, at least at the time of making this video. Which leads us to some genetic studies, which offer another avenue for exploring the origins of the Huns. Research focusing on the Carpathian Basin during the Hunnic period has revealed a diverse genetic landscape, with individuals exhibiting a range of genetic signatures. Some individuals show associations to Northeast Asian groups like the Xiongnu and the Xianbei, while others, well, they're more akin to European populations. However, the genetic data from this period is still relatively sparse, and it leaves us for a lot of room for further investigation and interpretation. If any discoveries are made, please remember that this video is made in the early months of 2024, so don't come and comment some 5 years later saying that I'm wrong if a new discovery is made. Now, references in ancient texts, well, they can add additional layers to the debate. Ptolemy's mention of a people called the Konoi in his geographical works has led to more speculation about their possible identification with the Huns. However, modern scholars remain divided on the issue, with some suggesting alternative interpretations or disputing the association altogether. Similarly, references to tribes like the Orogondoi and the Borogondoi in historical sources have been subject to their own interpretations. While some scholars have proposed links to the Huns, others suggest that they have connections to Germanic tribes, or even early Turkic ethnonyms. The sudden emergence of the Huns in historical records presents a bit of a puzzle for scholars, sparking various theories about their origins, but also their motivations. Their appearance in written sources suggests a relatively recent migration across the Volga River from the east, but the exact reason for their westward expansion, well, we simply do not know. Now, in terms of speculation, one possible explanation for the Huns' aggressive movements could be environmental factors such as climate change, with speculation about the drying up of pastoral lands in their original territories. Once again, the lack of concrete evidence makes this hypothesis difficult to conclusively prove. There is another theory that posits pressure from other nomadic groups, such as the Jojan, who may have pushed the Huns towards the west. A third possibility, and equally as likely, is simply the allure of wealth and resources in the prosperous Roman Empire and its territories. The Huns may have sought to exploit the riches of these new lands, prompting their westward pioneering advance. So, when did the Huns meet the Romans? Or rather, the Romans meet the Huns, as it's their sources that we're relying on. Well, they first encountered the Huns when the latter's invasion of the Pontic steppes forced the migration of numerous Gothic tribes to seek refuge within Roman borders. Reports also indicate earlier Hunnic raids in Transcaucasia, prompting decisive measures by the Eastern Roman and Sasanian empires. The initial targets of the Huns' military campaigns were the Alans, whom they defeated or subjugated in battles east of the Don River. Some historians suggest that rather than outright conquest, the Huns may have formed alliances with various Alanic groups, expanding their influence through diplomatic and military means. References in later sources, such as Jordanes, describe the Huns' conquest of other nomadic tribes in the region, potentially assimilating them into their expanding confederation. The figure of King Balamber, mentioned by Jordanes, remains a subject of debate, with some questioning his historicity at all, and others proposing alternate interpretations of his role within the broader Hunnic society. Either way, their expansion westward and their subsequent clashes with neighboring peoples played a pivotal role in reshaping the landscape of Eastern Europe during the tumultuous 4th century AD. As the Huns moved across the Pontic steppes, their incursions into the territories of other nomadic groups and settled societies sparked a series of conflicts and migrations that had far-reaching consequences. One, of course, that comes to mind, the Marcomannic Wars. The Huns' emergence in historical records coincided with their invasion of the lands inhabited by the Alans, the nomadic Iranian people located to the east of the Don River. The Alans were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Huns. They were either subjugated or simply forced to flee across the Don River. This early success allowed the Huns to expand their sphere of influence and establish alliances with various Alanic groups, enhancing their military capabilities and resources. Following their victory over the Alans, the Huns turned their attention to another tribe, the Greuthungi, a branch of Eastern Goths who inhabited territories west of the Don River. Led by their king, Ermaneric, the Greuthungi initially resisted the Huns' advances. However, Ermaneric's eventual demise, whether through taking his own life or perhaps ritual sacrifice, left the Greuthungi vulnerable to further incursions. Vithimirus, Ermaneric's successor, attempted to enlist the aid of the Huns in repelling an invasion by the Alans, but he was ultimately killed in battle. With the Greuthungi now weakened and leaderless, many decided to submit to the authority of the Huns, while others, under the command of Alathius and Saphrax, sought refuge along the Dnestia River. Meanwhile, Athanaric, the leader of the Thervingi, or Western Goths, confronted the fleeing Greuthungi along the Dnestia. However, a clever maneuver by the Huns, attacking the Goths from the rear, forced Athanaric to retreat toward the Carpathian Mountains, leaving the Thervingi vulnerable to further attacks. Recognizing the inevitability of the Hunnic domain, most of the Thervingi sought asylum within the Roman Empire, crossing the lower Danube in 376. Emperor Valens, facing challenges on multiple fronts, allowed the Goths to settle within Roman territories, hoping to benefit from their military prowess and manpower. The influx of Gothic refugees, including the Greuthungi and other tribes, put a strain on Roman resources and exacerbated existing tensions within the empire. Food shortages and mistreatment by local authorities prompted the Goths to revolt against Roman rule, igniting a protracted conflict that would ensue for years to come. This period, following the Gothic War, saw the Huns continue to exert their influence across Eastern Europe, engaging in a complex web of alliances, conflicts, and migrations that further shaped the region's politics. Now, during the Gothic War, the Goths found themselves allied with a contingent of Huns and Alans, whose combined forces pressured the Romans into allowing the Goths to advance deeper into Thrace. Although the exact nature of the Hunnic involvement in this conflict remains somewhat unclear, intermittent mentions of their presence among Gothic allies suggest that they had a significant role. After the war, the Huns appear to have returned beyond the Danube, at least temporarily. In 381, They, along with the Sciri and Carpi, launched an unsuccessful attack on Pannonia, indicating their continued presence and military activities in the region. Theodosius I's subsequent peace treaty with the Goths in 382, which involved granting them land and cattle, aimed to create a buffer zone against further Hunnic incursions. Nevertheless, the Huns were undeterred, and persisted in their raids and incursions into Roman territories. Between 384 and 385, they launched a raid into Scythia Minor, demonstrating their ongoing military engagements beyond the Danube. Meanwhile, waves of migrations, including that of the Greuthungi under Odotheus in 386, indicate the Huns' firm control over neighboring tribes. By the mid-4th century, the Huns had established a significant presence in Pannonia, potentially as foederati of the Romans, or as independent settlers. Their involvements as mercenaries in conflicts, such as Flavius Bauto's campaign against the Greuthungi in 384, underscored their military prowess and strategic importance in the region. However, they had some greater ambitions, and of course this extended beyond mere mercenary work, as evidenced by their incursions into Gaul and conflicts with the Alemanni. The Huns' role as both allies and adversaries of the Eastern Roman Empire continued to remain complex and fluid. While they fought alongside Theodosius against Magnus Maximus in 388, they continued to pose a threat through their raids in the Balkans in 392. The Romans even attempted to employ Hunnic mercenaries against the Goths, highlighting the strategic value that was placed on their military capabilities. However, this relationship soured, leading to more conflicts between the Romans and the Huns in the Thrace region by 394, ultimately resulting in the suppression of the Hunnic presence in the region by 401. In the following year of 395, the Huns initiated their first large-scale attacks on the Roman Empire, marking a significant escalation in their aggressive expansion. During the summer of that year, one Hunnic force crossed the Caucasus Mountains into Asia, while another invaded Thrace and Dalmatia by crossing the frozen Danube in winter. Despite differing interpretations regarding the coordination of these events, collectively, there's no argument that they posed a formidable threat to Roman territories. The invasion of Asia witnessed multiple fronts, with Huns launching incursions into Armenia, Persia, and Roman provinces in Asia. While one group faced defeat at the hands of a Roman army after crossing the Euphrates, others, led by commanders Basic and Kursich, ventured down the river towards the Persian capital of Ctesiphon. Though one of these armies suffered defeat, the others managed to retreat successfully through the Derbent Pass. Concurrently, the Huns ravaged parts of Asia Minor, inflicting significant damage and threatening major cities like Antioch. The severity of the devastation was compounded by the Roman Empire's internal power struggles, which had diverted most military forces to the west. And it wasn't until 398 that Eutropius succeeded in assembling an army and restoring order in the province of Asia. Although it's unclear whether the Huns were defeated in battle or simply left on their own accord. While the raids into Asia Minor and Persia were indicative of the Huns' plundering intentions rather than territorial conquest, their motives were not solely driven by aggression. Priscus, writing later, suggests that famine on the steppes may have promoted the raids, indicating that resource scarcity played a role in their military campaigns. Additionally, Hun leaders Basic and Cursic's potential involvement as mercenaries in Rome in later years underscores a complex diplomatic and military interaction between the Huns and the Romans. Well, more raids marked the beginning of a prolonged period of Hunnic incursions into Armenian territories, with Armenian sources identifying a specific Hunnic tribe, the Zylandur, as recurrent perpetrators of attacks. The Huns' continued aggression in the region further destabilized Roman defenses and exacerbated tensions along the empire's eastern borders. Uldin emerges as a prominent figure among the Huns in contemporary sources, marking the first instance of a Hun identified by name. He held sway over territories in Muntenia, that's modern Romania east of the Olt River, and parts of Hungary, earning the title of Regulus, which in Latin means sub-king, from the Romans due to his perceived immense power. In the year 400, Uldin played a decisive role in the defeat of Gainas, a rebellious former Roman magister militum who sought refuge in Uldin's territory with a contingent of Goths. Uldin's victory over Gainas near Nove likely resulted in Gainas's death, underscored his military prowess and strategic significance. Moreover, his cooperation with the Romans during this period suggests a more nuanced approach to diplomacy as he expanded his influence over the Germanic tribes. The following years saw further displays of Uldin's military might and diplomatic maneuvers. In the year 406, Hunnic pressure prompted the migration of Vandals, Suebi, and Alans across the Rhine into Gaul, indicating Uldin's role in shaping regional dynamics. Concurrently, Uldin's Huns raided Thrace in the years 404 to 405, further asserting their presence within the region. Uldin's involvement with conflicts with the Roman Empire continued, notably during Radagasius's invasion of Italy in 405. Uldin's intervention, at the behest of Stilicho, resulted in the destruction of Radagasius's army near Faesulae, showcasing Uldin's capacity to suppress potential threats to his authority. However, following Stilicho's death in 408, Uldin shifted allegiance to Alaric, aiding him in his campaigns against the Romans. In 408, Uldin led a Hunnic incursion across the Danube, capturing the strategic fortress Castra Martis in Moesia. Despite attempts by the Roman commander in Thrace to negotiate a peace, Ulden's refusal and subsequent defections within his ranks weakened his position. Many of his commanders decided that it would be a much better position to simply defect to the Romans, leading to the disintegration of Ulden's forces, primarily composed at the time of Sciri and Germanic tribes. The Romans responded to Ulden's invasions by fortifying border defenses and strengthening fortifications at Constantinople. Additionally, Hunnic mercenaries, possibly provided by Ulden himself, played a significant role in Roman military affairs, serving as bodyguards to figures like Stilicho, and continuing to fight for the Romans against Alaric's forces. Amidst these tumultuous events, Flavius Aetius, the future Roman Magister Militum and adversary of Attila, spent time as a hostage among the Huns, further illustrating the complex play between Roman and Hunnic spheres of influence during this period. Well, after Ulden, historical sources on the Huns begin to get a little sparse. Around 412, or perhaps the following year, 413, the Roman statesman and writer Olympiodorus of Thebes embarked on an embassy to Charaton, described as the first of the kings among the Huns. Olympiodorus's account of this mission survives only in fragments, but it does shed some light on the diplomatic interactions between the Romans and Huns during this period. Now, the entire purpose of Olympiodorus's embassy was to appease Charaton following the death of a certain Donatus, who was allegedly unlawfully killed. Like I said, fragments, right? While some historians speculate that Donatus might have been a king of the Huns, others argue that his Roman name suggests that he was likely a Roman refugee that was simply living among the Huns. Well, whichever way it is, the exact location of the meeting between Olympiodorus and Charaton remains a mystery, with some suggesting it took place on the Pontic steppe due to Olympiodorus's sea voyage, while others propose Charaton resided in Pannonia. In addition to diplomatic affairs, the Huns continued their incursions into Thrace in 412, further highlighting their military activity in the region. These raids into Roman territory underscored the ongoing challenges posed by the Huns to the stability of the Eastern Roman Empire and its borders. However, beyond these scant references, details about the Huns' activities and leadership during this period are once again limited. And, well, we can only really speculate about them. After their earlier raids, the Huns, led by a leader named Ruga, launched another incursion in 422, and they managed to reach the walls of Constantinople. This attack compelled the Eastern Roman Empire to agree to pay an annual tribute to the Huns. Subsequently, in 424, the Huns fought alongside the Romans in North Africa, indicating a temporary alliance with the Western Roman Empire. However, tensions resurfaced in 425, when the Western Roman Magister Militum Aetius marched into Italy with a large force of Huns to confront the Eastern Empire. Despite initial hostilities, the campaign ended with reconciliation, and the Huns received gold before returning to their own territory. In 427, the Romans broke their alliance with the Huns and launched an attack on Pannonia, potentially reclaiming part of the region. The leadership dynamics among the Huns were complex to say the least at this period, with Ruga and his brother Oktar emerging as the most prominent figures. Ruga is believed to have ruled the eastern lands of the Carpathians, while Oktar controlled the territory to the north and west of the Carpathians. With Oktar's death around 430, during a conflict with the Burgundians, it likely paved a way for his nephew, Attila, to power in the eastern Hunnic territories. Ruga's involvement in Roman affairs continued in 432, when he aided Aetius in regaining his position as Magister Militum. In 433, Aetius surrendered Pannonia Prima to Ruga, possibly as a gesture of gratitude for the Huns' support. However, tensions escalated once again when Ruga announced his intention to attack tribes that had sought refuge in Roman territory, leading to his death and the withdrawal of the Huns from Roman lands. Following the death of Ruga, the Hunnic Empire was passed into the hands of his nephews, Attila and Bleda. While Bleda is assumed to have held authority over the eastern territories, Attila governed the western regions. This arrangement allowed the Huns to assert their dominance over neighboring powers, notably demonstrated in the Treaty of Margus, signed with the Roman Empire in the year 435. The Treaty of Margus solidified the Huns' position. It did this by securing trade rights and increasing the annual tribute from the Romans. Additionally, the treaty obligated the Romans to surrender Hunnic refugees and fugitive tribes, consolidating the Huns' control over their dominion. In 437, Attila and Bleda fulfilled a commitment made by their predecessor, Ruga, to support Aetius in Gaul. Their intervention led to the destruction of the Burgundian kingdom on the Rhine and the suppression of the Bayazid rebellion. This military success further bolstered the Huns' reputation as formidable allies and formidable adversaries in the region. A year later, in 438, a contingent of Hunnic warriors joined forces with the Roman general Litorius in a failed siege of Toulouse. Concurrently, the Huns expanded their influence in Scythia and engaged in conflicts with the Sorosgi people, indicating their continued military engagements and territorial ambitions. Tensions between the Huns and the Roman Empire escalated in 440, when the Huns launched attacks on Roman territories during an annual trading fair. Citing Roman breaches of the territory, such as alleged plundering of Hunnic royal tombs by the Bishop of Margus, the Huns engaged in hostilities that culminated in the sack of several towns and the capture of Viminacium. Despite these acts of aggression, negotiations finally ensued, and they decided on a temporary truce, although further conflicts erupted in the subsequent years. Around 443, or 447, Attila assumed sole leadership of the Huns, potentially leading to increased aggression towards neighboring powers. By 444, tensions between the Huns and the Western Roman Empire had escalated to the brink of war. However, diplomatic efforts, possibly orchestrated by Cassiodorus, averted open conflict, leading to concessions to the Huns, including territorial gains along the Sava River, and Attila's appointment as Magister Militum with a stipend. And as we arrive to Attila, we end the part 1 of the Huns' history. Well, we almost end it. We have some time left to talk about the culture and some finer points of the Huns. So let's go into some of that, shall we? The Huns have often been depicted as pastoral nomads, sustaining themselves through herding and migrating with their livestock in the search of grazing lands. However, the evidence that we have may challenge this characterization, at least in its simplest terms. The term nomad somewhat oversimplifies their lifestyle. You see, the Huns, like other nomadic groups of the Eurasian steppe, had clearly defined territories and moved within these spaces in search of pasture. Typically, pastoral nomads alternate between summer pastures and winter quarters, with the latter remaining consistent. Jordanes describes the Hunnic Alzigari tribe as pasturing near Cherson on the Crimea, and then wintering further north in the Sivash region. Their herds comprised various animals, including cattle, horses, goats, and possibly sheep. Interestingly, there is some evidence that they brought with them Bactrian camels. Sheep bones are also frequently found in Hun period graves, indicating their significance in the herds. The majority of the Huns' diet consisted of meat from their livestock, particularly mutton, supplemented by sheep's cheese, milk, and horse meat. During times of scarcity, they may have resorted to consuming horse blood. Ancient sources uniformly deny that the Huns practiced agriculture, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests at least some degree of agricultural activity among the steppe nomad populations. As nomads, the Huns were of course highly skilled equestrians, spending much of their time on horseback. Roman sources described them as inseparable from their horses, often living, sleeping, and even raising children on horseback. Despite Roman depictions of their horses as unattractive, the exact breed remains uncertain, though it is speculated to be a type of Mongolian pony. Horse remains are notably absent from the identified Hun burials, leading to speculation that they predominantly rode geldings based on anthropological and archaeological findings. Now onto the government structure of the Huns, which has been another topic of scholarly debate. Some do argue that the Huns were initially a loose confederation with leaders acting independently, while others contend that they were more organized with an almost centralized power, resembling other steppe empires. It is suggested that the Huns initially ranked a hierarchy, but eventually developed one quite similar to their surrounding Germanic societies. There is an absence of named Hun leaders until Uldin, indicating their initial unimportance. Permanent kingship emerged with the Huns' invasion of Europe and constant warfare. However, some modern observers describe Hunnic rule under Attila as more of a confederacy rather than a state or an empire, at least in the terms we would use them. A Roman source, Ammianus Marcellinus, mentions that the Huns did not have kings, but rather groups of leading men for times of war. These leading men had limited power and likely did not inherit their positions. However, it's been argued that Ammianus's statement may refer to the absence of a single ruler, as other sources mention multiple Hunnic kings. And on to that first Hunnic named ruler, Uldin. Well, he disappeared after that unsuccessful war, and this suggests a kind of transient quality to Hunnic kinship. It's proposed that Uldin was actually not a name, but a title, indicating a sub-king rather than a permanent ruler. Some have referred to Attila as a king or an emperor, but his native title remains unknown. Attila later appointed his son Elac as co-king, and has suggested that the Huns eventually adopted a system of ranked kings, but this came after Attila. Now, the source of Priscus also mentions picked men in Attila's government, suggesting their importance in the Hunnic administration. It's also argued that these individuals played a crucial role in governing the empire, overseeing detachments of the army and collecting tribute. However, these picked men may simply denote prominent individuals, without any fixed ranks. It's suggested that lower-ranking officials may have been responsible for tax collection and tribute, and unlike the Iranian Huns, the European Huns did not mint their own coins. Now here's something interesting. Artificial cranial deformation, changing the shape of your skull in layman's terms, a practice of lengthening the skulls at the back through binding, emerged in Europe on the Pontic steppe in the 2nd and 3rd centuries before spreading to the Carpathian Basin, where it became quite prevalent in the 5th century. During the Hun period, between 50 to 80% of all burials within the Carpathian Basin contained individuals with artificially elongated skulls. Scholars have linked this chronology and distribution to nomadic invasions in Asia, particularly the Huns, suggesting it was initially practiced by their nobility and later adopted by Germanic groups who were influenced by them, notably the Gepids. However, some argue that the practice was introduced by the Alans and Sarmatians, who were closely associated with the Huns. Also, some people in modern days have convinced themselves that this is proof of aliens being on Earth and guiding the hand of man through nefarious means. Well, I think that for argument's sake, we can perhaps dismiss that one, at least for the moment. The goal of artificial cranial deformation has been debated. While some suggest it aimed to create a physical distinction between nobility and commoners, others argue it served to indicate kingship and distinguish families. And it wasn't just the Huns doing this. They found it in Mesoamerica as well, and some other parts of the world. Seemed to be quite a popular look before our modern era. Now, as for language and linguistics within the Hun Empire, it wasn't just one. There was a variety of them that were spoken by a variety of different peoples. Priscus noted that the Hunnic language was different from others at Attila's court, where a mixture of Latin, Hunnish, and even Gothic was spoken. Scythian subjects spoke their own tongues, along with Hunnish and Gothic or Latin, with Gothic potentially serving as a lingua franca. The use of 4 languages at different governmental levels, Hunnic, Gothic, Latin, and Sarmatian, was also prevalent. The Hunnic language itself, well, that remains enigmatic, with only a few recorded works suggesting an Indo-European origin. Scholars have proposed, though, various classifications, including Turkic, Mongolic, Eastern Iranian, and Yanesian, though the corpus is once again limited. Now, regarding marriage and the role of women in general, well, the elite, they got to practice polygamy, while the commoners, well, they were likely mainly practicing monogamy. Contrary to Ammianus Marcellinus's claims of Hunnish women living in seclusion, Priscus's first-hand account depicts them freely interacting with men. Hunnic women were observed swarming around Attila, apparently, and playing active roles in social and domestic affairs, with some even holding positions of authority over small villages. The pastoral nature of the Huns' economy likely afforded women significant influence within the household. Well, the religion of the Huns, that's another thing that we don't quite have much information on, with limited and sometimes contradictory information from historical sources. Marcellinus suggested that the Huns had no religion, while Salvian classified them as pagans, albeit that is a very broad brush. Jordanes Getica mentioned the worship of the Sword of Mars among the Huns, signifying Attila's right to rule. This practice is noted among other steppe peoples and may have held symbolic significance rather than actual literal worship. Some scholars argue that while the Huns themselves may not have regarded Attila as divine, some of his subject people likely did. Belief in prophecy and divination is also attested among the Huns, with some suggesting the presence of shamans conducting these practices. Additionally, there are indications of a belief in water spirits, and the possibility of small idols being made, although once again direct evidence is few and far between. The Huns may have worshipped the sky and the steppe deity Tengri, kind of like the Mongolians, while others note that the worship of trees and sacrifices to fire, water, and celestial bodies were among the Caucasian Huns. There is also mentions of human sacrifice, particularly in funerary rites, although its extent and frequency are uncertain. Hopefully not too many human sacrifices. Now, despite these pagan beliefs, there are also records of Huns converting to Christianity and receiving Christian missionaries, with, of course, varying degrees of success. Attila is said to have tolerated both Nicene and Arian Christianity among his subjects, although there are accounts of Christian slaves being forced to participate in Hunnic religious activities. Archaeological evidence related to the religion of the Huns is limited, but it does provide a few insights. For example, burial practices, including burning objects and the absence of kurgans, suggest a unique funerary custom that may have differed from those of other steppe peoples. The scarcity of Hun-related burials in the Carpathian Basin raises questions about their burial practices and material culture adoption. But once again, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Maybe we just need to find where the Huns were being buried, if they weren't just cremated. Overall, the religious beliefs and practices of the Huns remain a subject of ongoing research and debate. And until we find a little more, well, we're just gonna have to try and make it up as we go. But don't subject that to peer review. Well, thank you very much for listening to this brief history of the Huns and a little bit about their culture. Now, in the next video, I'm going to be talking about Attila and his impact on the world. Well, at least the Roman world. And I hope that you're looking forward to that as I'm looking forward to researching it and recording it and all the rest. In the late 12th century, a fraternity emerged in Acre, formed by German merchants from Bremen and Lübeck, which laid the groundwork for what would later become the Teutonic Order. After taking over a hospital after the city's capture, this group initiated their mission to care for the sick, under the moniker of the Hospital of St. Mary of the German House in Jerusalem, receiving Pope Clement III's blessing. This order swiftly became influential, leveraging control over Acre's port tolls, and eventually became more than just a hospital charity. Despite challenges, the order persisted, maintaining its historical motto, help, defend, and heal, and continuing its charitable events across all of Central Europe. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again, and you already know who I am. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to the Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Otherwise, if you enjoy the content, like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, without further ado, on to today's topic, the Teutonic Order, also known as the Teutonic Knights. In the midst of the 12th century, under Pope Calliston II's directive, the Knights Hospitalier took charge of a German hospital in Jerusalem, a sanctuary for the myriad of German pilgrims and crusaders unable to communicate in the local or Latin languages, as recounted by chronicler John de Presse. This establishment, while operating under the Hospitallers, was decreed by the Pope to be led by Germans, planting the seeds for a German-led religious institution within the Kingdom of Jerusalem itself. Following Jerusalem's fall in 1187, merchants from Lübeck and Bremen were inspired to establish a field hospital during the siege of Acre in 1190, laying the foundation for what would later be recognized by Pope Calliston III, in 1192, as the nucleus of a new order. Emulating the Knights Templar, This fledgling group evolved into a military order by 1198, with the head being designated as the Grand Master. Tasked with crusading to reclaim and protect Jerusalem for Christianity, this transformation marked the order's shift from a hospice for pilgrims to a martial organization under the guidance of Grand Master Hermann von Salza from 1209 to 1239. The order had its established roots in Acre, acquiring Montfort Castle in 1220 to safeguard the passage between Jerusalem and the Mediterranean. Montfort became the Grand Master's headquarters in 1229, though they eventually retreated to Acre after the castle fell to Muslim forces in 1271. Their reach extended across the Holy Roman Empire, including modern-day Germany and Italy, as well as Francocratia and the Kingdom of Jerusalem, bolstered by many land donations. The relationship with Frederick II, the Holy Roman Emperor, significantly elevated the status of Grand Master Hermann von Salza, making him a prince of the empire and allowing him to engage with other high-ranking nobles as a peer. Von Salza played a notable role during Frederick's coronation as King of Jerusalem in 1225, accompanying the emperor and publicly reading his proclamation in French and German. Despite these achievements and their esteemed status, the Teutonic Knights never quite matched the influence of their counterparts, the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller, at least in the Crusader states. In 1211, the arrival of the Teutonic Knights in Transylvania marked a pivotal moment, as King Andrew II of Hungary welcomed their assistance, offering them the district of Burzenland with unprecedented privileges, such as exemption from fees and the right to administer their own justice. This arrangement stemmed from Andrew's connections with the family of Hermann von Salza, through marital negotiations involving his own daughter and the Thuringian Landgrave's son. Under the leadership of a knight named Theodoric, or perhaps Dietrich, the order took on the mantle of protecting Hungary's southeastern frontier from the Cumans, constructing numerous forts and introducing German settlers among the existing Transylvanian Saxon community. Their aggressive expansion and fortification efforts, including the construction of stone castles by 1220, however, ignited envy and suspicion among the Hungarian nobility and clergy, who had been previously more or less indifferent to these lands. The return of King Andrew from the Fifth Crusade to a kingdom simmering with discontent over the campaign's costs and failures exacerbated tensions even further. Nobility pressure to retract the knight's privileges had led Andrew to reassess the initial agreement, although initially he stopped short of revoking their rights. Amidst the rising uncertainty about their future under Prince Bela's impending rule, the knights sought to place themselves directly under papal authority in 1224, a move that, unfortunately for them, backfired rather spectacularly. When King Andrew found out about this, he promptly expelled them from the country in 1225. While the ethnic German settlers brought by the order were allowed to stay, becoming part of the Transylvanian Saxons, Hungary was left vulnerable. You see, the expulsion of the knights, who had provided a robust military defense, left the region ill-prepared against the subsequent Cuman incursions, once again threatening the peace and security of the southeastern borders. In 1226, amidst the crusading zeal that swept through Western Europe, Duke Conrad I of Masovia, from northeastern Poland, sought the help of the Teutonic Knights to secure his borders against the pagan Baltic Old Prussians. He offered Kelmo land as a base for their operations, a proposal that Hermann von Salza, the Grand Master, saw as an opportunity to hone his knights' skills for future battles in the Holy Land. Get a little bit of practice in before the real game begins. The Golden Bull of Rimini, issued by Emperor Frederick II, granted the order special imperial rights over Prussia, including that aforementioned Kelmo land under the guise of papal sovereignty. In a significant expansion of their influence, the knights absorbed the smaller order of Dobirzin in 1235, further cementing their presence in the region and somewhat bolstering their numbers. The campaign to subjugate Prussia unfolded over 50 years, marked by intense violence and resistance from native Prussians who fiercely opposed their conquerors, going as far to execute captured knights in very barbaric medieval rituals. We're talking public executions, racks ripped apart by horses, all manner of medieval imagination. Despite all of this brutality, the conquest eventually led to the formal submission of some Prussian nobles, who saw their privileges reaffirmed by the Treaty of Christburg. However, the repeated Prussian uprisings between 1260 and 83 resulted in the displacement, or resettlement, of much of the Prussian nobility, eroding the rights of free Prussians and leading to a gradual assimilation of the remaining nobles with the German settlers. This period also saw varying degrees of integration and resistance among the Prussian populace, with frontier regions experiencing more freedoms compared to the more settled areas. The imposition of Christianity, while officially aimed at integrating Prussian society into Western Christendom, was met with mixed responses. The local bishops resisted the incorporation of pagan practices into the new faith, whereas the Teutonic rulers found it easier to manage a populace that had the opportunity to retain some of its pagan traditions, albeit in a form that the Christians found a little more palatable. Look at Christmas, for example. Think of things like that. After decades of warfare, the legacy of the Teutonic Knights' conquest of Prussia was largely stripped of its native population, either through death or deportation, fundamentally altering the region's demographic and cultural landscape forever. In the wake of their military campaigns in Prussia, the Teutonic Order governed the region as a monastic state, enjoying a status akin to that of the Knights Hospitaller in Rhodes and Malta, under the dual auspices of papal and Holy Roman Imperial charters. This era saw Prussia become a bastion of the order, as it sought to recover from the demographic devastations of plague and warfare that had decimated the native Prussian population. To replenish their numbers and bolster the region's development, the order actively promoted immigration from across the Holy Roman Empire, drawing Germans, Flemish, and Dutch settlers, as well as from Masovia, bringing in Poles who would later be known as Masurians. This influx of settlers encompassed a broad social spectrum, including nobles, burghers, and peasants, facilitating a gradual assimilation of Germanization of the surviving Old Prussians. So, the landscape of Prussia was dramatically transformed by the order's architectural endeavors as well, with the construction of numerous castles serving as military bastions to quell native uprisings and support the ongoing confrontations with neighboring realms, like the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. These confrontations were a hallmark of the 14th and 15th centuries, punctuating the order's tenure in the region with a series of military engagements. Furthermore, the establishment of major towns and cities on the ruins of former Prussian settlements marked the landscape with symbols of the order's dominion and the new Christian order that they imposed. Among these new urban centers were Turin, Kelmo, Olsztyn, Elbląg, and Klaipeda, and notably the more recognizable Königsberg, which was established in 1255 to honor King Otakar II of Bohemia, symbolizing the profound transformation and Christianization of the Prussian lands under the Teutonic Order's rule. Following the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Sol, the Livonian Brothers of the Sword found themselves incorporated into the Teutonic Knights in 1237, henceforth known as the Livonian Order. This marked the beginning of a series of ambitious, yet ultimately challenging campaigns to extend their dominion. The Knights' aspiration towards Rus met a setback in 1242 at the Battle of the Ice, where they were defeated by Prince Alexander Nevsky of Novgorod. The ensuing years saw the Order's efforts refocused on the conquest of the Curonians and the Semigalians, though this was not without its own difficulties. In 1260, the Battle of Derbe saw the Knights suffer a defeat at the hands of the Samogitians, igniting widespread uprisings across Prussia and Livonia. It was not until the Siege of Königsberg from 1262 to 1265 that the tide finally began to turn, culminating in the subjugation of the Curonians in 1267 and the Semigalians in 1290. Moreover, a significant Estonian rebellion was quelled between 1343 and 1345, and in 1346 the Duchy of Estonia was acquired from Denmark, further expanding the Order's territory. You see, by now, the Order was getting quite powerful. More land means more power. And as with the Church, the knightly orders, the nobles, it always comes down to land. The fall of Acre in 1291 and subsequent expulsion from Hungary left the Teutonic Knights in search of a new focus for their crusading zeal. And eventually, they found one, a little more close by, in fact, a stone's throw away. They found a target for their cause in the pagan people of Lithuania. The region's resistance to Christianization, at least compared to the rest of Eastern Europe, presented a protracted challenge. Initially relocating their headquarters to Venice with ambitions to reclaim Outremer, the order soon shifted focus to Marienburg, better positioning themselves for the conflict with Prussia. The prolonged pagan stance of Lithuania attracted knights from across Western Europe to join the seasonal campaigns, leading to notable victories such as the Battle of Strava in 1348 and the Battle of Rudau in 1370. The warfare between the Order and Lithuania was once again marked by extraordinary brutality, as was the style in the 14th century, with recorded instances of torture and ritualistic killings on both sides. The conflict deeply influenced the political landscape, fostering enduring rivalries and impacting the cultural psyche of the region. It was never really the same after these wars. This protracted struggle actually spanned the breadth of over 200 years, with the front line stretching along the Neman River, dotted with numerous forts and castles, encapsulating the enduring and bloody saga of the Teutonic Knights' campaigns in the Baltic. At the dawn of the 14th century, the Teutonic Knights found themselves embroiled in a conflict over Pomeralia's succession, a territory embattled by claims from the Margraves of Brandenburg and Duke Vladislav I, the elbow high of Poland, each bolstered by diverging historical ties and local support of nobility. The death of King Wenceslas of Poland in 1306 intensified these disputes, leading Brandenburg to seize much of Pomerania, leaving only Gdansk's citadel unoccupied. Unable to defend Gdansk, Vladislav sought the aid of the Teutonic Knights, led by Grand Master Siegfried von Furtwangen. My goodness, those German names. Please excuse my Polish and the German pronunciations. It's not what this channel is best at. In a significant turn of events, the knights under Prussian Landmaster Henrik von Plotzk expelled the Brandenburgers from Gdansk on September 1308, but then, controversially, retained control over the city. Reports of a massacre vary widely, with figures ranging from 60 to as many as 10,000 victims, reflecting the contentious and unresolved nature of the event. The subsequent Treaty of Soldin in 1309 saw the knights secure claims to Gdansk and other strategic locales from Brandenburg, solidifying their dominion and facilitating a crucial land bridge between their monastic state and the Holy Roman Empire, while concurrently serving Poland's Baltic access. This acquisition of Gdansk not only intensified the enmity between the knights and Poland, but it also signified a pivotal moment in the order's history. Amid the persecution of the Knights Templar, which was really reaching a zenith at this point, the Teutonic Knights shifted their headquarters from Venice to Marienburg in 1309. They did this to attempt to safeguard their autonomy. Now, despite the growing papal scrutiny, the order maintained its position and continued its campaigns against the pagans in Lithuania, now facing a vengeful Poland and ongoing legal scrutiny. The Treaty of Calitz in 1343 eventually managed to temper the conflict, with the knights ceding territories to Poland, but retaining Pomerania and Gdansk, thus preventing their strategic gains. This period also saw participation from the knights in the Battle of Legnica in 1241, alongside a contingent from the English Knights of St. Thomas, marking their involvement in the Mongol invasions of Poland. Despite the disastrous outcome for the combined Polish-German forces against the Mongols' superior tactics. Granted, many of these were tactics that the Mongols had been using in the East, and the Europeans had never really seen anything like it before. Very difficult to deal with, very difficult to plan for a Mongol attack. But that's for the Mongol video. I'll do that one soon. In the mid-14th century, the Teutonic Knights were granted an ambitious mandate by Emperor Louis IV, which purportedly included the right to conquer all of Lithuania and Russia, signifying a dramatic expansion of their crusading frontier. Under the leadership of the new Grandmaster Winrich von Niprod, 1351–82, the order ascended to the zenith of its power and, of course, the zenith of its influence, becoming a beacon for European crusaders and nobility seeking glory and spiritual redemption in the Northern Crusades. The strategic island of Gotland, plagued by piratical exploits of the Victual brothers, was ceded to the Teutonic Knights by King Albert of Sweden. This move, intended to eradicate the pirate threat, saw Grandmaster Conrad von Jungingen successfully reclaim Gotland in 1398, securing the Baltic Sea for merchant traffic and further extending the order's influence. However, the politics of the time shifted dramatically in 1386 with the baptism and subsequent marriage of Grand Duke Jogaila of Lithuania to Queen Jadwiga of Poland, transforming him into King Vladislav II Jagiello of Poland and establishing a personal union that presented a formidable challenge to the Teutonic Knights. Initial attempts by the order to exploit divisions between Vladislav and his cousin Vytautas ultimately backfired, leading to a consolidation of opposition against them. Jogaila's conversion marked the beginning of Lithuania's official Christianization, undermining the crusading pretext under which the Teutonic Knights had justified their expansionist policies. Despite the nominal Christian status of both Prussia and Lithuania, hostilities with Poland and Lithuania persisted, fueled by territorial ambitions and deep deep-seated rivalries. Old memories certainly die hard. The creation of the Lizard Union in 1397 by Prussian nobles in Kelmo land underscored the growing internal dissent against the order's governance. By 1407, the Teutonic Order had reached the pinnacle of its territorial expansion, commanding a vast dominion that included Prussia, Pomerania, Samogotia, Gotland, Osel, the Neumark, and more, further consolidated by the pawn of Neumark from Brandenburg in 1402. This extensive realm underscored the order's significant, albeit contested, role in the medieval geopolitical theater of Northern Europe. The pivotal moment for the Teutonic Knights came in 1410 with the Battle of Grunwald, where a unified Polish-Lithuanian force under Vladislav II Jagiello and Vytautas delivered a crushing defeat to the order. This battle saw the fall of Grandmaster Ulrich von Jungingen, along with the majority of the order's top officials, challenging the myth of their invincibility. Although the subsequent siege of Marienburg by the victorious Allies failed, largely due to the strategic defense led by Heinrich von Plauen, the first Peace of Thorn in 1411 allowed the order to maintain its territorial holdings. Nonetheless, the image of the order as a formidable force, a undefeatable band of warriors, well, that was significantly tarnished at this point. And once you've lost your reputation, it's very hard to get it back. In the aftermath, the Teutonic Order faced declining influence along with internal discord, exacerbated by the financial strain of a hefty indemnity imposed by Poland and Lithuania, leading to discontent among the cities over lack of representation. Heinrich von Plauen's attempts at authoritarian reforms eventually led to his ousting, with Michael Kuckmeister von Sternberg stepping in as the new Grand Master. Yet, he too struggled to reverse the order's fortunes. The Golub War saw the order cede small border areas and relinquish claims to Samogitia in the Treaty of Melno of 1422. This further ate away and diminished their power. Seems that it was all bad news at this point for the Teutonic Knights. Now, the order's internal strife was mirrored by the broader situation and broader conflicts of the era, including feuds among knights from different regions and the destructive raids of the Hussites during the Hussite Wars. Despite attempts to repel these invasions, the knights were bested by the Bohemian infantry, highlighting their waning military capability. Further setbacks were encountered in the Polish-Teutonic War from 1431 to 1435, marking a period of sustained decline for the once mighty military order, as they grappled with both external pressures and internal fractures. The formation of the Polish Confederation in 1440 by the gentry and the burghers within the state of the Teutonic Order marked the beginning of significant political upheaval. By 1454, the dissatisfaction with the order's rule had grown to such an extent that the Confederation began an open rebellion, seeking annexation by the Polish crown. King Casimir IV Jagiellon of Poland welcomed this appeal, formally incorporating the region and setting the stage for the 13 Years' War between the Order and Poland. This conflict saw Prussia ravaged and led to significant territorial and political losses for the Order. In an effort to fund their war efforts, the Order returned Neumark to Brandenburg in 1455, and subsequently lost control of Marienburg Castle, prompting a relocation of their headquarters to Königsberg. The second Peace of Thorn in 1466 decisively ended the war, with the Order ceding significant territories to Poland and agreeing to become a Polish fief, fundamentally altering its position in the region. From this point forward, Grand Masters were required to pledge allegiance to the Polish king, diminishing the Order's sovereignty. Effectively, at this point, they'd become agents of the Polish monarchy. The decline of the Teutonic Order's power in Prussia culminated in 1525 with Grand Master Albert of Brandenburg's conversion to Lutheranism. Secularization of the Order's Prussian holdings, and ultimately the acceptance of the Duchy of Prussia as a personal vassal of the Polish crown through Prussian homage. This event, right here, effectively ended the Order's rule over Prussian lands, though it had retained some territories within the Holy Roman Empire and Livonia, but these were very small territories, and they weren't going to hold them for very long. The subsequent German Peasants' War and the Livonian War further eroded the Order's holdings, with the Livonian branch seeing partition and secularization. Post-1525, the Order refocused on its possessions in the Holy Roman Empire, establishing a complex administrative structure centered in Bad Mergentheim. Despite these changes, the Order's loss of Prussia remained a significant reduction in its power and territorial control, shifting its role from a sovereign military entity to a more fragmented and largely ceremonial organization within the shifting landscape of early modern Europe. After Albert of Brandenburg's departure from the Teutonic Order to establish himself as the Duke of Prussia, Walter von Kronberg took up the mantle as Deutschmeister in 1527, ascending to Grand Master by 1530. His leadership marked a significant transitional period for the Order, notably recognized by Emperor Charles V, who amalgamated the roles of Deutschmeister and Grand Master into the title of Hoch- und Deutschmeister in 1531, elevating the position to the status of Prince of the Empire. This reorganization ushered in a new chapter for the Order, with its Grand Magistery relocated to Mergentheim in Württemberg, an area that suffered quite a lot during the earlier German Peasants' War. The Order's commitment to the imperial cause particularly its support for Charles V against the Schmalkaldic League, underscored its enduring martial spirit. Old habits were hard to shake. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 marked a significant shift, allowing for Protestant membership while maintaining a predominantly Catholic composition, leading to a tri-denominational structure encompassing Catholic, Lutheran, and Reformed factions. This period also saw Grand Masters from notable German families, and after 1761, the House of Habsburg-Lorraine, managing the order's extensive holdings and leveraging its military expertise in service to the Habsburg monarchy against the Ottoman Empire. The order's storied military tradition faced its denouement in 1805 with the Peace of Pressburg's Article 12, which transitioned the German territories of the Knights into a hereditary domain under the prospective governance of the Habsburg prince. However, the provisions of Pressburg went unfulfilled by the Treaty of Schönbrunn in 1809, leading Napoleon Bonaparte to order the dissolution of the Knights' remaining territories, distributing them among his German allies by 1810. And this marked the definitive end of the Teutonic Knights' territorial sovereignty, transitioning the order from a formidable military and monastic power into a chapter of European history shaped by centuries of crusade, conflict, and change. And with that, we reach the end of our video for this evening. I'd like to thank my Mega Chad tier patron, Stark Factory, for his generous contribution to the channel. Contributing to the Patreon keeps me going, so I can keep up this pace. It's quite motivating, you know. Richard I, also known as Richard the Lionheart, was a formidable figure in medieval European history, renowned for his prowess and leadership on the battlefield. Richard ascended to the throne in England in 1189, ruling until his death in 1199. His lineage traced back to Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine, and though initially an unlikely heir, Richard emerged as a dominant force in European politics. From a young age, Richard exhibited military acumen, taking command of his own army by the age of 16 and quelling rebellions against his father. However, his most notable exploits came during the Third Crusade, where he played a crucial role as a commander of the Christian forces. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to see you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel and everything I do here on YouTube, go and have a look at the Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Also, like, subscribe and comment below if you're enjoying this style of content. Now without further ado, let's begin our topic for today's video. Richard the Lionheart. Richard, born on the 8th of September 1157, likely at Beaumont Palace in Oxford, England, was the son of King Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine. He grew up alongside siblings William, Henry the young king, and Matilda, with William passing away before Richard's birth. Despite being a younger son, Richard was not anticipated to inherit the throne. He had 4 additional siblings from his parents, and 2 half-sisters from Eleanor's prior marriage to King Louis VII of France. Richard's lineage traced back to William the Conqueror, and according to legend, to figures like Noah and Woden. Raised primarily in England during his father's periodic visits to his various domains, Richard's early years were marked by travels to Normandy with his mother and the care of his wet nurse, Hodierna of St. Albans. While the extent of his English proficiency remains uncertain, Richard was known for his education, displaying talents in poetry and writing in both Limousin and French. During his imprisonment, Richard's brother John leveraged English bias against foreigners to undermine the authority of Richard's Chancellor William Longchamp, who was Norman. One accusation against Longchamp, made by John's supporter Hugh Nanant, was his purported inability to speak English, highlighting the expectation of English proficiency for those in positions of authority in the late 12th century England. Descriptions of Richard depict him as physically striking, with reddish blonde hair, light eyes, and a fair complexion. While his exact height is uncertain due to the loss of his remains, some sources claim he stood at 6'5", contrasting starkly with his shorter brother John, who was around 5'5". One account describes Richard as tall, with an elegant build, reddish gold hair, and a long, well-suited limbs, particularly well-suited for wielding a sword. In medieval Europe, marriage alliances were not just matters of personal choice, but crucial diplomatic tools that could shape political landscapes. Richard, born in 1157 to King Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine, was destined to play a central role in such engagements. Early on, a marriage pact was proposed between Richard and one of the daughters of Raymond Berenguer IV, the Count of Barcelona, in March 1159. However, due to various circumstances, this plan eventually fell through. Meanwhile, Henry, the young king, Richard's elder brother, solidified an alliance by marrying Margaret, daughter of Louis VII of France, in 1160. This union between the Plantagenets and the Capetians, though seemingly harmonious, occasionally faced tensions inherent in their complex relationship between England and France. Henry II's territorial ambitions further complicated matters, especially in Brittany and the Vexin, leading to conflicts with the French crown. Despite these challenges, Richard's betrothal to Alice, Countess of the Vexin, was finally confirmed in January 1169, after a peace treaty mediated by Pope Alexander III. This betrothal marked a significant diplomatic achievement, as it represented an attempt to bridge the rivalry between the English and French monarchies. Henry II, envisioning a division of his vast territories, planned for Richard to inherit Aquitaine and Poitiers from his mother, Eleanor, thereby securing his position as a powerful vassal in southwest of France. Henry II's illness in 1170 prompted the formal implementation of his territorial division plan. Richard, who at this time was only 14 years old, was granted the Duchy of Aquitaine, a momentous step towards his independent rule. Together with his mother, Eleanor, Richard embarked on a tour of Aquitaine in 1171, aiming to assert his authority and win over the local populace. The ceremonies held in Poitiers and Limoges in June of 1172 were pivotal in Richard's official recognition as the Duke of Aquitaine and Count of Poitou. These events marked his transition from a young nobleman to a ruler vested with authority over significant territories. With the backing of his mother and the formalities of investiture, Richard embarked on his journey of becoming one of the most renowned figures in the medieval era, setting the stage for his illustrious reign as the Lionheart. The seeds of rebellion sown within the Plantagenet family bore bitter fruit in the form of Henry the young king's defiance against his father, Henry II. According to Ralph of Coggeshall, the young king sought to assert his independence and stake his claim to the territories promised to him, weary of his father's control over finances and authority. Speculation even arose that Eleanor of Aquitaine, the young king's mother, may have fueled the flames of dissent among her sons, but that is exactly that, speculation. Henry the young king's bold move to seek refuge at the French court under Louis VII signaled the beginning of open defiance. Joined by his brothers Richard and Geoffrey, they formed a formidable coalition against their father, strengthened by Louis's support and the accolade of knighthood bestowed upon Richard. Their rebellion, as described by the poet Jordan Fantôme, was marked by strife and discord, devoid of all familial affection. Bound by a solemn oath at the French court, the brothers vowed not to negotiate with Henry II without Louis VII and the French barons' consent. Bolstered by promises of land and wealth, the young king garnered support from influential barons, including Philip I, Count of Flanders, and rallied allies in England, igniting rebellions in various regions. Robert de Beaumont, Earl of Leicester, joined forces with other nobles, launching a rebellion in Suffolk that gained momentum by July 1173, with sieges and captures marking their advance. As the rebellion continued to unfold, Richard took charge of the situation in Poitou, rallying local barons to his cause against his father's supporters in Aquitaine. Eleanor's capture left Richard to lead the campaign independently, facing resistance as he sought to consolidate his base of operations. Though met with a good amount of setbacks, Richard's resolve remained firm as he navigated the tumultuous landscape of that familial strife and politics, laying the groundwork for his future as a formidable leader. The rebellion continued to intensify, and Henry II mobilized a formidable army of over 20,000 mercenaries to quell the unrest. Advancing towards Verneuil, he forced Louis VII into retreat and recaptured Dole, asserting control over Brittany. Despite the military presence, Henry III extended an olive branch to his sons, offering peace, but the Council of Louis led to its rejection. In a swift turn of events, Henry's forces seized Saintes by surprise, capturing much of its garrison, while Richard narrowly escaped, seeking refuge in Chateau de Taillebout. Meanwhile, Henry the young king and the Count of Flanders prepared to support the rebellion in England. However, their plans were thwarted as Henry II swiftly returned with a contingent of soldiers, accompanied by his prisoners, including Eleanor and his sons' wives and fiancées. Yet upon his arrival, Henry discovered that the rebellion had already crumbled, with key figures like William of Scotland and Hugh Bigod already captured. Subsequently, Henry returned to France, lifting the siege of Rouen, where Louis VII and the young king had converged after abandoning their English invasion plans. The ensuing defeat led to the signing of the Treaty of Mont-Louis in the September of 1174. With the truce excluding Richard, he found himself to be isolated and vulnerable. In a dramatic plea for forgiveness, Richard sought reconciliation with his father, reportedly shedding tears and falling at Henry's feet. Moved by his son's display of contrition, Henry extended the peace, marking the beginning of a reconciliation process that would also involve Richard's brothers. However, the terms offered to the brothers were less favorable than earlier proposals, with Richard granted limited control over castles in Poitou and Aquitaine. Eleanor, held as a captive, remained a political pawn in Henry II's political maneuvers, ensuring Richard's compliance with the terms of reconciliation. Following the resolution of the conflict, efforts to restore order in the rebellious territories commenced. Henry undertook the pacification of Anjou, while Geoffrey focused on Brittany. In January of 1175, Richard was dispatched to Aquitaine to quell dissent among the barons who had rallied to his cause. The Chronicle of Roger Howden provides insight into Richard's activities during this period, detailing his endeavors to restore control over the region. According to Howden, Richard's directives included the restoration of most rebel-held castles to their pre-war condition, albeit within a tight deadline, with some structures rather slated for destruction. The task proved to be arduous, given the proliferation of stone castles and the extensive fortification that was undertaken by the barons. One notable engagement during Richard's campaign was the 2-month siege of Castillon-sur-Agen. Despite the fortress's formidable reputation, Richard's determined leadership and siege engines eventually compelled the defenders to surrender. It was during this campaign that Richard earned the epithet the Lion, or the Lionheart, for his courageous and indomitable demeanor. References to Richard as our Lion appear as early as 1187, while the moniker Lionheart is first documented in Ambroise l'Histoire de la Guerre Sainte, and once again, sorry about my French pronunciation, in 1191, during the campaign in Acre, later in the Crusades era. Also, you might hear the French expression Coeur de Lion. Richard de Coeur de Lion just means Richard the Lionheart, but I'll try and keep it in English as much as I can. Now, amidst these military exploits, tensions simmered within the royal family. Henry II, weary of empowering his sons with resources that could be ultimately turned against him, reportedly appropriated Alice of France, that's Richard's betrothed, as his own mistress. This maneuver complicated Richard's prospects at marrying Alice, as the union would be deemed illicit by the Church. Despite pressure to renounce the betrothal, Richard hesitated, as Alice's dowry, which included the strategic Vexin region, held significant political value. Moreover, Alice's familial ties to King Philip II of France posed further complications, as he was a key ally whose goodwill Henry II sought to maintain. Following his failed rebellion against his father, Richard turned his attention to quelling internal revolts within Aquitaine, particularly in Gascony, where his increasingly harsh rule actually managed to incite a major uprising in 1179. The rebels seeking to depose Richard enlisted the aid of his brothers, Henry and Geoffrey. However, the tide turned in the spring of 1179 at the Charente Valley, where the formidable fortress of Taillebourg stood. Richard employed a strategic approach, decimating the surrounding lands to cut off reinforcements and retreat options for the fortress's defenders. Despite its formidable defenses, Richard's forces prevailed, compelling the garrison to sally out and engaging them in battle before seizing the castle in a swift 2-day assault. This resounding victory at Taillebourg quelled further rebellion, as many barons pledged allegiance to Richard. In subsequent years, tensions between Richard and his father kept escalating, with Henry II demanding Richard's homage to Henry the young king, which Richard adamantly refused. The situation reached a boiling point in 1183, when Henry the young king, along with Geoffrey of Brittany, invaded Aquitaine to subdue Richard. However, Richard successfully repelled the invasion, with his barons rallying to his cause. The conflict intensified with the execution of prisoners, and only paused briefly with the young king's death in the June of 1183, leaving Richard as the eldest surviving son, and also the heir to the English throne. Yet the rift between Richard and Henry had persisted, exacerbated by Henry's demand for Richard to relinquish Aquitaine. Richard's steadfast refusal prompted Henry II to release Queen Eleanor from captivity and dispatch her to Aquitaine, tasking her with asserting control over Richard's lands. In 1187, Richard sought to bolster his position by forging an alliance with Philip II, the young King of France and son of Eleanor's former husband, Louis VII. Roger of Howden's chronicle depicts Richard's audacious move to secure his castles in Poitou and defy his father's authority, effectively setting the stage for further confrontations between the father and son. Howden's focus on the political dynamics between Richard and Philip sheds light on their strategic alliance, which was instrumental in shaping the events leading to Richard's ascension. In response to the escalating tensions with his father and the looming threat posed by Henry's forces, Richard took decisive action by joining Philip in taking the cross at Tours indicating their commitment to the Crusades. In exchange for Philip's support against Henry, Richard paid homage to him in November 1188. Their combined forces achieved a significant victory over Henry's army at Balance on the 4th of July 1189, prompting Henry to acknowledge Richard as his heir apparent. Just 2 days later, Henry's death in Chinon paved the way for Richard to ascend to the English throne, as well as inherit the titles of the Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou. Although Roger of Howden's account of Henry's death bleeding in Richard's presence remains unverified, it underscores the political intrigue surrounding Richard's rise to power. Richard I's investiture as Duke of Normandy on the 20th of July 1189 marked a significant step in his ascent to power, culminating in his coronation as king at Westminster Abbey on the 3rd of September 1189. However, this momentous occasion was marred by violence and persecution against the Jewish community. Despite tradition barring Jews from investiture culture, some Jewish leaders ventured to present gifts to the new king, only to face rather brutal mistreatment at the hands of Richard's courtiers, as recounted by Ralph of Diceto. Rumors soon circulated that Richard had ordered the killing of all, triggering a vicious attack by the people of London on the Jewish population. Arsonists destroyed many Jewish homes. Several Jews were forcibly converted, and there were also many tragedies of casualties in the mix of all of this. Roger of Howden attributes the violence to jealousy and bigotry among the citizens, with Richard punishing the perpetrators and even allowing forcibly converted Jew to return to Judaism. However, Baldwin of Ford, Archbishop of Canterbury, expressed dismay at the unfolding events, highlighting the precarious situation faced by Richard as he prepared to depart on crusade. Recognizing the potential destabilization of his realm, Richard ordered the execution of those responsible for the most egregious acts, including rioters who inadvertently harmed Christian homes. Despite issuing a royal writ to protect the Jews, further violence erupted in March, culminating in a massacre at York. These events underscore the pretty terrible situation during Richard's early reign, which was categorized by religious tensions and challenges to royal authority. In 1187, Richard committed fully to the Third Crusade as Count of Poitou. Following his father and Philip II's lead after the fall of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1188. Fearing territorial usurpation during their absence, Richard and Philip agreed to embark on the crusade together. Richard, seeking redemption for his past deeds, raised funds for his crusader army by depleting his father's treasury, imposing taxes, and granting positions and privileges for exorbitant fees. Notably, he freed William I of Scotland from his oath of subservience in exchange for a hefty sum. Finalizing agreements on the continent, he appointed various officials to oversee his domains and left regions to manage affairs in his absence. Troubadours like Bertrand de Born, criticized Richard's delay in departing for the crusade. Meanwhile, Richard's brother John began scheming against William Longshank, one of the appointed regents. In pursuit of funds, Richard was reputed to have made a rather interesting remark. Apparently he had quipped, "I would have sold London if I could have found a buyer." In September 1190, Richard and Philip arrived in Sicily, where they encountered political turmoil following the death of King William II. Tancred had seized power, imprisoning Richard's sister, Queen Joan, and withholding her inheritance. Richard demanded her release and restitution, which was granted, partially. However, the unrest continued to persist, leading to a revolt in Messina in October of the same year. Richard intervened, capturing the city and establishing it as his base, leading to a good amount of friction with Philip. After prolonged negotiations, a treaty was signed in March 1191, securing compensation for Joan and confirming Arthur of Brittany as Richard's heir. Despite the initial tensions, Richard and Philip made a full reconciliation, with Richard ending his betrothal to Philip's sister Alice. Before departing for the Holy Land, Richard met with Joachim of Fiore, who shared a prophecy from the Book of Revelation with him. The prophecy was rather motivating, and sent Richard along his way. In April 1191, Richard embarked from Messina for Acre with 17,000 troops. But he didn't get far. A storm scattered his fleet. His sister, Joan, and fiancé, Berengaria of Navarre, along with other ships, was stranded on Cyprus, which at the time was ruled by Isaac Komnenos. Upon arriving in Lemessos in the 1st of May, Richard demanded their release, but Isaac refused. Richard's forces then took Lemnos, and various Holy Land princes, including Guy of Lusignan, pledged support in exchange for backing Guy against Conrad of Montferrat. Local magnates then began to desert Isaac, who initially sought peace, but later attempted escape. By June 1st, Richard's troops, led by Guy de Lusignan, conquered the island fully. Isaac surrendered, and Richard named governors, eventually selling Cyprus to the Templars' master, Robert de Sable, before departing for Acre on the 5th of June. The swift capture of Cyprus secured a vital maritime route to the Holy Land and bolstered Richard's reputation and coffers, while the island maintained a Christian stronghold until the Ottoman conquest of 1570. Before departing Cyprus for the Crusade, Richard married Berengaria, daughter of King Sancho VI of Navarre, whom he had grown close to at the Navarrese tournament. The lavish wedding took place on the 12th of May, 1191, in Lemessos' Chapel of St. George, attended by Richard's sister Joan. Despite being betrothed to Alice, Richard pursued the match to secure Navarre as a fief and align with Eleanor's interests, as Navarre bordered Aquitaine. Richard and Berengaria briefly joined the crusade together, before returning separately. Berengaria faced challenges on her journey home, and did not reach England until after Richard's death. Although Richard expressed some remorse for his past behavior after his release from German captivity, he and Berengaria remained estranged, and their marriage remained childless. Richard arrived at Acre on June 8, 1191, and supported Guy of Lusignan's claim to the kingship of Jerusalem. Despite Guy's wife Sibylla's death during the previous year's siege of Acre, Conrad of Montferrat, Sibylla's half-sister, Isabella's second husband, contested Guy's claim and was backed by Philip of France and Leopold V, Duke of Austria. Richard also allied with Humphrey IV of Toron, Isabella's first husband. Despite suffering from a serious illness similar to scurvy, Richard aided in the capture of Acre. He quarreled with Leopold over the deposition of Isaac Komnenos and raised banners, resulting in Leopold's departure from the crusade, followed by Philip's departure due to health issues and disputes with Richard. Richard kept Muslim prisoners as hostages, but feared being trapped in Acre, so he ordered their execution. He then defeated Saladin's forces at the Battle of Arsuf and advanced towards Jerusalem, reaching Beit Nuba before deciding to retreat due to bad weather and other strategic concerns. Negotiations with Saladin were unsuccessful. Then Richard refortified Ascalon in early 1192. Following an election, Richard reluctantly accepted Conrad of Montferrat as king of Jerusalem and sold Cyprus to his protege, Guy. However, Conrad was assassinated by the assassins before his coronation. Richard's nephew, Henry II of Champagne, then married Conrad's widow, Isabella, who at this time was pregnant with Conrad's child. Although the murder remained unsolved, many suspected Richard's involvement. In the June of 1192, the Crusader army approached Jerusalem, but it was divided on strategy. Richard and the majority advocated for attacking Egypt to weaken Saladin, while Hugh III, Duke of Burgundy, insisted on a direct assault on Jerusalem. This disagreement led to a retreat to the coast, as the army lacked a unified command. Minor skirmishes followed, including a notable victory for the Crusaders at the Battle of Jaffa, where Richard's martial prowess was praised by contemporary Muslim sources. However, both sides recognized the growing difficulties of their position. Richard faced plots from Philip and his own brother John, while Saladin's army suffered from low morale due to repeated defeats. Despite attempts to strengthen his bargaining position, such as an unsuccessful invasion of Egypt, Richard realized he needed to return home. He reached a settlement with Saladin on September 2nd, 1192, agreeing to destroy Ascalon's fortifications and initiating a 3-year truce. Ill with Arnaldia, Richard departed for England on October 9th, 1192. Bad weather during Richard's voyage compelled him to dock at Corfu, then part of the Byzantine Empire under Isaac II Angelos. However, Angelos was not too impressed with Richard. He objected to his annexation of Cyprus, which had previously been Byzantine territory. Disguised as a Knight Templar, Richard sailed from Corfu with 4 attendants, but their ship was wrecked near Aquileia. This forced Richard and his companions to embark on a dangerous overland journey throughout Central Europe. Subsequently, near Vienna, Richard was captured just before Christmas 1192 by Leopold of Austria, who accused him of arranging the murder of Conrad de Montferrat, and resented Richard's actions at Acre, particularly the tearing down of Leopold's standard. Richard was then held prisoner at Dürnstein Castle, under the care of Leopold's ministerialis, Hadmar of Coenring. News of Richard's captivity reached England, where the regents were initially uncertain of his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Richard composed Genus en Prix. That's right, he wrote his own little song about it, a song that expressed his feelings of abandonment, addressed to his half-sister Marie. Pope Celestine III, considering the detention of a crusader contrary to public law, decided to excommunicate Leopold. And this was a big deal, by the way. If you got excommunicated, your people were very displeased with you. Richard was later transferred to Trifels Castle under the custody of the Holy Roman Emperor, Henry VI. I know there's a lot of Henrys, just bear with me. Who was aggrieved by Richard's support for Henry the Lion's family and his recognition of Tancred in Sicily. Henry demanded an exorbitant sum, a big ransom set at 150,000 marks, and that was equivalent to 2 or 3 times the annual income of the English crown under Richard. Eleanor of Aquitaine, Richard's mother, tirelessly worked to raise the ransom. Leopold proposed a marriage between his heir Frederick and Eleanor, fair maid of Brittany, niece of Richard, as part of the ransom negotiation. Clergy and laymen were heavily taxed, church treasures were confiscated, and additional funds were raised from taxes wherever they could get them. Despite John and King Philip of France offering a ransom to prolong Richard's captivity, the money was eventually raised, and Richard was released on the 4th of February 1194. Philip sent a warning to John upon Richard's release, indicating that the devil is loose. Additionally, pressure from the Pope compelled Frederick to abandon the marriage plan with Eleanor after Leopold's sudden death. Now, during Richard's absence, his brother John had rebelled with the support of Philip II of France, who successfully conquered Normandy, among other territories, during Richard's imprisonment. However, upon Richard's return, he forgave John and reaffirmed him as his heir instead of their new nephew Arthur. To nullify the shame of his captivity, Richard underwent a second coronation ceremony at Winchester on 11th of March, 1194. After this, he immediately initiated the reconquest of Normandy, focusing on building a new stronghold to defend the duchy and serve as a base for his campaign. despite the terms of the Treaty of Louviers prohibiting fortifications. Richard embarked on the construction of the formidable Chateau Gaillard. The Archbishop of Rouen, initially reluctant to sell the necessary land, eventually acquiesced after Richard seized the property amid opposition from the Church. Construction of Chateau Gaillard, although costly, proceeded swiftly under Richard's personal supervision. Its innovative design and efficient construction made it one of the finest castles in Europe. Richard made the chateau his favored residence, evident in official documents bearing its name. Determined to resist Philip's expansionist ambitions, Richard formed alliances and waged war against him. Despite Philip's military successes, Richard secured victories at battles like Fret-de-Val in 1194 and Gisors in 1198, where he adopted the motto, "God and my right," which later became the motto of the British monarchy. In March 1199, Richard found himself in Limousin, quelling a revolt led by Viscount Aymar V of Limoges. Despite it being Lent, Richard mercilessly ravaged the Viscount's land in a campaign marked by fire and sword. He then turned his attention to the insignificant castle of Chalus-Chabrol, which some chroniclers suggest was due to rumors of a hidden treasure trove of Roman gold. On the 6th of March, 1199, tragedy struck as Richard was struck in the shoulder by a crossbow bolt during the siege. The wound quickly turned gangrenous, sealing Richard's fate. There was nothing they could do about it. Desiring to confront his assailant, Richard learned that the crossbowman was a youth seeking revenge for Richard's prior action against his family. Remarkably, Richard forgave the boy and granted him freedom, showing a final act of mercy before his death on the 6th of April, 1199, in the presence of his mother. Richard's death marked the end of an era, earning him the posthumous epithet, the Lion by the Ant. His remains were then divided, with his heart interred in Rouen, his entrails in Chalus, and the rest of his body laid to rest beside his father in Fontevraud Abbey. In 2012, analysis of Richard's embalmed heart revealed symbolic substances, including frankincense. In the years following his death, Bishop Henry Sandford claimed to have witnessed Richard's ascent to heaven in a vision, suggesting his purification in purgatory. With no legitimate heirs, Richard's brother John succeeded him as king, although his French territories initially favored his nephew Arthur. Richard's passing without direct heir marked the beginning of the decline of the Angevin Empire. Thank you very much for joining me. It's been a pleasure to have you here with me again today. I'd like to, before we end the video, give a thank you to my Mega Chad member on the Patreon, Stark Factory, for his contribution to the channel. Thank you very much, Stark Factory. I know you're out there listening. If you would like to become a patron and get all of the videos ad-free, along with supporting the channel and keeping me going, then follow the links in the comments and description to the Patreon. It's all so easy these days, isn't it? Otherwise, make sure you're looking after yourself and looking after the people around you, and don't do anything that I wouldn't do. Good advice. I will see you in the next video, everybody. Good night.